Hi, Tina Peters here.
See, today they go after you if you're investigating that sort of thing.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you're seeing this podcast. I wanted to say thank you for the invite to guest host Tina's show. It's her show, and we are merely keeping her seat warm until she returns to head up this show, which she has made very famous. And what I'd like to do, if we could, is bring in a brother in arms in the election integrity battle, someone who knows Tina very well and has also guest hosted this show, is Mark Cook of the Hand Count Roadshow. So if we could bring in Mark, that would be wonderful. Hey, Mark,
Howdy.
how are you?
Good. How you doing, Matt?
Good. Hey, I wanted to kind of first let folks know the relationship certainly we have with Tina. We know her personally as well as what we know professionally. And if you could maybe share just some insights on what you know of her as a person. What is she as a person to you?
Oh, wow. She's an incredibly brave patriot, brave American citizen, someone that wanted to do her duty to serve her fellow citizens. In her retirement, she was essentially retired from a long life of work, and she wanted to give back to the community. So she jumped into a role as county clerk to address and fix a lot of the issues that they had, like long DMV lines, et cetera. She worked on all that, and part of one of the jobs of county clerk is to run elections, and she thought it was just part of the job, no big deal. She did not realize what an important thing um, elections and the what goes on in the background regarding elections that a lot of clerks don't know and may not be aware of. And the citizens certainly had no clue up until we started paying more attention. Luckily, 2020 actually caused us to pay more attention to what was going on. All this stuff's been going on behind our backs. We just didn't know it. And so when you start looking into that, start questioning the system that we're just told to blindly trust, that's when the system starts showing us reasons why it may not be wise to just blindly trust it. And when Tina started experiencing some of those issues, she started looking deeper to try to get to the bottom of it. And when she started looking deeper, that's when her superiors, essentially, uh, Secretary of State, and those that she looked up to and trusted, like the vendor that actually provided the software, et cetera, instead of helping her get to the bottom of some concerns she had, they instead turned on her and started attacking her. And I think that was a big eye-opening moment for her. Now, most clerks would have just caved, and the amount of things that these people did to her are absolutely disgusting. Did to her, did to her family, did to her friends, did to her coworkers. The amount of pressure that was put on them just to shut up and just to tell all the citizens that everything's fine. In fact, Tina was even told at one point that all this will go away if she just admits to the Secretary of State that she made a mistake and that everything is perfect with our elections. And Tina wouldn't submit. She said, no, we've got issues. I want to look at them and I want answers. And the people that didn't want anyone looking at them just went and attacked her with everything they've got. So for Tina to stand up like she has in the face of being attacked by not only the state, but certain other people around federal agencies, et cetera, in addition to her own county, her own citizens that she took an oath to uphold and protect their votes. They even, because of the corrupt media, think she's someone that she's not. They think she's an evil person. And the people that she cares about the most, that she actually took a huge sacrifice to serve, those are the people that have been turned against her, which has got to hurt, in the heart to the core. So she's incredibly brave, wonderful person. She's all about truth. She does not cave to pressure. She does not cave to people trying to censor others. She always stands up for what's right in the face of whatever's coming against her. And I think that's pretty incredible for someone to be so full of integrity and commitment like she is. So I'm proud to know her.
Mark, I just wanted to say I agree, and I just wanted the audience, it's just her show, and just remind them that to humanize her, she is a wonderful human being, a daughter of the Most High God, and the media, purposely, the narrative, 5GW narrative, if you will, was designed to make her into a caricature of what she is not. And I just wanted to also echo the person that I know, very caring, very gentle soul, tries to do the right thing for the right reason in the right way, believes that a calling to God and doing that is the highest moral accountability that she has. And what these folks have done to her, and it's interesting you said just wanted her, if you just recant, it all goes away. Well, it kind of sounds similar with some of the J6ers, some of the folks they got against President Trump. If you just say this, even if you're lying, just say this, go with our narrative, it'll all go away for you. And remember, the folks that might not remember, when she was first put into the county jail there, I believe in Mesa County, I believe that night her father died while she was incarcerated, right? What they've done to her husband, who was in an assisted care facility, I believe for dementia in Arkansas, and had him sign a divorce decree. How the hell that's even legal when someone has diminished mental capacity? I have no idea. But these folks targeted her purposefully. And I think certainly she was targeted for a bigger goal, was to scare the bejesus out of any other election official from even having a concern about their system. And Mark, we've heard this. It's kind of similar to what we heard with what happened at Karamo, where you don't want to be Christina Karamo. Election officials, I think, who want to speak out because they are genuinely concerned, don't want to be Tina Petered.
Yeah, they have turned her name into a verb, and that was their intent. In fact, Judge Barrett even said that right in the sentencing, that he was punishing Tina as a deterrent for other election clerks to dare question the system like she did. And then he goes on to say that it's perfectly okay to question it. Yet when you question it, you get attacked like she's been attacked. And I've traveled the country. I have talked to election officials all over, and many of them have concerns, but they have told me verbatim, I don't want to be Tina Peters. Multiples have told me that. So they have concerns. They want to bring them forward, but they're too afraid to, because they saw what happened to Tina Peters. And that was by design. That's what these psychopaths wanted.
But in some ways, and I want to say she's motivational and she's having an impact. And I know in Nevada, there's going to be someone who is going to be announcing that he's running for Secretary of State because this person, in part, was motivated by what Tina did and wants to make sure elections are transparent and verifiable in the Silver State. So she's been a kind of a beacon to many. And I just want to, if I could, real quickly, Garland Favorito, who I think he guest hosted this show, he and his wife for Tina, voter GA. They are at state election board and the legislature committee on elections there today, and he's testifying. You got their Secretary of State essentially wants $15 million to upgrade the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5, even though the upgrade will not make the system compliant with Georgia law. Additionally, because of what, and I'm going to have you comment on what Tina's heroic efforts did, because of what we know about Tina, they're also saying and telling the legislature and the state election board, if you do this, you will destroy existing election files on county EMS servers, although those files must be retained for at least 22 months under both federal and state statutes. She has been a guide, a role model for the folks fighting the good fight in Georgia.
Yeah. These upgrades, they're ridiculous. First of all, these systems are supposed to count dots on a piece of paper. Why would they need constant software upgrades? Well, a couple reasons. One, the constant software upgrades allow them to justify this maintenance contract so they can keep sucking more taxpayer money into their pockets. Two, it allows them a very easy way to wipe all the records off of the systems every time they do one of those upgrades. They conveniently erase everything that's on there. It's funny, your phone doesn't do that. Your computer doesn't do that. When you get an update on your computer, it doesn't wipe everything off your computer and you have to start all over again. That's not how that works, right? You do an update, it just updates the one little program and that's it. Everything else retains. Your data is retained. When you install an update on your phone, you don't lose all your contacts and lose all your pictures. You keep all that. So what they've done is they've designed these upgrades to put money in their pockets and to provide an avenue to wipe all the settings and all the data off of the computers, all the log files, all the tracks that would be there if there was some type of manipulation. And it allows them to install a new version of the software that more likely makes it more of a covert way to manipulate elections. It allows them to improve the obfuscation built into the system. And if all these systems are supposed to do is count dots, and they need all these updates because apparently the previous systems don't count the dots good enough, why are we using the systems in the first place? When you do hand counts, you don't have to keep upgrading your hand counts. You're counting dots using pretty much the same procedures without maintenance contracts, without constant updates, and everything's completely transparent and out in the open. So
yeah, I was gonna
this
say
is
good old Mark 1 mode 1 eyeballs, in hands. You're just tallying.
Yeah, these are very smart people that have used technology in order to bamboozle most of the public, including election officials, including legislators, including sheriffs and law enforcement. They've got people convinced that you have to use these super high-tech systems to count dots. And it's not just about counting dots. They've designed an entire ecosystem that allows very covert, sophisticated election manipulation in ways that people wouldn't normally think could happen. And that's what I basically discuss in my hand count roadshow as I go around county to county, state by state, is I help people understand the entire makeup of the system and how the whole thing is used in a whole to manipulate elections in ways that the county officials cannot see. That's the problem, is a lot of county officials think their little portion works perfectly. They don't realize that the system is set up that allows manipulation out here, that then that manipulation can in turn affect what happens inside their box that they control, and they can't see it happening. That's the biggest problem. Now, it's not to say that it doesn't happen inside this box, because Tina actually experienced symptoms that made her think something was going on inside the box. And that the biggest symptom was shortly after their municipal election, that one of the liberal candidates running against one of the conservative incumbents told Tina that they won the election, and by how many votes, prior to Tina even counting all the ballots in the machines. So their election department was still putting ballots through the machines to tabulate them, but somehow someone already knew the results of that election. And that made Tina start to question it. So then what happened shortly after that is the entire city council was flipped. Every single conservative incumbent lost, and the entire city council was replaced with a full liberal city council. And it could have gone the other way too. It's something that's very out of the ordinary. Plus, one of those had just moved there 3 months prior.
Philippines, Tarrant County, it is, you see this replication. And again, it's wrong if it goes either way, because the pattern has now been blown up. And I was going to say, if I could highlight what you indicated a little bit ago, she initially thought her system was fine. She had no concerns until she actually listened to the voices of her constituents who said, we think something's wrong here.
Yeah, she blindly believed the system because she had no reason not to. Why would she think that the people that she, works underneath, like the Secretary of State and so on and so forth, why would they lie to her? That wouldn't even, if I was a clerk, I wouldn't even assume that someone up there providing the instructions on how to use these systems or conduct elections, I would never assume they're lying to me. So what happened is, her constituents came to her and said, this is weird. And plus she had that other incident where someone told her what the results of the election were before the system had even scanned the ballots. So when she took both of those together, she thought, wait a minute, maybe there is something. I need to look. And what she told them, and I believe it was verbatim, was, if there's a there, I'll find it. And she was about to go retabulate all those ballots, recount all those ballots. And that's when everything hit the fan. When the Secretary of State and the voting system vendor realized that she had taken images of the system, they freaked out and they raided her office. I mean, if there's nothing to hide inside that black box, why would both of those agencies, corporation and agency, why would they freak out and go raid her office to try to take every piece of electronics there? That's a bizarre reaction to that.
Yeah, it's just the opposite of I think Bobby Kennedy's coined the term for HHS, radical transparency. That's what we need in our election ecosystem, is radical transparency. And if I could, I know we had received a brief about a month ago, and I've heard this from other people, and maybe you could highlight what this might mean. I've heard people say what Tina's efforts led to was helping to give us the Rosetta Stone as to what's going on in the election ecosystem. Could you maybe comment for those in the audience who might not be technically astute? What was going on in there that was so troublesome? What I know you were lead forensic investigator, I think, in Mesa too. What is that information that you were seeing, or the results you were seeing, that thank God Tina actually listened to her constituents, because now we know these things?
So I got to investigate these images, the forensic images that she had taken. And what I found out in report 1 is where I documented all of it. And I did the work, and then Doug Gould also repeated the work. And then we wrote the report together. What we found is that their trusted build is not really just a trusted build. It's actually a full wipe of the machine, where all the log files are overwritten, all the databases are overwritten. And I'm not talking about just a few log files that are backed up with the Dominion backup program. I'm talking about all the log files, all the log files that would tell you if something went horribly wrong inside that system. Those are the log files that are created by the software in order to document problems. And those are the log files that were conveniently left out of the normal Dominion backups and the ones that were deleted and wiped from the system. In addition to that, there's some funny business in the databases that was going on during the elections, and we have all the forensic evidence. It's right there on the drive. That funny business, the evidence of the funny business, was also wiped. All those databases were wiped. It's very odd. So that's what the first report showed us, that something's going on inside these systems, and there's a cover-up involved. Then report 2, I wanted to determine, are these systems actually safe and secure? Are they the gold standard we're told they are? So I dove into them to see. And within a minute, I found a backdoor program on the voting system, on the Dominion voting system, that allows anyone that's in front of it to go into the database, the backdoor of the database, and change votes without leaving a trace in any of the log files. That's incredible that the voting system vendor would build a backdoor utility into the system that would facilitate someone using that backdoor to go in and modify the election in any way they want without leaving a trace. That should never be a feature of the software.
And you demonstrated that at several of the forums we've had. You've shown this. In the forums you've had, you've shown this to folks across the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's simple. It's right there. It's not even hidden. It's right on the start menu. So how on earth did our testing labs that are supposed to test this software miss that this software was there? It wasn't even on the list of software that was supposed to be on the system. You'd think our testing labs would look over the software on the machines, compare it with the list of software from the vendor. And if there's extra software on the machine that the vendor didn't list as supposed to be there, you'd think they would have maybe said something and maybe not passed it, but they passed it anyway. And not only was there the one backdoor, but there's a second backdoor, and there's a third backdoor, and there's some more on there. And that's what it either have to be grossly irresponsible of them to do, or grossly incompetent, or they're doing it on purpose. Now, what voting system vendor, knowing that they're creating software that's part of our critical infrastructure, would design software with gross incompetence? I don't see that happening. So I'm pretty sure it was all intentionally designed, because if they're that incompetent, they shouldn't be writing software to count votes in the first place.
Mark,
on top of that,
I was going to say real quickly, I was talking to Garland last night, and like you, he's been in the IT world, I think, for 40 years before he got into the voter GA stuff. And I asked him the question. I said, Garland, and I said, Mark, I've asked Mark this question too, and I'll love you to amplify on this. I said, can you be that bad if you are supposed to be a credentialed IT person? Can you make a system this porous and this bad security-wise by accident? And he said, no.
Well, here I'm going to slightly disagree with that, because I've worked with a lot of IT people around, and there are people out there that, even though they're credentialed, they don't understand security. They don't understand how to do things the right way. They understand enough to get things to work, but there's a difference between getting things to work and getting things to work and also be secure. And with these systems needing to be secure because they're part of our national critical infrastructure, there shouldn't be ordinary IT people making them. There shouldn't be ordinary software developers making them. There should be people that not only understand how to create software, but also understand how to secure software, especially considering one of their biggest advertised list of features is the security of their voting systems. And what's kind of sad is that they are misrepresenting their software. They are grossly misrepresenting the security features of their software to all of the people they're selling their software to. How many millions of dollars, possibly more, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, have counties spent on this software thinking they're getting something that's secure, but that is actually not secure? I'd call that fraud in advertising. And I think every county that has bought this software has a great case against Dominion, because Dominion flat out is not delivering on the security they're claiming they're delivering.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that had fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be, that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if they feel that's something important to you, do it.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's Chief Income Strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today. Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. Hot. In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
Do you think that they're Dominion in this case? Do you think that they're aware that they know that they're not delivering on what they are saying they are marketing?
Of course they're aware. Absolutely, without any question. They know what a joke it is. Even Eric Coomer, who was their lead developer, he even wrote on an email, "We suck. We are so broken all over the place," was another quote of his in an email. They know what a disaster they are. So not only is their software not secure, but it's also bug ridden. And that's just taken from their own documentation. If you look at, and not the documentation from the voting system, but the documentation that Sheriff Darleaf has in the emails that came from Dominion, when you can see all the trouble ticketing reports that have come in during elections, after elections, before elections, you can see how many reports of problems they have. You can see a lot of their internal communication. After reading that, I would never trust using this software for anything, certainly not an election.
No, I wouldn't either. And my background is military and flying and software and hardware there. And it's something that always struck me is that if you have something in your plane and it's certified and it's there, and then you download something, you're now not flying the software version was tested rigorously through DOT, developmental test, operational test. If you could maybe comment on when all of these places, sometimes counties in the same state, are having different versions of software. They're doing updates. They're doing this. Dominion, whoever's being called, and they're messing with the system when the election officials got an issue. How the hell you have no, as I understand it, no software configuration management? Do you?
No. There just isn't. I mean, it's a total disaster. It's a free for all. A lot of people are running different versions of the software. Some of them just have different drivers installed for different devices. There's just I don't even think they attempt to control what's actually running on these systems. The thought of security being the core tenet of this does not exist. There is no way. In addition to that, even if it was, the way they've designed these systems are that there are multiple avenues for code to be changed on these systems. So you could have a perfectly, let's say, perfectly validated system, hash checked and everything. And then as soon as you start using that system or plug a different printer in, they've got to install different drivers. And as soon as you've done that, as soon as you've plugged a USB in or installed some other driver from some other company, you have now invalidated the entire system. And if a bad actor wanted to manipulate the system, here's how easy it would be to do. So you set up, you do all your programming, you go through the testing labs, everything gets checked off, it's hash validated, everything's good, assuming you get to that point, and everyone thinks, okay, this is good and safe to use. Then you say, oh, we've got this new printer we're going to install, so we'll set the printer here, and oh, we just got to install the printer driver, and so we'll just put the printer driver on the computer real quick. Well, right then, in the installation of that driver, I could change anything on the computer. I could completely manipulate how that system tabulates votes under the guise of installing a printer driver or a mouse driver or a keyboard driver or anything, plugging something in to check it. I could still manipulate all that. Here's another way I could do it. And this is probably, if they're smart, which they are smart, this is one way they'd probably do it. Create all the software to operate just like it's supposed to. So make sure the system can tabulate votes properly. And then have a little part of it that when it reads the configuration for the election, that election project that's designed, that's where you put the funny business. You put it in that little database chunk. So how these systems typically work is when the counties don't know how to program the systems themselves, they'll hire the vendor to do it. So they'll, for instance, pay Dominion to set up the election form. So what Dominion does is Dominion programs the election into this database file. And that's the heart of the election. It has all the choices on the ballot. It's got the races. It's got a bunch of other SQL scripts, which is really some additional programming that doesn't go through any checks because the system's already been through the testing lab. So it's a way to inject additional programming into the system, bundle it in the programming of the election, and then they hand this program to the election officials. The election officials don't know the difference. They just think, oh, we hired them to program the election for us, and here they did. They don't realize that there could be special programming inside that database that then the election officials are installing into their voting system. That would be the easiest way for them to squeeze this stuff through, and using these SQL scripts are a perfect way to embed, we'll say, manipulated programming into the system and avoid detection from all the testing labs. So I would heavily dive into those SQL scripts, and I would examine them every single time. The problem is our election officials don't know how to read those scripts. So how would our election officials know how to look through all of them to even determine that there's no funny business in them? That's just one way they could manipulate the system without anyone knowing.
I was just going to comment again. This is the bottom of the press release that Voter GA put out again for this event that they were testifying in front of today in two different locations. This is a quote from Garland. I think it's pretty apropos, and I think Tina's highlighted this. Her actions, what the revelation her actions led to. No amount of money can make this Dominion system secure. We're in a national election security crisis. Experts have identified dozens of unresolvable security issues and explained in court the Dominion system cannot be retrofitted for proper security. A simple, safe, and cost-effective solution is for our state election board to implement a hand-marked paper ballot system with publicly recorded hand counts consistent with President Trump's recommendations to U.S. governors. Governor Kemp's current $47 million budget items cover this cover it with millions and change left over. You could have a more secure election with millions and change left over.
Absolutely. And there is no amount of money. That's absolutely true. No amount of money can make them secure. You can make them more secure. I could make them more secure in 45 minutes, but I cannot make them 100% secure, because ultimately
And
it
then
comes
someone's
down
trusting
to
you,
the
right?
developer.
And then as
Well,
you
of
said, we
course.
want a zero trust system. You don't have to trust anybody in particular.
Exactly. I mean, I could get it to 99% secure, but I could never hit 100. It's impossible to hit 100 because there's too many things out of my control anyway. And so even if I could get it to that 99%, everyone would still have to blindly trust me. And why should they blindly trust me? We shouldn't have a system that everyone depends on for every aspect of their life that they have to just blindly trust and they aren't allowed to verify. That's absurd, because the people that run those systems aren't necessarily beholden to the very citizens that depend on those systems. And we don't need anyone to count dots. That's what I cannot seem to get through to some people. We don't need them to count dots. It's real simple. And that's how we secure and we maintain our freedom, is by just counting the dots ourselves and making sure that we, the citizens, control and manage the elections. And our election officials should be able to do that in their county. Our county election officials should have full sole control of their voter rolls. They shouldn't have to use this state system, or the state system that is actually farmed out to some other corporation. That's absurd. All they have to do in the county is keep track of who the eligible voters are, and then make sure only those eligible voters get a ballot and vote that ballot. And then we add the dots up, and whoever has the most dots wins. That's the whole scope.
It's
It's that
it's
simple.
it's so simple. It seems hard, doesn't it? But it's because I
It
tell
is.
you what you said. With personnel, as we talked about, you go to any American Legion, VFW, Marine Corps League, Navy League, Moose, Kiwanis, Lions, Elks. I'm sure in your community you would have plenty of people. You give them some coffee and donuts, they would love to be supervised in their hand counting. And I was going to ask
Yeah.
you, it's interesting. I know we had this discussion before. Folks who are, it is a national critical infrastructure, should not folks be vetted who are actually engaged in our election process?
Yes, of course, all of them should be, right? Because there's nothing more important to our freedom in this country than our elections. The entire basis is our elections. Our elections determine who we choose to lead us and what laws we choose to follow. So it is everything. And absolutely, if there was a bad actor there, we wouldn't want them manipulating anything, even if it's down at the county level or precinct levels. We don't want people to be able to manipulate anything. So, yeah, I would agree that anyone that is in a position that is handling election materials, they should be background checked. We should make sure that there aren't bad actors there. And ultimately, when we get down to the precinct level and we're tabulating right there and everything's out in the open, we have so much transparency in our system, it actually becomes less important to background check people. Because if the system is so transparent that no one could get away with anything, you could literally have a criminal counting the dots. And as long as there's 3 different ways we can confirm that the counting is right, it really wouldn't matter ultimately if there's that much transparency. But the problem is when there's any lack of transparency, then you have to rely on trust. And you have to make sure that those you trust are trustworthy. I just want to get to a system that is a zero trust model. We shouldn't have any part of our system with regard to our elections that requires blind trust. All trust should be earned because it is so transparent.
What do we call that? I think before covalence, watchers watching the watchers. So as you said, if you're a bad actor, you have so many eyeballs, I love what you have advocated for, using tech to increase transparency, not increase opaqueness. You want to maybe comment on that a little bit more on how, okay, technology is not necessarily good or evil, it's how you use it. How best to use technology to increase the transparency of our elections?
Yeah, technology is a tool, and these bad actors use technology to obfuscate the entire system so they could easily manipulate it. And so all we have to do is use technology to do the opposite. Use technology to provide transparency. Simplify the system, scan all the ballots, and put the video out of all the tabulation. make the whole thing totally transparent to all citizens. No one should be fighting that. Since when do people not want transparency? The only people that don't want transparency are criminals. So the concept is very simple. So we count them at the precinct. The biggest argument back when this was all precinct-based tabulation was that I don't trust my neighbor. And I've even heard election officials say, well, I don't trust the citizens to count the votes. The funny thing is about that, and I've had a good election official on the right side still say, I don't trust the citizens to count the votes. And that's an insane statement to me, because it's not their job to state who they trust and who they don't trust. They're representatives of the citizens. They're servants of the citizens. So that's like saying, I don't trust my boss to do his work. It's not your place. Your boss is the boss. Your boss needs to be able to trust you, not the other way around. Correct. So we need to have a system where the citizens are the ones doing the work in such a transparent way that there can be no funny business. So when you say, I don't trust the citizens, or I don't trust my neighbors counting the votes, that's because certain people weren't there. And if you're not there, you have to just blindly trust them at the precinct counting your votes. Now, let's say, what if a few of your neighbors got together and just really felt differently about something? And let's say they got together and they cheated. Let's say the people that were there all conspired and they cheated in that precinct. That wouldn't be fair either. So what we can do is we can leverage technology to make it so transparent that they can't cheat, that they'll get caught cheating. So all you do is you have a scanner and you have cameras. You add 2 levels of transparency that they didn't have before. Every ballot goes through a scanner and make a PDF file. And a camera sits right on top, pointing straight down at the tabulation table, and you can see the whole thing. So at the end of this, not only do you have the people there that you do have to trust if you're not there, but then you have all the ballot images and you have video of the entire process. So with those 2 additional layers on top of the people that are there, you add what's called defense in depth, which is just a common security model that can work in this realm as well, very easily. You add multiple layers of transparency, and then it becomes incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for any bad actors to manipulate anything. That's a no-brainer. And if anyone questioned the election, they just pull the results up from the county site. They download all the ballot images and pull up the video. Recount all the ballots yourself. If you don't trust it, there you go. Just hand it out. Turn every election official into election transparency agents. That's what I want to do. Just make their job to make the whole thing transparent.
Yes. And I would say, as we take, hopefully what happens, what was used as a weapon against Tina, hopefully gets flipped around and becomes the greatest weapon against election manipulators, those manipulating our system, in homage to Tina and what she's suffering now and the heroic action she took with taking those images. What should be the election ecosystem going forward, so we never have to have somebody like Tina Peters take such a heroic action, because it's going to be transparent and verifiable?
It's real simple. Put the voter rolls back into the sole hands of the election officials. Like Tina should have had control of the voter rolls themselves in the counting. And so they should have had a level of transparency themselves, and then they could have in turn provided that transparency to their citizens. They didn't even realize how opaque that system was, because again, they were just blindly believing it. Same thing with the tabulation system. They just blindly believed those tabulators until they had a reason to start questioning them. And as soon as they had that reason to start questioning them, those that were behind them actually attacked them for questioning them rather than helping them find the answers. So what we need to do is bring it back to the county for the voter rolls, and bring back the tabulation to the precincts, and put the citizens back in charge of their own elections. Here's how this could have gone down. All the voter rolls could have been totally public for Mesa County. Tina could have put them out there on the county website if we had this type of system. And then all the tabulation would have been done at the precincts by the citizen themselves, individually, precinct by precinct. And then all those results at the precinct level would have been published and aggregate it all the way on up to get the results of the total county elections. So if anyone questioned the results, all they would have had to do is go to the county website and download all the ballots and look at all the video, and they could have all confirmed it themselves. So Tina wouldn't have been in a dangerous position at all, because she would have just made sure everything was transparent and out there for the citizens. If there's nothing left to put out there, there's nothing left for anyone to try to punish her from putting out there. If we just make elections fully transparent at that point, it's over. No more public information requests, no more state realizing that an image was taken of the black box voting system and then trying to contain that image and stop people from seeing what's inside it. Just make the whole thing transparent. That's all that needs to be done. Tina wouldn't even be in the situation she's in right now. And the other thing that we need to do is we need a national whistleblower protection for election officials. Because I know there are election officials out there that have concerns. I know this because I've been told to my face that they have concerns, but they're too afraid they'll get Tina Petered. So we can't have that. Our elections are so critical to our freedoms. We need to have a system set up that allows election officials to bring concerns forward to whatever authorities and bodies that exist that can help expose and correct these issues. But if someone is manipulating our elections, our officials need to be able to say something about it. And right now, they're too scared. They don't feel like they can say anything. So I want to see a national whistleblower protection just for election officials. And I know there are some that will come out. Probably a whole lot will come out and share a lot of stuff they've been too scared to share.
I think you're right, and I know it's been reported, and we've been on the receiving end of a brief where when Allyn was presented with the information of what the vulnerabilities are, like you just highlighted. From what I'm understanding, he told President Trump, "There's no way we can use machines in elections going forward. We just can't." And he says, "I'm a technologist,
he's right.
but no, we can't use them."
That's absolutely correct. That's why, at first, in November 2020, I thought, okay, I can design a better system than this. And I spent some time re-architecting what the system should look like with voter rolls, the tabulation, the whole deal. And I designed a much better system. But then I went to explain it to someone. And a few seconds into explaining it, I realized, well, these people just have to blindly trust me. Wow, oh my gosh, I can't expect them to blindly trust me. I'm trustworthy, but how do they know that? And what happens if someone else is in my place at some point and they're not trustworthy? So I realized at that point, even though I love using technology to solve problems, we can't use technology in this case because we can't control the system. And we can't have a system based on trust. It's got to be based on transparency as a foundation for the trust.
Yes, again, we went back to radical transparency. So, we see in social media several different folks are talking about evidently conversations that occurred at the White House and other places regarding Tina. And I hope to God that's all true. I hope to God that righteousness is being affected so that the truth comes to the fore. But in the closing moments or so that we have, again, as we just keep the seat warm for Tina, this is her show. What would you say to Tina if you were talking to her right now, to give her some hope, to let her know what you're feeling, and to keep the good fight going?
I would say, hang in there, buddy. There are a lot of people trying to make sure that the truth does come out, and those that were brave enough to find it and share it and shout it are no longer being tortured by those that don't want anyone to know it. And what has happened to you, Tina, is completely disgusting, unfair, horrendous. And all those that are responsible in every possible way for doing what they've done to you I certainly will make sure I do everything possible to hold every single one of them accountable for their actions, because we can never, ever let this happen again to anyone. And God bless you, Tina, for being strong enough for this entire country to bring this toward a solution. Because if you just did what they said and shut up, we wouldn't be where we're at. That's why they hate you so much, because you brought the truth to the people that they have been deceiving all these years. And the last thing they wanted is for anyone to realize that it is an election illusion system and not a transparent election like they claim it is.
Mark, as we get ready to wrap up here, Nate, I remember the information was shared, how Tina was strip searched and so forth, and humiliated, and she was losing hope until she began to sing, and she's singing out to Jesus and a couple songs. Remember, I guess as a little girl, and there was someone else in that pod or something, or in the holding cell or the booking area, that was freaking out, and Tina's singing helped calm that person down. So it's amazing how God uses, even when you're in a extremist situation, God uses you for His perfect plan, even though we're all imperfect. And I honest to God, I feel in my heart that which was used against Tina is going to be used against those who persecuted Tina when the truth comes out. And I know you know what I'm talking about when you look at how God, it's only He could do this. There's certain people in places right now that, boy, we wouldn't have thought they'd be in those locations 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and these folks are there now. And I think that sets the critical path for having the truth come to the fore.
Absolutely, it does. Tina has brought and demonstrated a lot of courage, and that courage is contagious. Absolutely, she gives me a lot of courage. Um, God bless her, and God bless everyone that's fighting for her as well. She is really an amazing person. I'm so excited for people to see the real Tina Peters and see who she really is. Now, a lot of people know, over here, but there's a lot of people that have believed the media lies, that think she's a terrible, uh, horrible person that did these horrible things. I can't wait for the veil to be lifted off their eyes so they can see what a truly amazing person, woman, citizen this person is. Uh, because then they'll realize how much these people lied about her. And then I hope they pay attention to who it was that lied to them.
I hope so too, Mark. And as you know, we pray every day for her. And just leave the audience with this as we wrap up here. I know personally, I do. I know many others do. We pray for Tina every day, and every day I start, every day I end for her. Psalm 91, 1 through 16, to place that hedge of protection around her and to lift her up and to support her, to fortify her, and to give her a long life yet to come, so that hopefully, Mark, when this all gets done, you're working with her, you're in this hopefully White House office, elections are office, and the folks who screwed the elections, you now have to answer to folks like Tina and you, J6ers, the right ones are in BOP, so those folks who are the victims can correct the system.
The citizens of this country deserve that. We deserve to be truly free, not an illusion of free. And even the people that hate me and hate Tina, we are still fighting for them. That's what I hope they understand. And we're going to keep fighting for them. And at some point, they're going to realize, oh my gosh, I was wrong. These people that I've hated all this time actually were trying to help me. That's okay. We'll get there. I'm ready. And I will welcome them with open arms. And I'll still fight for them, even though they think I'm crazy and hate me. I even had someone attack me a little bit yesterday, not physically, but because they don't quite understand it. But that's all right. They'll understand it at some point, and I know I'm doing everything I can to help them. It's going to benefit them when they do have the true freedom that they deserve. We'll get there together.
They deserve. Mark, hey, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for all you're doing. I know we'll see you here in the next week or so. So, but thank you. Thank you for joining us and being part of this honor to fill her seat temporarily. We just keep it warm when Tina gets back here to host her own show again. That'll be the day.
I can't wait till she's back. She's a great host. I'm excited. Praying every day. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it.
God bless, Mark. Thank you. Take care.
Hi, Tina Peters here.
See, today they go after you if you're investigating that sort of thing.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today. Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the f***ing guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Joe Hoft Show. We are glad you are here. We are glad you're here every day. So thank you for being here and supporting us, supporting this channel, supporting Untamed Truth and all our advertisers and each other. Lots going on. By the way, even saying that, you know, you think about it, the left's purpose has been to divide and conquer, pit us against each other. Big time after the 2020 election. A lot of grifters and I think operators were inserted into the election pool. It was difficult to even determine who some of these people were, but I think we've got a pretty good hold now. We know who's running a good program and who's not. And anyways, we've been blessed in a lot of ways. Lots going on. You saw Trump on Friday, less than a week ago, talk about we need to go to paper ballots, same day voting, voter ID, and only citizenship, citizens vote. So great stuff. We're really moving in the right direction. So anyways, thrilled about that, thrilled about all that's going on. And now it's starting to get really real. So we had Bongino over the weekend, Sunday night, being announced that he was going to be the next deputy director of the FBI, right under Cash, and they've already started some activity going after some of these creeps like Soros and Comey. And I'm telling you, Obama, your days are numbered. You're a big freaking crook. We all know it. God only knows if you should have even were even eligible to run for the presidency. And you're a mean, angry guy too, a sicko and sick, perverted, sick guy. And we're going to get you. We're going to get you, Soros, all you creeps that funneled over here, bubbled to the top of this government and just began destroying this country. You communists, you fascists, all of you, we're coming after you. So the news is great. Even in the last 24 hours, they're starting to go after some of these guys. So let's start to show off. This is something from Jesse Waters. It's about going after the grifters. Watch this.
We wouldn't need DOJ if Congress had just done its job. You hear these stories about these bureaucrats taking naps, double dipping, having orgies. Now, there's now a transgender sex chat room at the NSA.
Where?
That Chris Rufo just discovered. Right. People are having sex change operations while working remotely, and the boss has no idea. That's why you have to get a hold of this. And I remember in the 80s and the 90s, I'm older than I look, you had the welfare queens. Remember these people that were on welfare, no job, they're riding around in Cadillacs, and that was exposed. And the Democrats never recovered. It took like 2 decades for the Democrats to recover from that. For some reason, the Democrats are rallying around, I feel you smirking, rallying around these crazy, lazy grifters, and it's going to hurt their brand. I sent my staff an email last night asking for 5 bullet points about what they did last week. We got them. We're going to air them tonight on the show. But I wish you were Jessica.
What?
Why?
Just do me a favor and identify as Jessica for the next 30 seconds, because she was saying that these protests at the town halls were totally organic.
Yep.
And now you find out they're Soros funded.
Yep.
And this is what the media does. They don't cover the $25 million Bert and Ernie in Baghdad. They get these fired USAID workers. Oh, it turns out they're liberal activists. They don't even report how popular these Doge cuts are. It's like 80% popularity. And then when they have a guest on, they're like, oh my God, crying. That's why the CBS Evening News, 25 years ago, 10 million viewers a night. Today, the CBS News, 4.6 million. You know who else gets 4.6? The Five. We have doubled our audience. They have lost half of their audience, and it's because they disguise the news. We don't do that.
Fantastic, and what crap that these guys are working for the government and doing weird perverted stuff in the background in a chat room. What gross sickos, just perverted sick. That isn't who we need running our country or even working in our country. No way, no. We gotta clean this up, and we're doing it. We are absolutely doing it. By the way, they mentioned those numbers, 4 million a day. I guess CBS. I have a hard time believing that. I really have a hard time believing that. I don't know who's watching CBS right now, but that sounds far-fetched. I can't believe that the mainstream media is getting anywhere near those numbers. Cable was, now CNN, MSNBC are just diving. I do believe the number for Fox, but I just think new media like this Untamed, Truth, all these different brands now on the internet. That's where people are going, and that's why they're growing. And by the way, right after the election of 2020, we at the Gateway Pundit, we were knocking it out of the park. I wrote 3 books about the 2020 election. As a result of a lot of this work, we were getting 5 million a day. So, what's 4? You know what I mean? So, anyways, but good news, we're catching this stuff, and good news for Doge, we're catching massive trillions of dollars in fraud. So not only that, now the thing that we've all been waiting for, if you're like me, I want these people in prison. If it's treason and they need to be hung, I want them addressed appropriately. This is outrageous what we've suffered through. And in all aspects, as these communist fascist monsters have tried to take us down, the good Americans, good godly Americans, and it's about time. So yesterday, President Trump signed what he deemed the Jack Smith order. It's just the beginning. You can tell it's just the beginning. But here's President Trump signing that order. It's a big deal. Watch this.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government, who supported it, accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to clog up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
So the Covington and Burlington?
Covington and Burlington.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about Europe? So long term, do you plan to maintain the number of U.S. troops
Wait,
stationed?
I just want to savor this one, please. Who would like this pen? Hey, why don't you send it to Jack Smith? A deranged person.
That was fantastic. Actually, there was another comment. One of these jackass reporters says, "Well, aren't you concerned about targeting people and going after people and you know, being accused of doing that?" And Trump just shut the guy down and just said, "Hey, I've been targeted for 4 to 8 years. These people are monsters. These politicians have gone after me," is what he says. He just shut this guy down. And again, the audacity of this corrupt, disgusting media to ask that question of President Trump. He was shot, for Pete's sakes. He was attacked twice by assassins. And God knows, maybe more. And you know, he survived. So yeah, what a clown. What clowns, corrupt. This is what I'm really seeing. I can't believe how corrupt our media is. It's gross. And the great news is they stand up against Doge and Elon Musk, and America's behind it. And they're like, shut up. This guy's brilliant. Elon Musk, he's brilliant. What they're doing is fantastic. So yeah, great stuff. So that's happening, but at the same time, as we're taking away the money from these monsters, it's going to start biting now, this deep state. And there's probably nobody more deep state than the corrupt, disgustingly dishonest, filthy, nasty, lying, disgusting 6'8" or 6'9" goon that his people at FBI called him Cardinal Comey, because he walked with his arms on his chest like he was some patron saint of the FBI. The guy was an absolute monster crook, and his days are coming. But here's Comey bragging back in the day about how he set up General Flynn. He's happy about it. He makes it insinuate that Flynn did not something wrong. Of course, Flynn did nothing wrong. At that time, they charged him. He didn't know he did nothing wrong. They didn't give him the information that was due him. When he finally got Sidney Powell on board, they start digging into it. She knew exactly what to work for or look for, and she knew exactly who she was working with. She was working with criminals in our DOJ and FBI. The leadership of the DOJ and FBI were as corrupt as hell. They ranked, to me, up there with some of the nastiest of some of the most corrupt regimes in history. And that was James Comey and others. So here's Comey bragging about putting, about targeting General Flynn and getting him. This video, I've seen it before, but something to remind yourself about. This is James Comey.
It's hard to imagine 2 FBI agents ending up in the same room. How did that happen?
I sent them. Something I probably wouldn't have done or maybe gotten away with in a more organized investigation, a more organized administration, in the George W. Bush administration, for example, or the Obama administration. The protocol, 2 men that all of us have perhaps increased appreciation for over the last 2 years. And in both of those administrations, there was process. And so if the FBI wanted to send agents into the White House itself to interview a senior official, you would work through the White House counsel, and there'd be discussions and approvals and who would be there. And I thought, it's early enough, let's just send a couple guys over. And so we placed a call to Flynn, said, hey, we're sending a couple guys over. Hope you'll talk to them. He said, sure. Nobody else was there. They interviewed him in a conference room at the White House Situation Room, and he lied to them. And that's what he's now pled guilty to.
What did he think they were coming over there for?
I don't think he knew. No, we didn't tell him. Just said, sending over a couple of agents. I want to ask you some questions. I didn't have this conversation. My deputy director did. But hope you got a few minutes you can sit down and talk to them. And he said, sure.
What a disgusting, I don't have enough words for Jim Comey. By the way, just to bring some light to the situation, he has 2 daughters, both married now to gentlemen working in the DOJ. His one daughter, by the way, if you remember his daughter up in the Southern District of New York, she was involved with the Epstein case where he was murdered and they claimed it was suicide. And there's some video that she had to not, they came corrupted. We just couldn't get that video to work. That was Comey's daughter. So, and then one of his sons was just recently, I think he was let go because they let go of the prosecutors related to January 6th in DC. And one of Comey's sons was one of those prosecutors. So I assume he got fired along with his dad, father-in-law anyways, Jim Comey, like father, like son. And there you have it. Just such, I'm happy to share this. This family is just never should be in our DOJ, should lose their licenses. These people are not honest, good, God-loving people. It's disgusting what they've done. It just infuriates me, especially watching Comey do that to General Flynn, who was an innocent man. He didn't know what was going on. They snuck in there. They lied about basically what he said. The whole thing was a setup. When Sidney Powell comes in, she asked for all this information. They didn't give it all to her. They just finally said, well, we're just going to drop the case. And Flynn never did get all the evidence he asked for, because that would have proven these monsters were absolute criminals going after Flynn. They needed to get Flynn. I think Obama hated Flynn because Flynn started standing up against Obama's crazy policies of feeding actually billions to the Iranians. It was insane. So good news. James Comey is going to be on the check. They're doing an investigation now. Comey, maybe you've heard about it. I didn't know a lot about this, but apparently President Trump was a target of Comey in 2015. They put a couple honeypots in to Trump's campaign. I didn't even know if I even appreciated all this. I knew George Papadopoulos had a honeypot that was brought into in his universe before the 2016 election. I didn't realize President Trump did as well. And that was Comey, and Comey did it. And my understanding is he knew it wasn't right because he kept it siloed out of this normal system, and he managed it like up here on a shelf where nobody else could see it. So that's what they're looking into now. That sounds pretty sinister and criminal to me, if you ask me, for sure. Comey is something else. Here's a video of him recently, before, I think this was before the 2024 election. I don't think it was 2020, where he's saying, oh, we're going to have to vote for Biden. Maybe it was 2020, but look at how scared he is of Trump, another Trump administration. Take a look at this.
Are you concerned that it may get a test unlike any other if Donald Trump is reelected? I mean, when you think about a second Trump administration, what do you think the implications would be for the FBI?
Oh, serious, for the Justice Department and the FBI, because Trump is coming for those institutions. He knows their power, and I think he has regrets that he didn't work hard enough to corrupt them last time. So he's coming for them, and that's a danger for all Americans. He's going to put people in positions in those organizations. He didn't have all stars the last time. He'll have the bottom of the barrel this time, but people who will want to do his will, and that should worry every American. This election matters. Because of a reason like that, people have to participate. You cannot sit on the sideline. I don't care how you feel about Joe Biden, you must vote for him because the consequences on the other side are too severe.
He looks scared there, doesn't he? He looks scared. Well, he should be, because there's an investigation looking into just one of his crimes right now. So he should be scared. Maybe you also remember back to the 2016, before the election, how Hillary had gotten in all that trouble with her emails. And the FBI investigated, and they found out that there were, yes, indeed, there were a number of emails that she had in a server that were classified that she shouldn't have kept on her own premises. Here's the thing about that. Comey let her go, but the problem is, what was in those emails? How come we don't know what was in those emails? To me, I'll bet you there was so much filth and corruption in those emails, we'd be appalled, maybe throwing up today with what was in those. So anyways, Comey's such a creep. But here, I remember seeing this back in 2016 and putting it up. It's brilliant, and it's still brilliant today. It's a remix of Comey exonerating Hillary. Take a look.
Good morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton. What I want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What
6 of those chains secret, and 8 contained confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make? Everything I did was permitted. There was no law, no regulation.
Secretary Clinton should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
None of these emails should have been on any kind of unclassified system, not even Gmail.
Well, first of all, nothing was marked classified.
To the contrary.
Nothing was marked classified.
There is evidence that
Nothing was marked classified.
Now let me tell you what we found. 110 emails.
It was not the best choice.
52 email chains.
It was a mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains were top secret.
Was it the best choice?
6 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
and 8 contained confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
With respect to our recommendation, this is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. Although there is evidence, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. What difference at this point does it make? 110 emails.
It wasn't the best choice.
52 email chains.
I made a mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains were top
was not a good choice.
6 of those chains.
I said it.
That thing is so great. That is so funny. I'm dancing, in the background here with Ann Vandersteel, who's our guest coming up. We're having a good time doing the Trump dance to this great video. We'll have to play it again when Ann's here. We'll show you our dance moves. It's pretty amazing stuff. So anyways, one other piece I wanted to mention, George Soros is not out of it now. It looks like they're starting to wake up on George Soros as well. The FCC is looking into a recent purchase of George Soros. I think one of the most corrupt and devilish person in U.S. history, if not world history. He is sinister, helped the Nazis as a young boy, sent Jews to concentration camps. I can't think of somebody more disgusting and evil than this guy for sure. He seems to be the kingpin behind all this corruption. So here's a brief clip from, I believe this was Morning Maria talking with this head of the FCC. He's going to be looking into him right away here. So anyways, take a look at this.
Question in terms of ensuring that everyone gets treated fairly. In the past, you've said, look, if your name is Musk or if your name is somebody who the administration doesn't like, you're going to get different treatment. And that's been the case for the last couple of years, hasn't it?
Yeah, look, that type of lawfare is going to end. For too long in this government, particularly over the last couple of years, your last name dictated how the government treated you. If your last name was Soros, well, the commission bent over backwards and gave you a special, unprecedented commission-level shortcut to buy 200 radio stations. If your last name was Musk, well, then you lost $800 million contracts that you lawfully got. Everybody now is going to get a fair shake going forward.
Will Soros still be able to acquire those 200 radio stations?
There's a petition for reconsideration pending at the FCC right now, and I want to take a very hard look at that.
Okay. We're going to be watching your work closely. Commissioner, thank you so much.
It's all just the tip of the iceberg. So much is going on now. It's unreal and it's fantastic. So lots going on, and we're praying. And this is it's like another day of Christmas. Again, every day seems to be getting great. Anyways, before we go to break, I want to mention one of our supporters here at this channel, and how you can get involved and help us out. And I want to share this with you. The world's smartest investors aren't buying oil stocks. They're collecting mailbox money from oil royalties instead. I'm talking about passive income that shows up month after month, starting with as little as 25 bucks. Visit hoftoilboom.com. That's HOFTOILBOOM.com to discover how to tap into this monthly royalty checks from America's most productive oil basin. You don't need to be wealthy or connected. You just need a regular brokerage account. That's hoftoilboom.com to learn more. You can reach out to this website, and or you could also start collecting oil royalty checks very soon. So wanted to promote that. These are one of our supporters. Hopefully you can help us with that. We'll be right back right after this with the great dancer as well. and Vandersteel. So we'll Hi, this is Joe Hoft. Are you looking for monthly income without the risk of stocks? Here's something you won't hear about on CNBC. There's a unique way to collect royalties directly from America's most productive oil fields. No exploring, drilling, or operational headaches. You simply collect checks month after month. The best part? You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. The Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lechtenfeld, breaks down what he believes is the #1 royalty play for 2025. Visit HoftOilBoom.com now to learn more. That's HoftOilBoom.com, HoftOilBoom.com. Stop buying oil stocks and start collecting oil royalty checks now instead.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF. What is DCF, you ask? We're the best damn sandwich shop in the universe. Do we sell hoagies? Well, we're DCF, and the F doesn't stand for hoagies. We got 9mm sandwiches, we got beastly baguettes, and we toast buns like no other. Looking for training on bun safety? We got you covered, and our ranges are the best place to test out your new Not sandwich. So get your buns out, cause the sun's out, and let's party! We're not actually a sandwich shop.
Hey, we are back. This is Joe Hoft on the Joe Hoft Show with none other than the great Ann Vandersteel. Ann, welcome to the Joe Hoft Show.
Joe, good to be with you. Listen, that was we got to dance more often because, frankly, we have a lot to celebrate. That video is just epic of Hillary Clinton and James Comey.
Oh man,
I love our side. We meme so much better than the other guys. We're just the bomb.
I saw some great stuff this morning too. I saw some great stuff. There was one that came out. I'll have to send it to you later. I was going to put it up on the show today, and maybe I'll get it up tomorrow. But it's about Trump mega Gaza. Trump Gaza. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I've just seen it. He looks like the Don, like not because he's Donald, but he looks like the Don as he's kicking back on the beach, and it's a beautiful setting, and it goes from rubble to just gold.
Yeah, gold everywhere. Yeah.
That's
so cool. I'd heard that Trump's message about Gaza and the U.S. taking it over. I have heard that they found a bunch of oil there. Have you heard that?
Well, it doesn't surprise me, because they have the world's largest reserve of natural gas is off the coast of Gaza. So where there's one, there's the other. Typically, I've never heard of it not being in that situation. So they are, it's a massive reserve of oil. Listen, the fact of the matter is none of that stuff was ever in short supply, but they've manufactured these crises everywhere, right? We've got energy crisis, we have a health crisis, we have a food crisis. Everything is a crisis, and it's because it's manufactured by these people who are trying to control us. So I think what President Trump is trying to do, and it's sometimes in the fog of war, Joe, it's really hard to understand. And sometimes I have to go, wait a minute, whose side is he on? Because I get a little freaked out. But when I step back and I look at what he's doing, he's liberating all of us, not just Americans, from the deep state, from the financial terrorists and the international bankers, the private bankers. He's liberating the world from all of the same evil people. And, even Israel has infiltration. They have problems in their government like we do. Nobody's immune from the deep state terrorism that has taken over these countries. And until we get the dollar in whatever form it is, predominantly, hopefully backed by gold and the natural resources we have in our country, nobody wanted it anymore. Look, they were dumping our treasuries all over. BRICS had to stand up their own stuff with their own asset-backed currency, which made a heck of a lot more sense than our inflationary zero net worth dollar. So with Trump bringing all this back together, I think this is going to be a bonus round. Like he said, golden. This is the golden age, not just for Americans, it's for humanity. It's really amazing what's happening. And in the meantime, you see losers like, Gavin Newsom, without their USAID funded fourth branch of government, providing lip service for them, having to turn to podcasting. I love it. I told him, I said I'd be his first guest. I'll go toe to toe. No talking points in advance needed, Gavin.
No kidding. Oh my God, that's just pathetic. I don't know. I don't know who's going to watch it. I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Hey, if you were his guest, he said he would bring on people from, opposite viewpoints. If you were his guest, I'd tune in. It'd be a banner crowd. I mean, I'd love to see you go toe to toe with that guy.
I'd love to destroy that guy for sure. California is a mess. It's financially, it's elections, everything. I've written a number of pieces about Orange County there. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yes, you had some great election stuff on Orange County.
I'm telling you, it's a mess out there. And I offered to do an audit.
That's
and
right.
They didn't respond for a couple weeks, and then I did get a response last night. So
really, what did they say?
Well, it's you can do an audit, but before you hire anybody, I probably better let you know this. And I'm summarizing it. This is my quick understanding of what he said. Well, if you want to look at the ballots or the envelopes, well, you can't have access. So, unless you get a court order. So good luck there, basically. And then the second category, if you want to look at the systems or any of these machines or devices, well, and this is breaking news, by the way, not many people know I got this letter. They say, well, you can't have access because if you touch these machines, we're going to have to buy new ones, and we don't want to do that. So you can't look at the ballots or the envelopes. You can't look at the machines. And then there's the voter rolls. But if you want to look at that data, well, there's all these fields, and we're not sure we can give you access to that either. So other than that, feel free to go ahead and do an audit. But you can't look at the systems, you can't look at the ballots, and vote and all that. And I'm just like, well, that's something else.
That sounds like Jenna Griswold's twin sister must be running as Secretary of State in California, some distant relative, or maybe half the egg count. I'm not sure, but wow, that is a joke. Yeah. As if the American people can't see through that. You need to publish that whole letter, Joe. I mean, that's hysterical.
Yeah, thanks. It is. It's funny. My response to him is going to be this. This is kind of like a Saturday Night Live skit or something. It's a comedy skit. It's like, you can do it. It's like, well, yeah, you can come to my house, but you can't come in. Don't touch my doorbell. Don't knock. And other than that, yeah, stop on by, It's like, what is this? It's crazy. So, yeah, the transparency is the thing that really grabs me about our elections, difference between that and corporate and in the election process. And I was wondering about the government. Is the government all like this? But the fact that we can't have this transparency, and yet it's our elections. It's not their elections, it's our elections. And I compare that to the corporate world. And I've done, maybe you've heard me share this, audits around the world, including in communist China. And when I went to communist China, they gave me everything I wanted. I never had a problem. They gave me everything. So they are more transparent, at least the audits I did in China, than our election processes in the U.S.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I actually did a FOIA on myself. Gosh, I guess it's been well over a year, and it took 8 months to get the FOIA information back. But the reason I wanted to do a FOIA was because after January 6th, I was put on the domestic terror list, the Quiet Skies program in April of 2021, long before Tulsi Gabbard. Really, I was the first person, I think, put on that list. And I was traveling, somewhere between 4 to 6 flights a week for like 2 years because Steel Truth was always moving around. Yeah. And it was really a hassle. And it was the TSA was ruthless. I mean, utterly ruthless. I missed flights. They would make me go through security again. I'd fail bomb tests. It was like a nightmare. But I did a FOIA because I wanted to know, I wanted them to tell me that I was on the Quiet Skies list, because when I first got a letter that says I was going to no longer qualify for TSA PreCheck program, which I'd been a member of for years, including the Clear program, because I travel a lot, they didn't give me a reason why. They just said they checked my name against 4 databases, which include national security, regulatory, IRS, and something else. So I was like, okay, what's the reason? They didn't give me a specific reason other than I was not a low enough security threat. I did a FOIA to ask. Do you know they finally, after 8 months, gave me a letter back from the DOJ, because I FOIA'd DOJ, FBI, TSA, DHS. I got one letter that said my name was still part of an active investigation. And this is before President Trump actually won. And of course, before we started pardoning J6ers. I think now that DOJ has got their eyeballs inside the DOJ and the FBI and all these agencies, I'm going to FOIA DOJ and be like, can you help me find out what it was that put me on this list? Because I was treated like a terrorist. Why not? I mean, there's some transparency that I should be told what I did. Don't you think, if there's an investigation?
No, absolutely. That's unbelievable. You hear this stuff. I've talked to some of these January 6ers. A guy named Evans out of West Virginia ran for office up there. He said,
"Oh, Derek Evans, he's fabulous."
Yeah, he's great. And he said, yeah, he had to go. He went through security, had to walk about 100 feet, and then that was his gate. And they had him do the whole thing over before he could get on the flight. Delayed the flight. Everybody's pissed at him because the flight's delayed. He's just trying to get on a flight because he was a January 6er.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Just bullying. It's really all this stuff is like what we read about as kids in communist, Russia. How you just get just attacked all the time.
Yeah.
And that prevents people then from standing up, out of fear. We're so blessed.
We are blessed. And I heard you before you came to the segment with me talking about, I guess it was the law firm and what they did to General Flynn. I just want to put a little extra color on that. This is not a well-known fact, but in September of 2017, I interviewed Scott Bennett, who wrote a book called The Shell Game. I don't know if you ever interviewed him, but he was a prisoner along with another gentleman, Bradley Birkendale, who was a UBS whistleblower. This is circa 2008 and 2009 when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. And you will remember this. We had the Swiss banking scandal where there was 19,000 Swiss bank accounts that state sponsors of terror were laundering money through these Swiss banks. And the Clinton Foundation was on the take, not only from the Swiss bank, but also from these countries that were state sponsors of terror, like Saudi Arabia and Iran and Qatar and UAE and Dubai, whatever. So long story short, UBS whistleblower Bradley Birkendale came forward and they threw him in jail, where he met Scott Bennett, who was also in jail for another reason. But they met and they came to the consensus that, Covington Burling was a very corrupt law firm because it represented not only these Swiss banks that were laundering all this money that disappeared, by the way, no one ever found the 19,000 Swiss bank accounts, but that firm also represented all these countries that are known state sponsors of terror. At that point, I had just interviewed Joe Flynn and I had just met Sidney Powell at a Turning Point event. And Sidney had asked me to interview her about her book. Joe, I didn't know who she was. This is a long time ago. Yeah. She had just written her book, License to Lie. Nobody knew who this nice lady was. And I said, sure, I'll interview you. She seemed lovely. I interviewed her and I was like, wow, this book's unbelievable. Now I understand how they got Obamacare through. It was, it was Sullivan and it was Ted Stevens and all this stuff. So I was like, this is interesting. So I'm trying to get to the short story. When I realized who Robert Kellner is, because that's the attorney that they're talking about with this money laundering through Covington Burling, I said, oh my God, Robert Kellner, when I've studied the whole Flynn debacle, was the attorney that represented General Flynn in his FARA paperwork when he filed for the Flynn Intel Group that was doing lawful business with Dutch companies inside of Turkey. And Mike Flynn Jr. was actually responsible for that sort of back-end paperwork. The FBI, when James Comey, that slime ball, sent those agents in, Strzok and Pientka, to go interview General Flynn, they, they lied about his 302, and they got Flynn to agree to the lie when they fabricated the new 302 because they were going to squeeze him on intentionally filed faulty FARA paperwork that Robert Kellner, the attorney that Flynn hired to represent his company to make sure his filings were clean with the federal government, his FARA paperwork. And that's how they set him up. And Flynn sacrificed himself because he didn't want to put Junior in prison. They were going to try and jail Junior. That was the story behind it. So when I realized all this was going on, I picked up the phone and called Joe, who I'd only interviewed once. And I said, oh my God, your brother has got a terrible attorney. And I just met this really nice lady, Sidney Powell. You should try and track her down. Wouldn't you know, Joe went to Dallas to a conference where he tracked her down, and the rest is history. How about that?
And how about that? That's an amazing story. My God.
Never really told it before. Never told that publicly. Wow. That's just, it's all this behind the scenes crazy stuff that goes on when you're in our little world.
So to clarify then, this attorney that I'd heard Flynn had this attorney, they filed for the FARA, but then they also represented him. Some people said that was a conflict of interest because they filed for him. Now they're representing him. And they obviously didn't do a good job. And
by design.
Because they got him in a lot of trouble. Yeah, they got him in a lot of trouble.
By design, conflict of interest, and they got him to agree to take a plea and admit guilt for something he didn't do. He didn't lie at all. They fabricated the 302. And I remember reporting way back when Sarnovich was doing it also. We were all saying, where's Joe Pientka? Where's Joe Pientka? Where's that 302? Where's the original 302? We knew what they did. And eventually the truth comes out, and it came out so badly, the DOJ, as you know, finally spiked the case and said, we're throwing in the towel. It was Sullivan, the judge, who was obviously, God only knows, he's being told to continue that case. He's now legislating and attacking from the bench. You can't do that. So, it's really crazy.
I'll tell you a story connected to that. So remember Sullivan brought in another judge to kind of like help him prosecute the case, which was insane.
It was like an amicus. It was like an amicus judge. Yep.
And his name was, oh God, I just had his name, Sweeney or something.
Sweeney sounds right, sort of, but I remember the situation.
Right. But anyways, I just had the guy's name as you were talking, and I lost it. But here's what's wild about that story. So 33 years ago, a guy by the name of Mike Sessa was indicted for murder in New York City. He was a mob member. He and some other people were found guilty of this crime of murdering somebody. Mike is still in prison 33 years later. The problem with the case is they ended up using a witness who happened to be a mafia hitman, who many people believe he's the actual murderer. And this is all happening in New York. And this prosecutor of Mike Sessa was none other than Weissman. Can you believe
Andrew Weissman?
Andrew Weissman.
Wow.
And he withheld information from the court. He says, well, I think he said something like, well, I can't give you the name of the witness, Judge, but it's a good, valid witness and in good standing. But if we gave you his name, his life would be in danger. They did that, remember, with the whistleblower against Trump. Same thing. Well, we can't tell you who it is, but it's a valid, source where we all think it's Charmel.
Remember, we couldn't say Eric CIA Morella.
Yeah, that's perfect. So anyways, this Weissman, so this guy knows Weissman. I was writing about Weissman. He starts writing me from prison saying, hey, Joe, this guy's been doing this for 30 some years. Wow. And then he was involved and Sidney Powell wrote about him in that License to Lie. And then he takes over the Mueller gang and he's doing the same stuff 33 years later. Other guys, there was 4 guys that were indicted right after Sessa that ended up, their case was either thrown out or they were found not guilty because the witness turned out to be a mafia hitman. But it's the same guy that Sessa had. And he's sitting in jail 33 years. They're keeping him in there probably because he knows too much on Weissman. Yeah. And one of the people that worked with him was this judge that then went and worked with Sullivan. The same guy was in the New York group, along with Weissman, along with Jim Comey, along with Loretta Lynch. They were all New York Eastern District of the DOJ. Just a bunch of crooks. Is that amazing?
It's so utterly incredible. That New York State, the SDNY, the EDNY, what a cesspool. What a cesspool. And then you layer in what we know about Nexium and Hillary Clinton and just, all of it. It's so incredible. And I remember, Joe, in 2017, I was live on Your Voice America when we used to podcast on Periscope with Bill Mitchell and Jack Posobiec and a bunch of others.
Wow.
And we had a huge podcast back then because nobody was doing what we're doing right now. We were very unique in a lot of ways. And I said to Bill Mitchell, I said, not only does Congress in Washington, D.C. need an enema of epic proportion to get rid of the cesspool, I said, but moreover than that, we are going to come to learn that around the world, 85% of world leadership is basically infiltrated with pedophiles and child sex traffickers. And boy, man, did David Brock and Media Matters and James Alefantis and all those people come for me. They sent me their own special brand, a band of trolls directly from John Brennan. And I think Keith Ellison was involved in all this stuff. It was an insane time. I was just getting absolutely targeted, like crazy targeted. They were doing live streams with death threats and physical attacks, all kinds of crazy stuff. But I remember someone, coming to the conclusion several years later, I was wrong. It was 95%. It wasn't 85. So anyway.
Yeah, unbelievable. But yeah, and so you wonder, and how many people do you think really are, if we took out 1,000 people, meaning we put them in prison, got them out of society, how many would it take to clean this country up?
Oof. How many would we have to drain to clean this country up? Well, first of all, we'd have to start with all the illegals that are here. I mean, frankly, I'm for deporting all of them. The people are going to say, oh, you're separating families. No, then the family has a choice to go with, the child can go with the mother and father. I don't believe in this nonsense of other interpretation of the 14th and birthright citizenship. That's not the intention. All that needs to just, we need a clean slate. I'm all for immigration. My father was a legal immigrant. I believe in it, but not what we have today. And in terms of Washington, D.C., I think the real estate market there is telling you the swamp and the trash are taking itself out. You've got over 8,000 homes in the 10 square miles of D.C. for sale right now. That's a price correction of at least 30%, somewhere between 150 to 200,000 on average per home has been reduced. Wow. So the swamp and the trash are taking itself out right now. And that's a great start. I think if we start by draining the agency government and just getting rid and shrinking the federal government a la Doge, what they're doing is fantastic. But as far as the criminals in this country, I look at the way the corporations have been run in this public-private partnership. It is so incestuous. You don't know where government ends and a public corporation begins. They have literally come together, and that's the regulatory fault. Frankly, that is where you have industry leaders going from, say, corporation A or B or C in a set industry over to the agency that's to regulate these companies over here, that industry. And when you have profits from previous industry titans in government, they don't want to see their corporate stock get trashed. So no matter how bad the news is coming out of corporate America, they are not going to penalize them. And if so, it's going to be a small little slap on the wrist because they can't afford to see their own corporate profits destroyed, because that means their retirement is at stake. We have got to stop all of that, Joe. It's got to be very simple. And there's, we have lost the idea and the beauty of that local government and how important that is, that nest egg. It's sort of like me worrying about what's going on in your house and not giving a crap about what's going on in mine makes no sense. I got to worry about what's happening in my own kitchen and my kids and everything here before I'm going to worry about Joe Hoft and his family. Because if I don't, my family could fall apart. So if we're constantly putting our nose where it doesn't belong, which is what the government's been doing, and not minding our own stores personally, we have ourselves to blame, unfortunately. But I think we're coming around to that realization, and people are getting active, which is exciting.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, Ann, just a question, Mark. I maybe should have started with this, but what's your story? When did you start kind of getting into the news business? I don't know if you'd call it the news business that you're in. How would you define what it is that you do, and how'd you get into it? When did you get into this?
Actually,
I've heard about you for a long time, by the way.
I think we're in the sewer business, Joe. We're constantly, wading through the muck, the yuck,
Yeah.
as they say. I don't want to say the other
Right.
word, but you know what I mean. It started, I worked for President Trump in the 90s and I loved him then. He was a fantastic boss. He was very, very great hands-on when he would come into our building, which was weekly, and talk to the ladies in the office. We had a very small office, 5 women. He asked questions and then he shut up and listened, which was great. In 2015, when he came down the escalator, I said, well, I guess I got to get on that platform that Jay-Z and Beyonce use, that thing called Twitter, because I thought it was just a bunch of nonsense. But I got on, I found a voice, people found me. And next thing I know, I ended up on this podcast, Your Voice America. And from there, I launched my own show. And it just kind of organically grew. I come from a sort of a James O'Keefe background. My mother was the original James O'Keefe. When I grew up, she was doing that kind of work, just really holding people accountable on waste, fraud, and abuse. And I grew up helping her wordsmith pieces. She put out newsletters, some of them public under her name, some of them under pen names. Art Bookwald was a name she used for a long time, and she just lambasted the local government. It was great, and got a lot of people up in arms. And you know what? In our town that I grew up in, Joe, we didn't just lever pull. We didn't just vote Republican or Democrat. People voted for the best person on the issues in which they decided and the positions they took. And that's what was unique about my mom, even though she was a Republican and my dad libertarian. They voted Democrat for the mayor many times because he stood on the issues better than the Republican. And so I think that's what we need to get back to in this country. The fact that they even bastardized our political process in the late 1800s when they reintroduced the idea of Whigs and Tories a la Republicans and Democrats. We were Americans. And then all of a sudden we became Republicans and Democrats, and then we became U.S. citizens. And it's been a slide into this communist abyss since then, but we are pulling ourselves out, and President Trump is restoring the republic by reducing this de facto fake agency government and restoring the de jure, the real republic. It's a beautiful thing to witness and live through. We are blessed to be a witness to the restoration of God's second covenant nation, truly.
I agree. I think, maybe we talked about this the other day, by the way. It was great seeing you and your husband at
Likewise.
that event with Able Child, and Jim got that award.
Jim got that award. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was really, really nice event.
After you got the award last year, which was awesome.
Yeah, thanks. And it was an honor to be there and to see that. And along with Jim, we had those 2 ladies from Reform Pharma, Bobby Kennedy's group. They
Incredible.
were great. And then that doctor that received an award too.
Yep.
I had Charlene Bollinger on the show. Was it this Friday? I guess it was Friday. And she came out with a new movie. I believe one of those doctors in that movie. So
yeah.
It's about something about standing up against the lies that we've been fed. And I've watched the first half of it or so. I want to see the whole thing. It's great. But he was in there. He's talking about how the doctors here in Florida were basically paid to, I'd say, to put people on hospice, which is really to kill people.
Sure.
And outrageous stuff, but she shared that anyways. So yeah, it was a great event. That guy was something else too, wasn't he?
The whole event was fantastic. And, Sheila, who runs that event, is an exceptional woman. At the end of the day, what we are witnessing is the wake-up call that I believe, and I don't want to sound preachy, but life is not as complicated as we make it to be. If we look at what is put on this planet and we recognize there's 2 sexes, just the fundamentals, and we just can, set the nut bags aside for a minute and just go back to the basics. We have everything we need. And, Charlene and Ty Bollinger are exceptional people. I mean, major kudos and mad love for them. They supported the work that we did out in North Carolina through Ground Zero, North Carolina, and the folks from the Remnant Ministry out of Texas that came to do a lot of work in human trafficking. Very generous to support all those efforts. And kudos and shout outs. They are truth tellers and have been doing this for years longer than you or I. They've been around for a long time. And as Charlene will attest, she's seen truth tellers come and go in this business. And it's, you can see the charlatans now from a mile away, or at least I think we can after 10 years of being around this whole ethos of new media. But this is where we are evolving at this point, which is, you could look at it as devolution. We're going back to the basics of what God has created for our lawful system, our true, law and order, for our health and wellness, and basically to protect the sanctity of life. At the end of the day, that's what God wanted us to do, and be here, have dominion over this earth, enjoy life, treat others as you want to be treated, right? And what we have right now is anything but that. They have bastardized and completely inverted everything that we do, including our food system, our healthcare system, our financial system, just respect for others that God created around the world. We're now pitted to hating somebody because they don't look like us. This is, that's all inorganic. It's not organic. And as people come to realize, when we start to see on social media, Romanians standing outside for Georgescu's removal, waiting for him, they've now made him a political prisoner, which is this close to what President Trump became, a political prisoner, just like our J6ers were hostages. People are waking up saying, we're done with the tyranny. We're done with the big government. We, the people, want to rule again. And they're recognizing that God made us to be free. Just Americans have had the pleasure of being able to immortalize that into a document. But we forsake those documents just like we've forsaken our God. And it's all coming back to that. And, you guys, what you've done, your column, the Gateway Pundit, and other great media outlets have really, I think, helped restore the intellect of the Americans. It's just beautiful to be a witness to.
That's awesome. I was talking to, actually another lady, I think I can share her name, Pamela Geller, who was
I
really
love
instrumental.
Pamela
I do
Geller.
too. Yeah, she's
Oof.
so strong.
Powerful.
She stood up against radical Islam with the courage of a warrior. And we
Amy
were
Meck.
talking about, yeah, she's fantastic. We were talking about Trump and what we're going through right now. And she said, I said, I think this is historic. This is like a story that you'll share in 2,000 years from now, like Romeo and Juliet or whatever. It's so Macbeth or whatever. This story of this billionaire with this beautiful family running for president, beating Hillary, getting targeted, then almost impeached, and then impeached twice, and then they tried to throw him out of office, and then they steal the election, and then he ends up getting arrested how many times, almost thrown in prison for 700 years or whatever it is. Then he gets shot. Then another guy tries to shoot him. Then he wins the election. And Elon Musk jumps on board, the world's richest man, not just a rich man, but the world's richest man actually ever. And he joins Trump. And then Bobby Kennedy Jr. joins Trump, the one remaining Kennedy that seems to just is so spot on with so much. And then the rest of the people now piled on. Dan Bongino just the list is awesome. The story is magnificent. I think this is going to be really powerful. She goes, I think he's the most important guy maybe in world history, one of the top 5. So she goes, David, Napoleon, Trump. Putting it in perspective, and I know liberals' heads would pop off when I say that, I don't think she's too far off. This time that we're living in, like you're saying, it's not just magical, but it's historic. This stuff, and we're living in it right now. You're right. We should be just celebrating.
We should be. And in fact, the joke that, that's been made over and over with the memes is Trump's going to have his face on Mount Rushmore. Well, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Look at everything he's managed to accomplish. And I think the next couple of years, to Bongino's credit, stepping aside from a podcast where he's making upwards of $3 million+ a year, successfully earning every penny of it, I absolutely begrudge none of that. Good for him. He's done one hell of a job. And talk about inside information. Come on, he knows how the sausage is made working under the Hillary Clinton, regime, or Bill Clinton regime, I should say. But, to see him step into that role, I was talking about it this morning with my husband. I said, I think he's probably only going to have to do this for a couple of years, because if Trump, and he alluded to it again in his press conference, but if he goes and makes a move for paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, get rid of, I don't know, clean up the voter rolls, get rid of Eric, whatever you got to do to make sure we have true, serious elections, then 2026 is going to be a red wave like we've never seen. Truly, we are going to the country is going to show who they really are, and we'll have a reflective and and reflexive election to basically bolster our conservative values in the representatives that we have. Will Bongino be needed after that point? I don't know. I think he can go back to being a podcaster if he wants, or he can retire and they can get changing of the guard. And if these agency heads that Trump has picked do their jobs, the agencies will be slimmed down or eradicated like Linda McMahon and her challenge and edict basically from President Trump. Do your job right, Linda, you won't have a job. I'd like to see a little more of that across some other agencies. I'd like to see the FBI really become more of an NCIS or an Interpol supercomputer, a research tool, and send these agents out to be part of the sheriff's department as, you know, and grow that group of intelligence and officers and law enforcement. Keep everything local because, as you know, what's good on your dinner table doesn't necessarily feed my family. We may not have the same taste. And so that's why you have to have local law enforcement. It's why these federal agencies don't work. They're not effective. I mean, in North Carolina, in 10 weeks, the only thing we saw from FEMA was these camps they set up to enrich themselves. It was money laundering, Joe. It wasn't doing anything in the field. And if they were in the field, they were avoiding Trump supporters that had signs in their yards. So, you know, this whole idea that the federal government can reach into your local community and decide what's best for you never has worked, ever. And so I do believe that what we're witnessing is that return to the local action having a national impact. And we're going to restore the fabric one county at a time. And when every single county's crochet circle is closed back up again and we have no loose threads, we're going to knit that beautiful blanket of freedom all over our entire country, and we can return to operating like a union of states as our Constitution originally declared. So I'm so excited about what's happening right now. I really am.
I think it's yeah, fantastic. I tell you what, Ann, we could talk for hours, but you know, Chris, can we get that James Comey tape? Can you play that for a little bit here as we close the show today? Maybe we can dance on out.
Let's dance on out.
If you can do our Trump,
We'll do our Trump
dance. See if Chris, you can get that. I don't know if he's ready for me or not, but anyways, that'd be the way to end this show. But Ann, it's a pleasure having you. You know, really incredible information. I didn't know you started this in 2015. I thought you were around for 20 years or something. I had no idea.
No.
You've been doing
Babe
so
in the
great.
woods. Babe in the woods, Joe.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess Chris must have dumped the Trump video. I'm not sure. So, or the James Comey video. That thing's a classic, though. Like you said, you've seen it a number of times. I've seen it a number of times. It's appropriate now. I think James Comey needs to go to prison,
Yes.
and actually,
Brennan.
or worse, you know, with if it's treason, which I think it was. I always thought it was. You can't try to remove a president from office through you know, through the techniques they did. I think it's really powerful that maybe we will see some real justice coming up here soon, and that we need it. So
Yeah. Well, if Jason Burmis has his way, as he told us earlier today, he'd put them all in the prison with 24-hour live streaming so we could watch them all, you know, in their most indecent of moments, because, you know, the public humiliation, I think would be far worse than a firing squad. I'd rather be shot to death than be on TV 24/7.
oh my God, that'd be brutal. That'd be
Wouldn't it?
brutal.
Yeah.
Put them in solitaire for the time period they did with some of these Jan Sixers. Let's see how
Yeah.
they handle that.
That's
It's
right.
outrageous. Anyways, well, Ann, thanks so much for being here. Have a great day. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Joe.
all you do. You've been doing great
Likewise.
work. Thanks a lot.
Likewise. Bye.
All right. We'll be back tomorrow on the Joe Hoft Show. Thanks so much for being here. See you then.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
What's up, guys? It's Apollo here. Good to see you all. Let me check out everybody in the chat. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's Hump Day. It's Wednesday. Battle Axe Cindy, Ultra Mega Pat. I love saying hi to you guys in the chat now that we're live again. Jeff McKenzie, how you doing? Merk. Amen and amen. Sallyon, good to see you. Murph, how you doing? Lynn Boss, love you. Good to see you guys all. Joe is rocking the business as Joe does. So he's not going to be on today. We might have Joe Hoft joining us. We're going to have Peter Bernegger on later as well. But we're going to be talking about some stuff. You know what I don't love, guys? The IRS. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the IRS as well today. But it's going to be fun. So we'll talk about things going on, Elon's statements about getting rid of the IRS and going to a flat tax, and a few other things. I'll discuss what's on my mind. Peter Bernegger will be on in halfway through the hour to talk about Smurfing and some of the things that he's been working on. And we'll try to have a little fun today as well. So you guys give your best to pray for our brother Joe Oltmann. I want to say thank you to everybody for being back here. It's been a while since I've been able to host. I think the last time was a few weeks ago. And we're going to have a fun time. So Untamed is back. Again, it's Wednesday. Good to be back with y'all. And let's start another show of Untamed.
Untamed is going to be untamed. It's going to be a little crazy. I want to talk to my people. I want to talk to my brothers and sisters. We can have grace and humility in how we interact with other people.
Oh, hot dog, look at you. And nobody talked about what's really happening.
And let's have conversations about what truth is.
All right, so welcome back again, everybody. Make sure if you're not getting text messages, let us know. You can text Untamed 89517. Best is yet to come in the chat says, hello, Apollo. Hello right back to you. It's good to see you again. Let me change that real quickly. And I'm so excited to have you guys all back here today. Battle Axe Cindy, blessings. Much love to you as well. Sallyon says, any chance the IRS will be abolished before taxes are due? That's a great question. I feel like there's been memes about this. I know they've been putting out some commentary about this saying, hey, I'm thinking maybe we just gamble, wait it out, file an extension and we'll see what happens with the IRS. And, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But let's go to a few tweets, shall we? So first of all, where do we start? Elon Musk puts up, this is a parody. This is a parody. Again, the parody account. This is the Elon Musk AOC. Wouldn't it be great if this actually was Elon? That would be kind of funny. But we are thinking about deleting the IRS and going with a simple flat tax. No need to file taxes. Super easy to pay. Thoughts? And this was a couple days ago. Now, of course, there were some fun. There are varied responses. Like, the real Elon would never support a flat tax. That would mean he'd have to pay taxes and couldn't get rich off our money. There's a lot of Elon haters out there. Sounds great. Need educating the people on this. Does it mean I and ERM or other multi-billionaires have to pay the same amount of taxes? Means I'm paying a higher percentage. I don't think that's what they mean by flat tax. They mean a percentage. But okay. I think the government should get rid of income taxes. Start yearly savings accounts for working Americans. Start yearly savings. Is that what they said? That was kind of what Social Security was supposed to be like. But that's just theft. No flat tax still requires providing income. We need to free citizens from financial surveillance. Yeah, that would be a good thing to do. Like the early warning system and all that stuff. Okay with excise tax, tariffs, royalties, higher fees for additional services. Wonderful idea. Also, can we include property taxes? I mean, nobody should have to pay them after your mortgage is paid off. Yeah, agreed. Totally agree. Why Americans need Doge, still need to be modified IRS to ensure everybody does their part. Why don't you employ IRS watchdog for every government agency? Change them every 3 years. Yeah. Okay. What do you guys think in the comments? You guys want to abolish the IRS? What do you guys think about the IRS? We've talked about this. I remember we had I can't remember his name off the top of my head last year. We had someone who was talking specifically about this. And I know that was, that was fun. Dan Scavino, Jr. at Dan Scavino put up time to abolish the IRS. So, I mean, yay. Let's, Elvin Kilgore, whoever that is, says this post shows 97% voting yes with 4,000 votes. I think most people will be okay with abolishing the IRS, to be honest, to be quite frank with you guys. If you weren't aware, prior to them implementing this, we did actually have paved roads before they started doing this. And I threw that act through. But, we have been led to believe that everything will fall apart if they are not looking at all of the money we make and then stealing a percentage of it and threatening us with jail and all kinds of things. If we make a mistake, we get to tell them how much we make and then file, and that's kind of the joke. Like, we just guess, and then they tell us how much we really owe. And if we mess up, there's penalties, and if they don't, no big deal. Because it's their money as far as they see it. This is like just their culture. This is how America has been. We've been groomed into debt slavery. Joe put up a post about this on X. There's nothing honorable about being an IRS agent. Not today or ever. Let me replay it for all who are listening. You don't own your home, your car. You don't have the right to employ others. You can't freely hunt, camp, fish, drive on the roads. Taxes are necessary. What they take makes you a slave, not a free society, not free men or women. Again, property tax. You pay rent to own your home. They'll take it if you don't. They sell it off to whoever for cheap and pay off your rent. There's one government worker for every 10 people in the U.S. Tell me how this math works out in any free society. Doge estates, and I agree, Doge estates for sure. Get rid of the pensions, claw back on the pensions that pay workers $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year. Get rid of institutional healthcare systems that see 70% of healthcare payments go towards the admin. No property tax, gut the education, eliminate layers of administration, admin buildings that bark over parents of the community. You want change, take it. Fixing it's not that hard if you have the stomach for it. And yeah, it's actually not that complicated. They like talking all this flowery language, and you get people who go on and talk about these things, and they pervert it all kinds of ways, even when Trump would talk about this, and they try to demonize the idea. But I mean, the reality is, what do our tax dollars actually go to? Do they help our schools? No. Does our infrastructure blossom? No. Our roads still suck. Especially you go to the state level, definitely Doge the states. Look at Michigan. You got Whitmer and all these losers. They take how much money, and then they, like here in Colorado, we supposedly asked to raise our taxes. Everybody voted to pay higher taxes. The roads suck. Infrastructure sucks. Schools suck. The kids can't read. And then they pay for all this nonsense, like, putting tampons in the boys' bathroom and things like that. I mean, are the prisons great? Do we have, not only like do the facilities work, they'll spend money on God knows what, but then on top of that, the chat screws up my train of thought. But then on top of that, do we have any avenues? Do they spend money to throw people in jail, and then what? We don't have any real solutions for society or that benefit the people. I'm not stalling for Joe. Joe is not on today. Joe is dealing with some business stuff. He's out of town. So he was hoping to be on today. Couldn't make it. So just me and Peter today. Joe Hoft might join us at some point to discuss some things with Peter as well, but no Joe today. Okay. Anyways, House Judiciary. Breaking. New disclosure. Reveals Biden IRS leaked taxpayer info from over 400,000 Americans, including Trump's. I don't actually know if that's new. The IRS's admission confirms the committee's suspicion of recent reports that show the scope was broader than what the Biden admin IRS initially led the public to believe. In May of 2024, an IRS spokesman stated that more than 70,000 taxpayers were affected. We found out it's actually over 405,000. A massive scandal. Jordan launched his inquiry into those leaks last year, and hopefully we'll see some answers. Now, how are they going to hold people accountable for this? I would like to know. But, again, how many of you feel like you are benefiting from the incredible burden that they continue to increase by stealing your money? And again, where does our money go? Does it help our communities? Raise your hand in the chat if you see the insane taxes that we now pay. Especially you look at like the Tea Party, and they had these like small percentages that they were, they were putting on some goods, and now we pay like half of our income, and then you make so much money over a certain amount every year, and it becomes higher and higher and higher because they love to just de-incentivize anyone actually working hard and producing a massive amount of anything. And what they do to businesses is particularly criminal, especially you look at those who do produce a lot, often employ many people. But I digress. What does our money go to? Well, we know it goes to a lot of gender programs in foreign nations. We know it goes to Ukraine. We've sent a whole lot to Ukraine. We should probably own Ukraine, probably own China. We should own, several Latin American countries, probably a few places elsewhere in the Middle East. How many countries should we own, truly? With the amount of money that we spend, my God, where do our taxes go? We pay for a lot of wars. Apparently, we pay for like half the transgender surgeries as well. We pay for our military to do God knows what. We have several black holes there, but it's okay. And there's actually, by the way, one of the like red side little ops that we go is like we can just send any money. That's the neocons and some of these people on the conservative side who say we need to send all this money. Now, they may say, well, yeah, Ukraine's a bad idea. We don't know where this is going. But if it's the military, if it's that big black hole budget that they use to, experiment on all of us and run all kinds of weird things where they're selling drugs to other nations and the CIA can have a black budget, I don't know. That doesn't sound like something I want to fund either. Problem is we don't know where our tax dollars actually go in a lot of ways. We're finding out a lot more now that Doge has been looking into some of these programs. So thankful for that. But if you want to be, really to the point about it, yeah, and our Pentagon can't pass an audit. I mean, again, you remember, you go back to 9/11, we lost a few $1 trillion, and then the accounting department gets blown up with a plane, right? But this is just the story. This is what we deal with. And then, like, the one guy got an insurance policy, an unheard of insurance policy, like, for acts of terrorism, and then got double paid. Totally makes sense. It makes sense, you guys. I don't feel like a slave, do you? I love when people just steal my money and tell me it's for my own good as my communities are destroyed from within. And we fund wars and terror and death all across the world. That's what being an American means. In fact, the media will tell you that that's what it means to be an American. On top of that, we will pay how much to pay for voting machines and all kinds of things. My God, state and federal level, look at all the money that we're paying for them to steal our votes. Look at all the money that we're paying for these people to get paid all of this money and give money away to these, these think tanks and whatever, so that they can erode democracy, try to topple sitting presidents, undermine presidential administrations like they did during Trump's first admin. God knows how much. And, then you have the USAID money and all these people so that they can come and lie to us and say, look over here, not over there. Talk about vaccines and bioweapons, not the fact that they want to hook you all up to the cloud. These are the people that you're allowed to talk to and listen to. These people are crazy and don't listen to them. Don't touch the machine. Scott Presler's going to ballot harvest. If you get a record number of new voter registration, Scott Presler might send you a calendar. That was a joke and also kind of gross. But I mean, that's what we pay for. That's what we pay for. And since, they've legalized lying to us, we pay to be lied to be stolen from, to kill people, to murder others, and to experiment on ourselves as they basically erect the system by which they're all going to trap us in their little smart cities. And we will have the benefit and the blessing of being in the bio-digital convergent heaven in the clouds. Oh, look at what I've done. How did I do that? I influenced the Matrix, you guys. I don't know how I did that. And it'll be fun. It'll be fun for all of us. We can all just be happy about it. I actually don't know how I just did that. My sincere apologies. It'll be fun, but remember, guys, it's all going to be great. And we're going to go, and sorry, I'm kind of going on a tangent. I'm going to go against, Musk. Like, we're going to go to Mars. I don't know. Are we really going to go to Mars, or are we going to be in nice little VR sets thinking that we're growing a budding civilization outside of the biosphere? And then we're going to be rotting to death while we go to work virtually and we get to see each other's avatars and we have a nice digital utopia where they get to beam feelings into our head. Because that's really what a lot of the technology that they're rolling out says. And then they have all the body area networks that no one wants to talk about. But I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just what we all have to put up with, because up until now, no one gets to ask these questions, and they tell you where your tax dollars go, why it goes there, and why you are lucky to be able to fund death and destruction and propaganda all over the world. So, all right, I have gone on my tangent now. I actually do have a guest host joining in with me. He's going to be talking with Peter Bernegger as well, who will be jumping on fairly soon. But I do have Joe Hoft with us, who also has a show on Untamed airing at 1 p.m. Eastern. He had a great show this morning. Appreciate you jumping on with me, Joe. How you doing?
Hi, I'm great. Great to see you, Apollo.
You too, man. Okay, so before we have Peter Bernegger on, he's going to be talking about Smurfing and a lot of things that are very up your alley because of your background in, as an auditor and doing that for a distinguishable career. But along the same lines, before Peter jumps on, there are a lot of things floating around. For instance, Scavino had posted, it's time to abolish the IRS. And so now a lot of people are talking. So I've kind of been ranting about this because our tax dollars have been used for great evil and don't really benefit the people of America very much. I think a lot have seen that. Then we can go into ballots and everything. But what is your take on it? Would the abolishing the IRS be a good thing? Do you see any problems with that? I don't want to get simplistic with the conversation because a lot of the fake media people certainly will. But what do you think? Outright abolish it, or do we need to reform something?
I love the idea. I just absolutely love it. I think most Americans just have to. Yeah, I think it's a pipe dream for so many people, but it's a real reality. I love it that Trump talks about back in 100 years ago, 120 years ago, the 1900 era, and William McKinley, who was president then, which was back in whatever 1896, 1900, and there was no IRS, he says, and there was no, there was no income tax, and and yet the U.S. was as wealthy as it's ever been, and it's a really powerful story. I talked about this, Apollo, on my show one day. I think the thing that grabs me is that President Trump actually has already talked about setting up the external tax authority or whatever, another service similar to the internal revenue service, but an external revenue service where it's all about tariffs. And I love this idea. And this is what he said 100 years ago. U.S. was wealthier than it's ever been. Actually went out and bought a bunch of parkland. Teddy Roosevelt did because of the money that was sitting around for years, decades, because the country was so prosperous, and there wasn't an income tax. They started off said it was just 1% of the population that would have it, and then that was a lie, and they always lie, and then and then they got under FDR, it got under up to like 90% tax for the richest. It was just grotesque, And Reagan took a lot of that down. JFK took it down. Coolidge took all those rates down. Every time they did, the economy boomed. And then Trump did, and people are surprised to see that it's going to boom, you know? And so I think it's a brilliant idea. Let's get rid of the income tax. There's other ways of making money. And like they've said, if you take away the income tax, and you bring in tariffs and you cut costs, I heard some estimates you need to come up with about an additional $2 trillion a year, but it looks like Elon Musk is cutting roughly already, I think, $1 trillion a year, and estimates are Elon said he thought he could cut $2 trillion. If he can cut $2 trillion, and we can increase tariffs, we can do this, and the economy will just absolutely boom with all this excess money that people would have. So yeah, I think it's a brilliant idea.
Well, you know, all the previous conversations that we've really had before this auspicious period in history regarding the national debt, they talk about, oh, well, we can cut this little thing here, or they talk about cutting Social Security, and then they use that as a talking point and a focal point for everybody to get upset about, and contrast like one wing of the bird versus the other, or they talk about some social programs or one particular thing, but it's really a total pipe dream, because as they're talking about some relatively like piddly amount of money, they're spending billions and whatever in something that they don't talk about, or they slip into a bill. I mean, this is the first time that we've actually seen a legitimate attempt to audit anything as it comes to the federal government and spending on a national level. So I think I'm pretty excited, to be honest. I'm pretty excited.
I think so too. And think about the trillions that's been wasted. We find out there's $1 trillion of waste back during COVID. Most of it went overseas. How much of that money's gone to China is my question. And still to this day, quite frankly, trillions just all over the place. So there's a lot of room for saving costs in this massive government for sure. So I just think it's a brilliant idea. Elon's teams taught us so much that we didn't even know. So much corruption, and there's just so much room. Yeah, it's just there's so much room for us to really save a ton of money and become more prosperous. Use this money for let's make Americans rich. I love that idea Trump said too. He said about the tariffs versus income tax. Why don't we tax people outside the country and not tax people in the country, rather than have these tariffs and these trade deals where the other country's not paying a dime basically, and Americans are. He says, I think it's real exciting. It's feasible. It's actually feasible. And actually with the income in the economy exploding, which is exactly what we need now. People aren't talking about this. Economy has been severely damaged by Biden and COVID. It is in bad shape. You probably know small businesses that are shutting down. I know some. Just a week ago, my son's taekwondo business that's been in 30 years in business had to shut the doors because they're not making money anymore. So it's happening every day. These small businesses getting crushed. We need to help these small businesses to succeed. I think that's a brilliant idea. Brilliant.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's common sense. It's really not all that complicated. But we've been massively brainwashed as a country, and I'm excited to see some work being done to undo that. But we have Peter Bernegger, who's going to be joining us. And, since we're talking about spending and finances, there's also a very clear, convergence with how money is being used and funneled, as we've seen now with attention on USAID and how people are being sent to the media, and how, these assets of control have, been used to direct the American people. We also, of course, have politics, and we, of course, have a lot of information that's come out from the elections, and a lot of money that people have been digging into as it's been used to influence elections and politics and fund things that don't, again, benefit the American people or, support the outcome of free and fair elections. So we're going to take a very short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have Peter Bernegger to talk about Smurfing. He's been doing a lot of work and been highlighting some of that on social media as well. So stay tuned. We will be back in just a minute or two, and we'll have Peter Bernegger with us. Thanks all for being here.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production.
How you doing?
Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25.
What we're doing, though, is we're running all 100 U.S. senators and looking for Smurfing.
To learn more about the opportunity from the
we're making them prettier right now, and then I'm going to be cranking them out. I might be able to dump the rest of them all.
To learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. Hi.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound...
All right, welcome back, everybody. So, as stated before we went to break, we do have an amazing guest with us, Peter Bernegger, coming back to the show. So, Peter, welcome back to Untamed now, and please share with us all the amazing things that you've been working on and how important this is.
Sure, and I always want to point out that we've got a great team around and behind me and making me look good, I always say. And we've got some big breaking news on Smurfing. The 20 state attorney generals did open criminal investigations specifically into Act Blue last year. Those investigations are still ongoing. The likes of the Missouri State Attorney General, Indiana, Iowa, Jason Mrellas in Virginia, Ken Paxton in Texas, they're all participating in that. And the good news is U.S. Congressman Brian Stiles is working with these state AGs. He obtained SARS reports, suspicious activity reports, from the U.S. Treasury through Janet Yellen. And she made a comment on there that was the most SARS reports that her office has ever supplied to the U.S. Congress. And if that doesn't tell you, the banks are reporting on this Smurfing. And Smurfing, if your audience may not know, is structured money laundering. And what they do is you take a large sum of money, break it down into small amounts, and they're using names and addresses of elderly senior citizens, all of them across the country. We figure there's around 300,000 of them in every single zip code in the United States. They spread them all out. They take the names and addresses and they use those to facilitate the financial transactions, and then they'll start making small donations. So you even see donations for like 10 cents, 72 cents, $1.50, $3, $5. But they'll ramp them up to be tens of millions of transactions when you look back over the last 5 or 10 years. And this money is going into the politicians' campaigns. Now, we've been posting recently, the last couple of days, we're posting the Smurfing findings of the top 20 Smurfs. Again, these people are victims because their identities are being stolen. We're posting for every U.S. senator if they show up in the system. And we're using federal government data from the FEC. We run a direct line into the API. If you search the FEC database or website, either directly or the bulk download, you won't see all the transactions. You'll be missing at least 30, if not 40% of the transactions, unless you run an API directly into the database. And god darn it, the FEC is in on this. And because we have obtained numerous reports from citizens over the years who they found out they were being smurfed, their names and addresses being used, but yet they weren't making the donations. And a great example is they might be making $5 a month to some Act Blue or political campaign, and they check the box. But when you look at the FEC data, they're showing like 30, 40, 50, 100 contributions per month. And we've hired licensed private investigators across the country, and we've interviewed several of these Smurfs, and we have them on videotape. And some of them have showed us their credit card and or debit card statements, and the numbers are wildly off because the FEC loves to come and say, oh, Bernegger or Election Watch doesn't understand our accounting system. Well, first off, they will say, they have seen, you can find it on the internet, well, we double count. Well, who double counts in the first place? But we're talking not double counting of the $5 monthly donation. We're talking tens of thousands of donations, even for one individual. We have Sonia in Colorado, Fort Collins, Colorado. She's up to something like 85,000 political campaign donations. The poor lady, she's in a assisted living facility, and her daughter said when they moved her into the facility and they changed the cards, the contributions continued for 3 or 4 months afterwards. So this is the bad guy stealing her name and address to do this. So, but back on the criminal investigation.
Real quick, Peter, is that 85 transactions, donations, or $1,000?
85,000 contributions by one person. And there's actually somebody higher than that. There's a lady in the Twin Cities area. I've tweeted this before. She's up to something like 107,000 contributions. And there's no way that she did this. And this is over like $1 million. And you can see from the interactive charts on the website, our website is electionwatch.info. Go to the USA map, click on any state, and an interactive chart will come up for the people. And you can see it. It's computer bots are doing this. You'll see donations in one day by an elderly senior citizen of like 300 in one day. There's no way that's a human being making those contributions. So now U.S. Senator Ron Johnson has stepped up, and he has a investigation ongoing in the Senate. U.S. Congressman Brian Stiles, who happens to be from Wisconsin in the 1st District, is also opened an investigation last year in the House, and he did that because he's the chairman of the committee that oversees the FEC. Now, again, so much is coming out positive from President Trump and his team that if people didn't know, he signed an executive order, I believe it was last week, that they took over control of the FEC. So the FEC has been hiding this information, and they've been playing the gatekeeper to have people like myself or others investigating this just to downplay it and make you go away and not take any action like they should be doing. But President Trump signed the executive order. He took over the FEC and some other commissions, and hopefully we're going to be seeing some big changes coming there. Can't come soon enough right now. So right now at my Twitter, at Peter Bernegger on Twitter, you will see we're publishing as fast as we can a quick snapshot on every single U.S. senator and to show if they're smurfing or not. And we write a few details in there. So I think we've already published on 6 or 7 of them. We started with Tom Cotton, very disappointing. He's one of those guys like Jim Jordan and Trey Gowdy. All they do is talk. They never do anything. And Tom Cotton is big time into smurfing. And it's even worse. We found another couple documents supplied by other people who he's a big warmonger. where he's promoting to give missiles to Zelensky in Ukraine. And of course, he knew that Zelensky, it's come out now that Zelensky's selling a lot of these munitions for cash. And Tom Cotton knew that. And here he sits on the one of the IRR, the Defense Intelligence Committees, overseeing the intelligence community. And I'm very curious to see him and many other senators, including Lindsey Graham and a whole bunch of Chuck Schumer, a whole bunch of Democrats, when they do finish the audit of the U.S. Treasury monies going to Ukraine, because I published this book for 2 years, that some of that money, and also from the USAID and from the CFPB of Elizabeth Warren's outfit, that money is coming back into their campaigns. And sometimes we've traced it. It'll go through hundreds, thousands. We've traced money going up to 10,000 NGOs. And then it comes back to the original NGO. And then it gets into a C4 or dark money pack or 527 super PAC. And all of a sudden that money gets into somebody's like Senator Warnock's Georgia's campaign, or Tammy Baldwin's in Wisconsin. And that's where that money's coming from. It's coming from the U.S. taxpayers, and Congress is the guilty one. Congress is the one who signed off on the papers to send the money to Ukraine. And obviously USAID and all these other NGOs. So it's an absolute, complete disaster. But I want to leave the last point here, if you have any questions or something, is Data Republican. She's just a brilliant young lady, and she made the statement, which is blows my mind. The NGOs, we've identified 55,000 of them interconnected, we've published about it, and we can show it interactive. Liberal NGOs laundering money from the U.S. Treasury into their little pet projects and their relatives and so forth. The NGOs have become a parallel government. And I give credit to Data Republican on Twitter for that. They become a parallel government to what our government's supposed to be doing for us citizens. And I thought that was such a brilliant insight, that they're taking the money from the Treasury, getting into the NGOs, and doing whatever the hell they want, and even overthrowing countries. And that's exactly what they did. Victoria Nuland did that in 2014 in Ukraine. That's how they started the Russia-Ukraine wars, is kind of the, what launched it, really. So it's Victoria Nuland, John McCain, and when he was alive, and Lindsey Graham. Anybody who goes to Ukraine, they're in on it. And I can't wait till the audit comes out and they see the money coming back in that we've seen in the receipts of these FEC transactions.
Peter, this is great stuff, and I appreciate your work. I've been watching it for some time now, as well as you mentioned this Republican girl. I just saw her tweets here recently too, popping up on my feed on Twitter. Interesting and excellent work on your behalf. So well done. My history with these Smurfs goes back to back in around even, I'm trying to think, it was about 2018 or 19. Fox News came out. They reported on this incident. Some group, it was a conservative group, had looked into some of these donations, and they were like, how is it that we're seeing on the Democrat side of the aisle that they've got all these people that are donating, and at that point it was Democrat, I don't recall them saying Republican, that were making donations to the Democrat Party, and we're like, well, and they don't have a job, they were unemployed, and you were like, what's going on there? And because right then unemployment was at its lowest it's been in 50 years under Trump, his first term before COVID, and it just didn't make sense. And then after a period of time, and this issue came up, the guy that introduced me to the Smurfs was a guy by the name of Chris Gleason in Florida. And
Chris Gleason is part of the team, fantastic guy, and I want to give Chris Gleason and Philip Allison and Draza Smith. Some great people.
Yeah, know all those guys. Yeah, great. And well, Chris reached out to me and was sharing the stuff. And as you know, you may know, I have an auditing background. I used to oversee big, departments overseas. And And I started looking at it, I go, I think this is right. And the first piece that we put up at Gateway Pundit then, and actually even before that was Black Lives Matter. We started then looking at the Act Blue, and things did, we're seeing all this money flowing through with Black Lives Matter. And then we see people that are getting involved in that you're like, how's this guy involved? Hillary's attorney, Mark Elias, was suddenly the attorney for Black Lives Matter. And you're like, what's going on here? What's really happening? Where's this money going? And some of these people in Black Lives Matter started saying they didn't know where it was going. But anyways, that was happening. Then all of a sudden, Chris provides this information to me. And it was during the election after 2020, the special election in Georgia. And he provided me some information like $21 million going to that Warnock in that special election. And he provided me all the data. I looked through it. I go and tying it to the FEC. I'm like, this looks legit. We put it up at Gateway Pundit. I think that was the first piece to really kind of mention this. And again, these people don't have, they weren't employed, most of them. So there's no job being recorded. And there are some other unique things with these individuals. And then what we find out is that James O'Keefe starts looking at this, and probably you guys were at the same. Chris is the one provided it, so you're looking at this stuff. Yes. And O'Keefe went and visited some of these people, and he finds out, hey, these people are elderly. That's why they don't have a job. They're like 80 years old and perhaps retired. And many of them didn't even know what he was talking about. A couple guys slammed the door on his face, but many of them were like, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't give that much money to the
What happened is we found out since is that Jeff Zucker in 2008 developed this software using computer bots. That's how they're doing it. He sold it to the people who started Act Blue. Then we believe, we know WinRed got jealous, and in early 2016, they purchased the same software. WinRed is not clean here. They're a dirty organization. Act Blue's worse, but WinRed, it has to be stopped also, that they're doing the same thing, and they'll do other ways of fraud. And get this, we'll see like $100 donation from a person, and it'll go through WinRed or the Act Blue software, and others use it too. Emily's List, the DNC, the DCCC, Black Lives Matter, they all bought this software now. It'll go through the system up 8, 9, 10 times. We think that's another one of these frauds, part of the fraud, because each time it makes a new transaction from one of these platform entities to the next, they collect a 3.95% processing fee. Now, this we believe the $100 example is a real example, by the way. That was real money that was contributed, and that was just to WinRed. Well, it went through 8 different platforms by the time it got to the campaign that the guy wanted the $100 to go to, and it got down to something like it was left with like $54 of his money got into the campaign. The rest was skimmed off. I call it, it's skimming it off. So that's another way that they're doing this fraud. But it's the other important part to know is that 100% of these senior citizens, I'm talking 300,000. None of them know each other across the United States. All of them are senior citizens over the age of 65, and most of them in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. So they have no clue that this is happening to them until us and other people started exposing this.
Yeah, no, but you or I wouldn't know. Somebody say where they're using your information. And I think what happens, I don't know if these people initially make a donation and then they got the data and they run with it. Or if they're just bringing in addresses just that they find and names, get a record somewhere and just start throwing money at that name to like you say, launder the millions, if not billions, through to these political parties.
And the worst now is that, that's all the information we've had out. And you published the article, I believe it was in 2022 with Chris Gleason.
Yeah.
But the worst of it now, but we knew this, we could see it, that money is coming from the United States Treasury. That's the biggest ripoff. It's our tax dollars that is coming.
How do you determine that? Yeah,
that's
through the NGOs,
USAID, And then that gets into the next and the next and the next, and then you can see it going into the campaigns. Now, we also have traced some coming from China. We've also traced some to Reid Hoffman, the billionaire who co-founder of LinkedIn, and also traced some to I want to say 400 million, it might be less, from the Swiss billionaire out in Wyoming, who I don't even think is a U.S. citizen. Nobody has been
I
able
don't think he is. No,
prove
he's like
it either.
he's like the top donor to the DNC now. Maybe replaced Soros, right?
But I want to tell you some explosive news. We have solid evidence of who is. You can't have a structure like this with all these organizations and millions over years, billions of dollars going into these political campaigns without attorneys. You can't do it. We're a legal society. We're a judicial attorney society. And I'm telling you who's behind it. We have the evidence. We're willing to give it to the FBI, as long as they're the good FBI, is Mark Elias and Perkins Coie law firm. Those are the ones who set up this structure legally, and they have to know that it's laundering money and stealing identities from it's elderly financial abuse, by the way, on the state level.
It's a massive civil case. Quite frankly, I was talking to Joe Oltmann about this a few years ago. How do we stop this? And it's a massive class action case. It's what it is. Anybody they were using their name should be suing, WinRed or Act Blue, and saying, "Hey, you're using my information to launder money." And I would think there would be a huge return on that if anybody had the guts to stand up to the DNC.
It would almost have to be a class action, because the problem is the way their scheme is set up is that it does distribute the money in small amounts to these senior citizens' names and through their names and addresses. So you might find one Smurf who's willing to sue in their local court, for example. The problem is they only might have like maybe $150 that was laundered in their name. So how do you go sue for $150? Time, resources, energy. But you need to get a class action where you've got hundreds of thousands of these Smurfs that are being taken advantage of. But again, it's so disturbing. One is that they're senior citizens. We haven't found a single one yet that's under the age of 65. So that automatically tells you that that was, preordained, planned intentionally. And the second part is it's our own goddamn money that they're taking.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's outrageous wherever this money's coming from. We also thought when FTX went under the Biden years, when Sam Bankman-Fried, all of a sudden this massive cryptocurrency platform for trading collapsed. We found out that there was money from Ukraine, that Ukraine was actually putting money into that. And it looks like, at the time we, theorized that, well, it looks like then we're sending money to Ukraine. Ukraine puts it into the cryptocurrency. It's probably exchanges various currencies, and then eventually comes out in U.S. dollars back in the U.S. One big money laundering loop. And we found out that the Biden regime was also having conference calls with the SBF once a week up until his bankruptcy. So, and the White House was. So I thought that might be one way that they're trying to hide this money laundering scheme is through cryptocurrency, because you could do that and it'd be hard to track it if you exchange it in various,
There's another way they're carrying this scheme out, in addition to the ones I've already described, is that they will load up a certain campaign targeting a general election, and whether it's the president's or Senator Warnock or something like that, and they'll inflate the amount of monies that go into the campaign. And then after the election, you'll see on the FEC website, you'll see a little minus sign in front of the dollar amount. What that is they're taking the excess money out of there and they're putting it back into the pool to go into the next liberal election or rhino election for the next cycle that's coming along. So they're recycling the money and storing it up and getting ready for the next big election in 2 years from now. That's another way they're scamming. So you look for little negative signs, and you reminded me of that, Jim, because is Joe is of the FTX. Go on the FEC website, look, enter in FTX as a contributor, and then you'll see, looking down the list, you'll see a bunch of negative signs. Well, that's money that came out of FTX going somewhere to be, to support some liberal group the next time.
So, Peter, what? Just if you don't mind me asking, are you in Wisconsin? Is that where are you able to share? And what's your background? I'm really, how did you get
I'm in
involved in all
Wisconsin.
this?
In 2020, I was retired. I have a degree in economics, and then I owned several different businesses back when. And a good friend of ours came to us after the November 3rd, 2020 election, and she said, well, guys, I went in to vote in person at the Lutheran church across the street from her house, and she was told I already voted. And everything snowballed from there. There's 5 of us. One gentleman, unfortunately, Gary Waite, passed away of a heart attack in the meantime, but we're still, it just snowballed, and we just kept finding more and more and more. And then we got into the election fraud and the Smurfing. And Chris Gleason and I work closely with each other even on a day-to-day basis. So we got the criminal investigations opened with the 20 state attorney generals for Smurfing. We exposed the NGOs in the interconnection of them. We're working with various government people to supply information with, and basically we get them started and they take and run with it, basically. So, and we're exposing election fraud. We got 9 lawsuits open right now. We've won now, I believe the number's 18 lawsuits we've won, and the most than anybody in the country. And we've got 9 opened yet that we implemented before 2024, and we're still fighting them.
So what were those related with? I think that's where I maybe first heard about you. I can't remember when I first heard about you. It's been
mainly what we've been doing is targeting one state statute that the Wisconsin Election Commission is violating, and we sue on that, and we've had some wins. We haven't won them all, but we had some wins. The other one is public record suits, and we've been winning those. Again, not every single one. We also have a federal NVRA lawsuit to clean up the voter list in Colorado. We also have one in Georgia, and we also have one in Wisconsin. And we're suing the city of Milwaukee Election Commission, and we're suing the Wisconsin Election Commission, plus the state of Georgia, plus the state of Colorado, to force them to clean up their voter lists.
Do you work with Jefferson Davis much out there in Wisconsin?
No, I don't. We just done different paths. We want the same thing, to get honest elections, but we don't really work with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've met him. He's shared a lot of information about Wisconsin and, kind of the mess you've had there. It's just outrageous. Big news, I guess, this week off topic is the fact that didn't Evers push something that we're going to rename what a mother is? It's going to be a different name now, like impregnated woman or something, or person, right?
Yeah. Well, I have tweeted out last year that our Governor Tony Evers of Wisconsin has dementia. And it's a very similar situation as what Joe Biden was in. So somebody is behind Tony Evers running the show. And they trot Tony out for a few minutes. But and there's also the same thing where you see some marks, it looks like, speculating. It looks like he's getting injections or something in his arms. If he's at the governor's mansion, he'll come around the desk with first-hand eyewitnesses in pajama bottoms and slippers, and he's confused, and then he shakes your hand and walks back sits down in his desk. So somebody's behind him on that, about putting in this outrageous language of being an inseminated person versus a mother. But the good news is we've got the state assembly, state senate, and it's not going to go anywhere. But he certainly Evers certainly looks like a fool.
Yeah, certainly does. Hey, what do you think about this idea as well? We found in Michigan this GBI, I think it was Strategies, or this firm that was involved in signing up individuals for voter rolls, and it was found out before the 2020 election. It was covered up, even covered up in the White House. They didn't tell Trump about it. Bill Barr and I believe Cipollone, Trump's top attorney at the time. And so we didn't find out about it till like a couple years after the 2020 election. And clear election crimes that were going on there. They raided one of the facilities at GBI. One was in near Detroit, and they found these bags full of cash cards, like a credit card, but it's for cash. It's got apparently cash on it. They also found like garbage bags full of those things, by the way. And they also found like some guns with silencers. It was a big article at both Gateway Pundit and I wrote about it as well at joehoft.com. And we found all sorts of stuff there. I was wondering and interested in your thoughts on this. When read in these various platforms, they're one of the things that I think that they noticed early back in 2018 when they're saying all this stuff's coming in for these people, they're not employed, and they're not providing, maybe there was no connection to a credit card number or something. And so that maybe indicated these people are using cash cards. Is that your understanding as well? Is that how they funnel some of this, is through cash card?
Yep. Yeah. What they do is
whatever.
They use credit cards, debit cards, virtual cards, international cards, gift cards, and prepaid debit and credit cards. So I'm at 7. But here's the scoop. Act Blue, or the people behind Act Blue, are buying their own credit cards or debit cards or prepaid ones. So when they announce, well, sure, we'll add the CVV code, the security 3-digit code on the back of the card. We'll add that as a requirement. And frankly, Ken Paxton in Texas was all excited about that, as was Congressman Brian Stiles. Here's the truth. It doesn't matter. The bad guys own the credit cards. Of course they have the CVV numbers. So they're their own cards. They're just using somebody else's name in the slot to process the transaction. So, but there's a lot of gift cards being used in smurfing.
Yeah.
So
that would if you use a gift card, you wouldn't have to even have the person's name associated with it. You just pop in that information.
Yeah.
Using a credit card, though, it does, I think, have to be tied to an individual's name, doesn't it?
It does, but the other problem or opportunity they might be using those cards for, it's very well known in the city of Milwaukee. The going rate for a blank ballot from a person is $40. So what if they're handing out those cards by chance? But this is my source on this is the city of Milwaukee police officers, that they have people who actually, this is related to this, I think, is that they'll have captains with headphones walking up and down the main street, and they have runners that go out down the side streets knocking on the doors, and they give $40 for the ballot. Here's $40, give me your ballot. And then they collect them and take them to the job shops of Micah and Souls to the polls. And they fill out the ballots in the back room. And that's why they were so desperate, and specifically Wisconsin, to get the absentee ballot drop boxes back, because then it's not mail fraud. They're not putting it in the U.S. Postal Service. So I'm wondering if some of those cards were being handed out to pay for ballots.
I agree. I think so too. I really do. I think even when they caught this GBI strategies with involved in signing people up to get them on the voter rolls, I'm thinking, well, now they've just got 10,000 people in one small city, Muskegon. I think it was 1/3 of the city's population they tried to add to their voter rolls before the 2020 election. Well, you've got 10,000 records. If you kept them, you've got 10,000 names and records. You could then vote for that person, or at least apply a vote to that person somehow, maybe through a system, or just, like you said, through a drop box, drop it off, put their name on it, and
Sure.
Boom, you're done.
Yeah, but see, I think that ties into how I got into this. My original little story is when the lady went to vote, she told she had already voted when she went in person. Well, they looked it up and said, well, you voted by absentee ballot. No, she didn't. She never got an absentee ballot. she never used an absentee ballot. She was always planning on walking over and voting in person. So that's where somebody took her name and address and filled out a ballot for her and dropped it in a drop box. Oh, I can't hear you.
I think you're muted, Joe.
Yeah, I put you on mute there, Peter. My brother Jim just walked in. He wants to say hi. He admires your work. Peter Bernegger on the phone.
Sweet.
Or on the show here. This is brother
Hello.
Jim. Hey, Peter.
Hi, Peter. How you doing?
Good, good. Which one of you is smarter?
Which one's smarter? He said. Yeah, here. I got the plug in. It's a good question. It's a good question.
Well, he can hear you, so maybe he's smarter.
Yeah, I'll just have to say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Jim is.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, but don't forget, guys. We got big news coming.
We just
from
stopped
Trump
by.
about elections.
We'll talk to you a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Nice to see you, Peter.
He's
Keep up your good
got
work.
he's got some big news coming out. Is that right, Peter?
Well, I gotta let Trump. I mean, he said some of it, but what he's going to do, it's going to come out in March. He's going to fix our elections. He's going to mandate.
Trump's going to fix our elections in March.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's really big.
Yeah.
He's going to mandate national voter.
That's really exciting, Peter. I can't wait to hear more.
Good.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Sorry, he's cutting out now. He just stopped by.
All right.
No problem.
Did you want me
That's
to
kinda
talk
fun.
about that or not?
Yeah. Fill me in.
Trump's
If you
going
can, yeah.
Trump's going to fix our elections. They've been working on it for months, and they're going to come out in March. And the basic plans are, and this is, he has said this himself, but it's going to be a national photo ID requirement, and that's going to help dramatically, like states of California that don't require it right now. He's going to eliminate absentee mail-in ballots with rare exceptions, so specifically, I guess, the military. He's going to get rid of the voting machines, the computerized voting machines. He's going to require paper ballots. There's many states that don't have paper ballots, believe it or not. So there's zero way to audit. And then they're talking yet about how or what to do to clean up the voter registration list, which is music to my ears, because that's the gateway to the fraud. That's where it starts, is in the voter registration list. So that has to be addressed somehow, and they're working on it. But that comes in with attorney Peter Ticton's big lawsuit down in Florida, which actually involves Chris Gleason also, whereby they found the clones. Now that's Dr. Andrew Paquette's work, but I have to say I found those in 2021, but I didn't know exactly what I was looking at. We called them shapeshifters, and we could see registrations like Sally Mae Smith registered in a certain town, and then on election day, she would get moved electronically to a new town, say 50 miles away, in a new jurisdiction, and the ballot would be cast in her name. And we saw those. We identified hundreds of them, if not thousands of them, in Wisconsin on the WisVote voter system. But then fast forward, Dr. Andrew Paquette came along, and brilliant guy, and then he identified them in much more in depth, and identified the algorithms and so forth that are doing it. And he identified the clones in the state of New York, state of New Jersey, and then he went to other states, Florida and others, and he calls them clones. So again, they're going to clean up the voter registration list. The last time I had my source tell me they didn't know exactly yet. They hadn't decided on that specific method how they were.
So again, what's a clone? What's that? The same name used twice, voted twice, or more?
Yeah, what they do is once when a voter registers to vote, legitimately or not, what they'll do is they'll take that same registration and they'll duplicate it and assign it a new voter ID number in the system with like one digit off. And he found in Florida there's 2 million clones. So they're the same registration, and there's a whole detailed explanation of what they are and how he found them and how they're created. It would take him, the computer. He's a true computer scientist, to PhD, et cetera, with lots of experience. In fact, teaching computer science at universities. And
who are you talking about, Bernegger?
No, I'm talking about Dr. Andrew Paquette.
Paquette, yeah, okay, yeah, he was working with Corsi, right?
Yes.
Before this election. What about do you know Chris Jersky?
Sure, I know Chris, great guy.
Was he involved in that as well?
Not to my knowledge. He could have been, but not
know.
to my knowledge.
I don't know either. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great guy, done great work as well.
Yes.
You know what you're talking about for the solution is exactly what they do in Italy. I've had this wonderful woman on my show. Her name's Guia Mariani, and just a spectacular big Trump supporter from overseas, and beautiful girl. And she said, here's our elections in Italy. You walk in on election day. If you want to go to Monte Carlo that day, well, then you're not going to vote because we're not holding up the vote for you. Sure. That's your choice. It's, if you want to vote and support your country and have have your voice, you're there on election day. She says it's usually down the block, local church or school, small precincts is what she's indicating. You go in with an ID. You also go in with this thing. It's like I'd compare it to like a passport, but for elections. And so you show both to the people when you walk in. They check you off on the voter roll. And then you go and they give you a piece of paper. You go vote. Come back. You drop that in the box. Get back your ID and get this passport-like document where they stamp it that you voted. And then you leave. And by 10 o'clock at night, the election's done. Everybody knows who won. Probably they close the doors, I imagine, around 8. So by 10, everybody knows. The entire country, I don't know how many tens of millions of people are in Italy. They all know who won the election that night. And it's just like that, just like we did here for whatever 200 years. And the only exception, like you said, was military. That's the only exception in Italy. So simple, no machines, very, I think, it works really well, has for years. They count the votes, I think, in front of everybody. They count them all, and they're done.
In France, France does the same thing, and I believe it's around 42 million people, and they have the results that night. They don't have any computerized machines. And look at Argentina. I believe it was 26. It could have been 29 million. And they announced the results something like at 9:40 p.m. at night, and they had something, I'll say 26 million people all vote the same day in person, no machines.
Yeah, and we did it for years, and all of a sudden these machines came in. And I tell you what, if Trump can get this done, we'll never have, we won't have a challenge again. There are always going to be people trying to cheat, that's for sure. But if he can do this, we're going to find, I think, my belief, that the Democrats are getting a tremendously small piece of the election results. All this stuff's just been garbage that have been fed up. The Democrats are fighting so hard because if the truth comes out, we're gonna all be really, I'd say, pissed to see what's really going on.
Yep. Well, they've been cheating so many different ways. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and from the election fraud smurfing, that is election fraud, to the stuffing the ballot boxes the old-fashioned way, to these phony registrations like you described with GBI over in Michigan. And of course, they did that in most of the swing states. They're using the U.S. Postal Service to cheat. It just keeps going on and on and on. They're padding the voter registration list. It never ends, and then they're rigging the laws so it's easier to get through the cheat in the system, from Mark Elias's lawsuits across the country. So they really rigged it in the last 20 years while we were all busy raising our families, going to Disneyland, working hard and so forth. And all those 20 years they were rigging the system.
Oh, big time. Yeah, and it's been, like you said, it's something. Yeah, they didn't care if it's going to take 20 years. They knew they had something. I think Barack Obama was heavily involved. A lot of these key nonprofits are involved. Like you've mentioned, one thing you said earlier that kind of grabbed me is you're saying a huge number of nonprofits or NGOs are involved in, I guess it was this Smurfing, huh?
I'll send you, if I get an email or something, I'll send you, we have it. It's the fractalgovernment.com website, and you scroll down and you'll see 5, 6, 7, 8 videos, and we show it, and we did it. We identified the NGOs, 55,000 liberal NGOs. The way we did that is we watched them, connected the money flows between them, and or the connections between the people. So what we did is we downloaded the entire IRS 990 database, all of it. I think it went back to 1972. We ran it, and it shows all the connections, and we could even separated it to more modern years instead of, focusing on 1972. We'd go like the last 3, 4, or 5 years, and you'll see in the videos, and I've tweeted about this, and it'll show, and it'll show all of them, 55,000 of them, and they're connected either by people or by money flows. So, but you can see right there on the website that somebody's on there. I can see on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, I think Apollo's pulling it up for us. Yeah.
And then we focus on a few, just for examples, like the 1630 Fund or the Chinese Progressive Group. And then you'll see how their tentacles spread out like an octopus to all these others. And of course, here comes the money. It's coming from the U.S. Treasury to USAID to the next, the next, the next. And all of a sudden you got money flowing into the campaigns.
It's really frightening. Billions of dollars. I was talking to some people in the UK. They've got a limit on money that can be spent. I think it's $10,000 for an election. 10,000.
Wow.
So
that's where the press should step up and interview these candidates and publish stories on them. And I think that's the way it should be, instead of how much money can you raise. Of course, the problem, the pressure is so great that they're taking money from the Chinese. They're taking it from billionaires. And that really is offensive to me, because now we see smurfing not just on national and state races, important state races like a governorship. We're seeing smurfing down into school board races. Now, how does a good citizen who steps up, and it's a hassle to run and be on like a school board. I mean, it's not pleasant most of the time, and people yelling at you, parents and complaining, and nobody gives any money for your campaign. And all of a sudden, in comes Chinese or U.S. Treasury money. And we've seen campaigns like one in Texas. I believe there's a school board race down there. The Democrat candidate had, I believe, $300,000. And the just typical citizen Republican who stepped up to do a civic duty had like $2,000. It was just outrageous. But we've also seen it in mayoral races and campaigns. Corey Mason, who's a huge communist liberal in Racine, Wisconsin. And I mentioned him in particular because we filed an ethics complaint on him for $356,000 smurfing into a mayor race. Who spends that kind of money on a mayor race? And he's the guy who brought in Zuckerbucks, the Brennan Center out of New York. He took $10,000 along with 4 other Wisconsin 5 city mayors, took $10,000 each. It's proven by Justice Gableman. And then he brought in the Brennan Center, who brought in that Vote at Home with Michael Spitzer Rubenstein. And then he brought in CTCL, who brought in Zuckerbuck money. And it all started with Corey Mason, to me, the illegitimate mayor of Racine, Wisconsin. Isn't that a story amazing for you right there?
Yeah, it's all these connections are unbelievable. Yeah, just really unbelievable.
I do apologize. I need to run.
Okay. No, thanks, Peter. It's great to have you here. Great information. It's finally nice to meet you too. Keep up the great work and great news. Any more on the timeline in March from perhaps Trump? Early month, mid month? Do you know?
Well, you didn't hear from me, but maybe focus on the State of the Union address.
Oh wow, there you go.
Okay.
Great. That's great.
All right.
Well, thanks so much, Peter. Have a great evening. Really pleasure meeting you. God bless.
My pleasure also. Thank you.
All the great work. Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. So that was something. I have never had the opportunity to meet Peter, so he's all over Twitter right now. You can go there to his account and see all sorts of stuff that's happening across the country related to the Smurfs and all this massive work that's been going on. Apollo, if you're still there, is there anything else that we want to cover tonight?
I'm excited to see the results of more of these individuals get looked at, because of course we have some of these people who we know are just trading and doing all these backdoor things that have become so common in U.S. politics. But I want to see every single one of them. Like when they say they're running all 100 senators, I want to see them. And there's a lot of other individuals and reps that we'd like to see too. The point here, we've seen a lot of focus on Pelosi and some of these individuals who they support all these bills, and they're all getting wealthy, doing things that we would all get thrown in prison for on a moment's notice. The one, so you go to his website at Peter Bernegger to check out the ones that he has done. He has so far Gallego's up, Warnock is up, Patty Murray, Senator Ossoff, as well as.
Does he have a total? Does he have totals there for like Warnock? Where's he at now?
Let's look at Warnock. I have to see how they're displaying this. If it's a total, not that tip of the iceberg. Quick data run of the top Smurfs found to have their identities stolen by his campaign. This was from Gleason and Philip Allison and others. I don't know if they have a total here. It looks like at the bottom there, $114,000 from those top. Looks like, those are the top 20. So those are just the top 20.
Or a million even.
114,000. It looks like from the top 20.
We looked at him, like I said, back in 2020. We looked into him, and it was like 21 million. It was like, what the hell's going on? People out in Washington State giving 10 donations a day to this guy, day after day after day, to Warnock, some communist in Georgia who somehow beats Herschel Walker. It's, insanity,
Yeah, sure.
Communist guy that calls himself a minister. Yeah, all total BS.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if those ended up to millions. I mean, that's just the top 20 identities, and you're in six figures.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised at all.
And you've raised another thing too, though. Like with Win Red, Trump would run, and if you'd donate to Trump, we were finding out that Win Red was taking that money and giving it to whoever they wanted, and maybe Trump campaign got a small percent at the end. But I was like, I didn't want to give money to Mitch McConnell. I want to give money to Trump, and and that's it. I don't want to give money to these senators. I don't like them. I don't, they're not on my side. People like that. And that was pretty outrageous by Win Red to spread Trump's earnings to these other outfits. I've also heard, I think probably through Win Red, they made a couple $100 million in 2020, people donating after that stolen election. And I don't know if that money ever made it to any efforts to try to uncover what happened in that election. So pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing that I saw too, in addition to all the money that they were raising and people donating in good faith to Trump and not going to Trump, was there was a lot of messaging putting out by the RNC and things like that you'd read some of them and be like, who thought this was a good idea? Because it was things that certainly I don't think represented Trump. I don't think his campaign was standing by. But hopefully we get to solve a lot of that soon. The last thing I'll just play this and then we'll wrap up. Joe, I want to thank you again for jumping on.
Yeah, thanks. No, thanks, Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, and guys, make sure that you're watching.
It's great to be here.
Yeah, thank you. Make sure that you're watching Joe Hoft Show. He's on at 1 p.m. Eastern on Untamed as well, and make sure you follow him at Joe Hoft. Or what is your Twitter handle so I don't screw that up?
Yeah, JoeHoft.com. Yeah. Twitter's real Joe Hoft.
Real Joe Hoft.
Real Joe Hoft. At Real Joe Hoft. Yeah.
Yeah, so the win, this was Trump. He signed the deranged Jack Smith signing memo.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the deranged Jack Smith signing. Or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington & Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government, who supported it, accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization.
So I'm excited to see that Jack Smith and a lot of these people definitely need some justice to come their way, especially after they've done to what they've done to Tina Peters and so many other people. So I look forward to seeing that and continue to pray that the Trump administration moves swiftly and in the right direction.
Yeah, thanks. By the way, that was the same firm that screwed over General Flynn. He hired them to do his FARA applications, and then they represented him. They screwed him over and talked him into lying to save his son. It was and Eric Holder works there. Bunch of crooks. So good. Great move.
Good. I agree. Well, Joe, thanks again. I appreciate you jumping on, and thanks for everybody
Thanks a lot,
for watching.
Apollo. Yeah, you take great care.
Thanks.
All right.
All right, guys. So final thing, make sure that you check out honorboundusa.com. We do have the shirts up for Tina, free Tina Peters. And appreciate you guys all being here. It's fun to be live with you. So thanks again. God bless you all. And we will see you next time on Untamed.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF. What is DCF, you ask? We're the best damn sandwich shop in the universe. Do we sell hoagies? Well, we're DCF, and the F doesn't stand for hoagies. We got 9mm sandwiches, we got beastly baguettes, and we toast buns like no other. Looking for training on bun safety? We got you covered. And our ranges are the best place to test out your new Not sandwich. So get your buns out, because the sun's out, and let's party! We're not actually a sandwich shop.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that has fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. I don't. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if you feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle. Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
It's time for War! Live from Las Vegas, this is Wayne Allyn Root, raw and unfiltered. Here's your host, 100% raw truth, 100% American made, the warrior, Wayne Allyn Root.
Wayne Allyn Root, you know, it's finally happened. It's all working. We think we have the guests on Zooms. They'll be on TV today. So you can watch them, not just listen to them. You can watch me on TV today. Not just on Rumble. You go to Rumble and you type in Untamed and it comes up right away and you click on it and you click on Wayne Root and you're watching me. My entire 2-hour daily radio show is now on TV, or maybe you'd say on video podcast at rootforamerica.com. You can find it at Rumble. You can find it soon. It'll be on YouTube in the next few days. And it's also now live on untamednation.com. Untamednation.com. 2 ways to get Wayne Root. When I'm on my radio show, you can either listen on Talk Media Network or you can watch. All these different ways to watch. And just go to rootforamerica.com. It'll show you all the different ways to not only watch my radio show now on video podcast, but also to watch my TV show each night at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, Real America's Voice, The Root Reaction, and then on weekends, running 5 times a weekend, Friday night, Saturday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, America's Top 10 Countdown, my big show. I think it'll always be my big show. I don't care what happens with any other show. I don't care if this explodes beyond anyone's imagination. I don't care if Root Reaction becomes 10 times bigger. Nothing will ever be bigger than my Top 10 Countdown, because people love a countdown. They love to hear what I'm going to pick as the 10 big stories of the week. They love to hear what number 1 is, and they can't wait till the end of the show when I pick number 1. So that show's always going to be my big one. I'm going to be known for that. And the day I die, they're going to put on my grave, Wayne Top 10 Root. All right, so I'm so happy this show is now on TV. Everything I do is on TV. Here is the commentary that I wrote this morning that's turning out to be one of the most consequential I've ever written. It's the number 1 story, number 1 traffic, number 1 comments, right at the top of the page at the Gateway Pundit, which is one of the top 3 busiest conservative websites in the United States of America. It is titled, All Roads Lead to Obama. All roads lead to Obama. He is the shot caller. He is the communist traitor behind everything bad that's happened to America, the U.S. economy, and President Trump. I believe it all started at Columbia University. Yes, I have a history with Obama. We were college classmates at Columbia University. We were both pre-law and political science majors. We both graduated on the same day in 1983. We both went into politics eventually, and that's where the similarities ended. I'm a conservative warrior and capitalist evangelist. I made millions of dollars as a risk-taking entrepreneur in the business world. He became a community organizer, i.e., translation, a communist trader. I'm pro-business. I believe in economic and personal freedom and free speech and limited government and low taxes and very little regulation. Obama hates business. He believes in socialism, massive taxes and government regulation, the green energy scam, the climate change scam, open borders, and the weaponization of government against his opposition and against free speech. Trust me, the root, excuse the pun, of everything bad that has happened to America is the Obama problem. And the secrets to how it started are all found at Columbia University. Let me explain. First, how did Obama get into Columbia? In those days, when I went to college, 1979 through 83, there were virtually no college transfers accepted at Columbia. I mean, maybe like 2 in 4 years. Only the number one student, the guy number one in his class at Harvard, might have had a shot transferring to Columbia, maybe. But Barack Obama was a lousy student coming from a mediocre college, Occidental. So how did he transfer into Ivy League Columbia in 1983? It was literally impossible. I've always believed the only way Obama could have been admitted to Columbia was as a foreign exchange student. Columbia University loved letting in students from exotic countries like Indonesia, where Obama grew up. It was a fast-track way to gain acceptance into Columbia. If you were a foreign student, you leapfrogged over American students, which is fine. You know, if you grew up in Indonesia, that's fine. Except for the fact that if Obama claimed Indonesian citizenship to get into Columbia University, then he was never qualified to serve as president of the United States. Secondly, how did he graduate from Columbia when he was never at Columbia? We were in the same class, pre-law, political science majors, yet I never saw Obama in my life. Neither did any classmate I've ever spoken to, neither did any professor I've ever spoken to. Obama was literally the ghost of Columbia. I've always believed he was either a CIA plant who was given a Columbia University degree without ever stepping foot on campus as a CIA cover, or he spent his 2 years at Columbia's sister school in Moscow studying Communism 101. Either way, he's a fraud and Manchurian candidate. Lastly, Obama's entire agenda has always been built around a strategy we all learned at Columbia called Cloward Piven. This plan was created by 2 Columbia professors, a husband and wife communist team, whose last names were Cloward and Piven. Whether Obama was ever actually in class at Columbia or not, his entire agenda and strategy has always been built around Cloward Piven. This plan was a detailed how-to strategy to destroy America and capitalism and the great American middle class by getting everyone on welfare, food stamps, and free health care until the debt explodes, the economy is overwhelmed, and the country collapses. Sound familiar? Recognize this plan? It's exactly what was carried out in Obama's 2 terms and then exploded times 1,000 in Obama's 3rd term with brain-dead puppet Joe Biden as the front man from 2020 to 2024. But instead of just trying to get everyone in America on welfare, food stamps, and free health care, as the Cloward Piven plan instructed, Obama expanded the plan on steroids with open borders. Obama and his communist cabal welcomed the entire poverty-stricken and welfare-dependent third world into America to bury our country with debt, overwhelm the economy, and collapse the country. Obama also added another new twist, which he probably learned from studying communism at Columbia's sister school in the Soviet Union: weaponization of government. Obama used government agencies to destroy his opposition, just like the Soviet KGB. Trump was the target. He received the bulk of the persecution and lawfare. First, Obama ordered the spying on Trump and his campaign. Then Obama ordered the persecution of Trump with a fraud called Russian collusion. Then Obama ordered the indictments against Trump, the criminal indictments. Then Obama, in collusion with New York State communist politicians, ordered the civil suits against Trump to take away his assets and bankrupt him. But long before the Trump persecution that you all know about, there was the Wayne Allyn Root persecution. Obama began and sharpened his obsession with weaponization of government by ordering the IRS to destroy his political opponents. Before he targeted Trump, he targeted Wayne Allyn Root, yours truly. I was literally at the top of Obama's enemies list for the crime of being a regular guest on Fox News and not only exposing Obama for the communist traitor he was and still is, but also for daring to expose his scams at Columbia University. Obama sent the IRS to destroy me from 2010 to 2013. I was attacked day and night by Obama's version of the Gestapo/Soviet KGB. Like Trump, I survived but lost tremendous amounts of money in legal fees and time and distraction, right? They distract you. You can't get business done. And endured tremendous stress and anguish. I believe the attacks and scams perpetrated on America and capitalism and the U.S. economy and the great American middle class all started at Columbia University with Obama and his lies and his fraud and his scams and his Cloward Piven education. That's where it all started. And the weaponization, lawfare, and persecution perpetrated on President Trump started with Obama persecuting his college classmate, Wayne Allen Root. My advice to President Trump, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Attorney General Pam Bondi: first, all roads lead to Obama. He's the man behind the spying on Trump. He's the man behind the Russian collusion scam. He's the man behind the climate change and green energy scams. He's the man behind the international destruction of America with open borders and the persecution of President Trump. It all starts and ends with Obama. He called all the shots. Investigate and prosecute Obama. And second, the secrets that launched this evil communist Manchurian candidate all started at Columbia University. Go back to Columbia. That's the key. Demand to see Obama's college files at Columbia. Demand to see how he was admitted to Columbia. Demand to see his attendance records at Columbia. He was never there. This scam will all start to unravel. I say all roads lead to Obama. That's a pretty amazing story, and I'm in the middle of it as usual. Seems like over my lifetime, I've been in the middle of so many wild, important stories in modern American history. And I'm sure in the middle of the Obama story, he tried to destroy my life because I told everyone we went to Columbia together, but he was never there. And he is a Manchurian candidate, and something's wrong. And he had no way to get into Columbia. How did he get in? He was a foreign exchange student. He doesn't want anybody to hear that. So he's after Wayne Allen Root. All right, my show is now both on radio and on TV. Go to Rumble. Type in Untamed and click on Wayne Root, and you're on. Wayne Allen Root, rootforamerica.com. Hi.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that has fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. I don't. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if they feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
The root's on fire. I might be the only host in America who drinks water on the air because I follow the Energize Health program. It's anti-age me. It's my fountain of youth, and the more water you drink, the better off you are. It's one little part of the program, but it's a big part of the program. And I just drink like a gallon of water during my show each day, in addition to all throughout the day. Some articles that are just out in the last few minutes. White House fires back at Michael Moore. They call his comments the dumbest statement of the year. Illegal immigrant killers and rapists aren't scholars, they're criminals. Disgraced progressive filmmaker and liberal moron, communist moron, Michael Moore said that when you deport all these people, you're going to deport the person who will cure cancer or stop the asteroid that's going to hit us in 2032. Who's really being removed by ICE tonight? The child who would have discovered the cure for cancer in 2046? The 9th grade nerd who would have stopped the asteroid that's going to hit America or the world in 2032? Do we care? He said, for every time I've heard a negative word or blatant hatred spewed towards those who came from afar, I have felt that I should pause, get down on one knee, and thank all of those who gave up their lives elsewhere to come here and be with us. In response, the White House released a statement today saying illegal immigrant killers and rapists aren't scholars, they're criminals. In a strong contender for dumbest statement of the year, disgraced filmmaker Michael Moore lamented illegal immigrant criminals being apprehended because they might have discovered the cure for cancer or stopped the asteroid. The only thing more foolish in that statement are the politicians who oppose deportations. And then the statement included a listing of some of the worst criminal illegal immigrants arrested thus far. The list includes 9 child sex predators, rapists, kidnappers, murderers, and gang members. One of those listed was the documented member of the bloodthirsty gang MS-13, Salvadorian national Sergio Archimedes Pineda, who was arrested by ICE and convicted of driving while intoxicated and aggravated assault with bodily injury. Another illegal. Well, you get the idea. I don't have to tell you what each illegal was arrested for. And you know what people don't talk about? Yeah, I know there's a long list of illegals that murder, that rape. We should not let them in the country. There's a long list of that, right? And there's that famous old story at Halloween. Would you let your child reach into a basket if there were 100 candies and 99 were delicious and wonderful and the most beautiful, great tasting, and one of them was laced with arsenic and would kill your child in horrible pain, screaming and dying, and then they die, right? They're retched their stomach out and their stomach explodes and they die. Would you take a chance if 1 out of the 100 that let them reach their hand in and see which one they get? No. I don't want to let in millions of illegals to find the one who will cure cancer. I'm sorry. I'll live with the American who cures cancer from MIT. I don't need an illegal alien to cure cancer. 90% of them don't cure cancer. Did you ever show up at a high school with illegal aliens in it? They're not illegal immigrants, by the way. They're illegal aliens. They're criminals. Did you ever go to high schools? Their classes are being ruined. You want your children in a classroom with a bunch of filthy third world losers with disease, many of whom come from broken families, or their fathers are criminals, murderers, drug traffickers, sex mules? Are you crazy? You want your children in a classroom with people that don't speak English, that require English as a second language, $150,000 a year teachers? I realize the teachers union loves it. They pay teachers $150,000 a year to sit in the classroom and translate every word the teacher says. Woo, that's really good for the students. That's really good for my kid, that every word, when the teacher says, in American history today, the Mexicans attacked the Alamo. And then you have to stop and wait for the teacher to say it in Spanish and translate it to the illegal aliens in the classroom. And so when you're all done, instead of an hour of instruction in the classroom, you're getting 10 minutes of instruction because the whole class is disrupted by the translations going on. And are you forgetting about the teen pregnancies and the kids shooting up in the middle of the school, fentanyl and heroin? Are you forgetting about the crack cocaine? Are you forgetting about the pedophiles coming across the border? It's all so crazy. Are you forgetting that every one of them wants welfare from cradle to grave and food stamps and free health care? They're destroying the healthcare system and destroying the hospital system. So I'm worried about whether he's going to cure cancer. Sorry, I won't worry. I won't lose any sleep about that. All right, Amio Life is the sponsor of this show. Amio Life's a great company. They make a product called Alkaline Structured Silver Solution to boost your immune system. I take it 3 or 4 times a day, or I'd say I drink it 3 or 4 times a day. Natural silver mouthwash. I gargle with it. Silver gel. I put it on my face each night. My face looks younger now than 20 years ago. And silver lozenges. I suck on them all show to keep my voice alive. Go to AmioLife.com and use the promo code ROOT50 for Wayne Root. ROOT50, ROOT 50, to get 50% off every product. AmioLife.com, ROOT50. We'll be right back.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's Chief Income Strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Okay, you can hear me okay? Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns.
We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that had fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be, that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if they feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle. Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
The root is on fire. So we are on Rumble right now. It's the easiest way to find me. Go to Rumble, type in Untamed, click on it, and then click on Wayne Root. You'll see me in a box right below that. And you're watching me live on Rumble as if you were on TV. Or you could just listen on Talk Media Network. We've got both now. You have a choice of listening or watching my 2-hour show. And then at night, we've got 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 p.m., my real TV show, which is The Root Reaction on Real America's Voice TV for an hour. And then on weekends, we've got America's Top 10 Countdown on Real America's Voice. It's at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, following Steve Bannon's War Room on Real America's Voice. And then it runs usually 4 or 5 times a weekend. It repeats. So I'm just all over TV and radio 20 hours a week now. Energized Health is the sponsor of this segment and this show and every show I've got. This is the program that changed my life. Energized Health is not a traditional weight loss program. Those don't work. It is a fat loss program, and there's an easy way to now check it out. Go to my555challenge.com, my555challenge.com, 3 5s, because for $5, you lose 5 pounds of fat in 5 days with Energized Health. $5 lousy, and you'll lose 5 pounds of fat, and you'll realize this program's for you, and then you'll take the big plunge and actually join the program. So this is the greatest trial run ever. Thousands of people have gotten involved because of this 555 challenge. Go to my555challenge.com. All right, my guest is here, Dr. Michael Waller. He's a senior analyst at the Center for Security Policy, author of the new book, Big Intel, How the CIA and the FBI Went from Cold War Heroes to Deep State Villains. Dr. Michael Waller, welcome to the show. How are you?
All right, Wayne. How are you doing?
Doc, are you there? Do we have technical difficulties?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dr. Michael Waller, are you there? I see him.
Yes.
I see him on the screen, but I don't hear him. Dr. Wall?
Yep.
Hold on. We're working on something, so hold on a second. I know he's there. I can see him on my screen. I see him laughing and smiling, so I know he's there waiting. So why am I not hearing his voice? What's the problem? Well, he should be there, but he's not.
I'm here.
Well, so far, no good on Zoom. Maybe we have to have him call back on the phone and just do a phone interview until we get this Zoom issue straightened out, boys. All right? Why don't you have him call back? We'll just do a phoner. It's okay. If we can't see him, we can't see him. He'll call back. When he calls back, I'll let you know. We'll have him on the line. I want to mention that the Trump administration unveils a key strategy to immediately bring down record-high egg prices. Leave it to Trump. Biden would never even mention something like this. Wayne Root, me, I'm like the king of eggs. I eat more eggs than any human being in the world. It's the perfect food in the world. It's the perfect protein with no carbs. It's just pure protein. It's good for you. And so I eat, 6, 8, 10 eggs a day, and I usually make 2 for my dogs. So I go through a dozen eggs a day. They used to be $3, $4. Now they're 10, 11, 12, 15, sometimes even $17.99 a dozen. And the Trump administration is trying to bring the price down. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, she says, we're scrambling for a solution to bring down costs. She floated ideas to immediately reduce money spent on this dietary staple. We're looking at importing some eggs in the short term. We're talking to several countries around the world that can get us eggs right away. This would not be a long-term fix, but immediately would bring the prices down. The fourth pillar of a 5-pronged approach to alleviating some of the cost burden. Importing eggs is just a portion of a more all-encompassing plan that entails deregulation, investments in biosecurity, repopulating fowl, and investing in vaccines and therapeutical research. Oh, great. Investing in vaccines. Just what I want. When I eat an egg, the chicken's been injected with a vaccine. I should have known that's going to be what Big Pharma comes up with as the answer. But egg prices we're seeing now caused by a long roll of overregulation, too many rules, too much government. So we're scaling back regulations. That's part of the plan as well. So the average egg price of a dozen eggs hit a record of $4.95, up $2.52 from a year earlier. Wow. So eggs used to be $2.50 around the country. And, of course, some stores don't have eggs and others have limits. You can only buy a dozen eggs. Not very good for me when I need a dozen eggs a day. But right now in my refrigerator, in my beautiful gym at home, I've got a spare refrigerator and 2 spare freezers. And in the spare refrigerator, I've got, I think, 16 dozen eggs. So I've got enough for the next 16 days, more than 2 weeks. And each time I eat a dozen, I'll go to the store and I'll get another 2 dozen. So I'll keep ahead of the game. But boy, it's a lot of money. A lot of money. Hey, Jason, how come we don't have the call? All right, well, the whole segment's going to be over, man. And I wanted to speak to Dr. Michael Waller. I don't get what's going on. But, all right. You know, there's so many things involved in making a show work. It's not just me standing here talking and me preparing for hours before the show, getting all the stories in order. It's the whole crew and it's technology and making everything work together when it's a brand new show, which we're trying now. You know, everything was perfect on radio, but when you're adding a video podcast component to the radio, things go wrong, and everyone's trying their best, and everybody's smart, and everybody's doing a good job, but they're trying their best, but it doesn't always work. Do we have them now? Jason? Jason, are you there? Well, I don't know what's going on. I'm not even getting Jason now, let alone the guest. So the good news is that the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos of Amazon, you know, all of us wanted to boycott Amazon for the longest time. And, oh, we do have them now. All right, I'll get to Amazon in a little while, and the Washington Post in a little while. We've got Dr. Michael Waller on the phone now, senior analyst at the Center for Security Policy, author of the new book, Big Intel, How the CIA and FBI Went from Cold War Heroes to Deep State Villains. Dr. Michael Waller, welcome to the show. How are you? Well, Jace, I don't know what's going on, but he isn't on telephone either. So I got him now. You're sure about that? Dr. Michael Waller, are you there? Jason, there's nobody there. What is going on? Strange. It's just a radio interview now. He's on the phone. Why is he not on the phone? What's going on? I don't know. All right, we're going to have to scrap the interview. I got to get on with the stories. There's no time to get on, get off, get on, get off. Can't do it, guys. I don't know what's going on. Get your acting gear, please, because this is not acceptable. On the radio, a simple phone call, you can't make it work. I mean, what the hell? All right, let me get back to the Washington Post, because we all know the Washington Post has been a liberal rag sheet like the New York Times. We all know that it was owned by Jeff Bezos of Amazon. We know that Jeff Bezos is liberal. I've heard conservatives talk about boycotting Amazon for so many years now, and I argued with them that Amazon isn't the problem. That I sell all my books at Amazon. You know, How Democrats Have Made America Great, #1 bestseller at Amazon by Wayne Allyn Root. Trump Rules, #1 bestseller at Amazon by Wayne Allyn Root. Amazon has never caused me a problem. They sell conservative books. They do a great job. By the way, they do a great job with everything. You get everything in 24 hours, sometimes the same day. Sometimes I order something in the morning. It comes that afternoon. And you don't have to leave your house. You don't have to get in your car. You don't have to use up gas. Don't have to find a parking space. Don't have to risk an accident. It's truly amazing. So people keep saying, let's boycott Amazon. Well, evidently, Jeff Bezos has seen the light. He's becoming a Trump conservative. Not only did he give Trump several $1 million for the inauguration, but Jeff Bezos has totally changed the direction of the Washington Post. So at this point, it's actually becoming a conservative newspaper, right? He makes a hard pivot. The editorial section will be about personal liberties and free markets. Personal liberties and free markets. By the way, Jason, are you there? Do I even have you? Yeah, I hear you, but I certainly never heard a guest. Yeah, all right. Well, as long as I got you, I thought maybe we just lost, period. We weren't on the air. I don't know. Who knows? I'm sitting here talking to myself. Nobody knows. They have no clue why we didn't hear the guest. Very weird. In any case, must have been Barack Obama and the deep state and the D.C. swamp. But Washington Post reporters melt down. The editor quits after Jeff Bezos makes a hard pivot towards personal liberties and free markets. Can you imagine this? The Post's opinion pages will be writing every day in support and defense of personal liberties and free markets. Wow. I mean, this is the most incredible thing I've ever heard. And so the reality is, folks, that Jeff Bezos has turned the Washington Post into a conservative publication, it appears. Certainly, at the very least, let's not go overboard, a balanced publication that has both right and left. WAPO opinion editor David Shipley, formerly of the New Republic as well as Bloomberg's editorial question, quit the paper rather than present a more balanced view. Wow. This is a 5-alarm fire at the Washington Post. I love it. I love it. I called my agent today, and guess what I told him? Get me a column at the Washington Post. They need Wayne Allyn Root. They need a MAGA perspective. And now they're open to listening to the opinions of a Wayne Allyn Root. And he said, I'll get on it right away and contact the Washington Post. So we'll see how conservative they've actually become. Because my columns are so popular. Today, my column about Barack Obama, which I read you to open the show, is the most popular and the most traffic of any column at the Gateway Pundit. So, Washington Post, here I come. The other paper I want to write for is the Daily Mail, formerly the UK Daily Mail. Now it's the United States Daily Mail. And it's got a monstrous, monstrous audience. And I'd love to get my opinions in front of them. And I've asked my agent to contact them as well. Remember, it was President Trump who had a speech here in Las Vegas about 2 months ago. And President Trump saw me sitting in the front row and he said, Wayne Allyn Root, best writer anywhere. The guy is fantastic. Everything he says sounds like everything I say. That's what Trump said. And it's true. He's always loved my writing. And it does sound like everything he says. We'll be right back. Hopefully we'll get our act together and get the guests on the air. We'll be back.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that had fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. I don't. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if you feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
Right, we figured it out, and I was able to hear Dr. Waller, so we know we can communicate. Let me quickly mention the sponsor of the show, Score Blue, because even conservatives love to score. It's the best Viagra in the world at the lowest price in history. You're not buying from a woke company, you're buying from a company owned by a conservative Trump warrior and patriotic friend of Wayne Allyn Root, who owns Score Blue. Go to scoreblue.com, scoreblue.com, enter the promo code WAR at checkout. Get 20% off your first order, and don't forget it's already the lowest price real authorized Viagra in the world. Instead of $90 a pill, it's only $5 a pill. It's available only from our sponsor, scoreblue.com, the #1 rated online ED service in the country. No one else has permission to sell it. It is the only authorized generic Viagra in the world, made in the same factory, made by the same company, made with the same formula. Go to scoreblue.com, enter promo code WAR at checkout, and get 20% off your order. Scoreblue.com, promo code WAR for Wayne Allyn Root. Wayne Root helps you score. All right, Dr. Michael Waller is senior analyst at the Center for Security Policy, author of the new book, Big Intel, How the CIA and FBI Went from Cold War Heroes to Deep State Villains. Dr. Michael Waller, can I hear your voice, please? Yay, I hear it. I hear it. We got through our problems. We made it. Got to persevere, got to be relentless. So tell us about your background. You were an asset for the CIA during the final years of the Cold War. Tell us about it.
Yeah, that was in the great fight against communism to take down the Soviet Union. And I was a college kid and didn't know what I was getting into. And I ended up going out. I was going to go to Afghanistan with Soldier of Fortune magazine. And instead I went down with the Contras in Nicaragua, this peasant army, to overthrow the Sandinista regime. And in so doing became a CIA asset for a few years in Central America, collecting intelligence on what the Soviets and other communist forces were doing on our southern border.
And you saw firsthand the FBI and the CIA descend into political correctness and wokeness. What exactly did you witness?
Well, I was not a CIA employee, so I didn't see it from the inside, but I knew a lot of CIA and FBI people over the years, and I'd hear them complaining about it from the inside. And then I saw from the outside just how it would become less and less normal and more obsessed with gender and rainbow and fighting American values. And then it became this state within a state.
So this USAID controversy, where we find out is the slush fund of the CIA, does not surprise you, correct?
Well, no, it's actually worse than the slush fund for the CIA, because nobody controlled USAID. It was a state within a state itself, and it was running its own intelligence collection and its own covert operations without any coordination under anybody's control. It was doing it all by itself.
So do you feel like, this combination of wild cards, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino running the FBI, Tulsi Gabbard running intelligence, Pam Bondi running the Attorney General, the DOJ, do you feel they'll be able to accomplish a lot and defeat the deep state, or at least wound the deep state and make some progress against the deep state?
Oh, yeah, and here's why. When you put in somebody like Kash Patel as FBI director, he doesn't care if people like him or not. He's not there to make friends in Washington and be part of the swamp. He's there to do a mission for the president and to get it done. But you can't do it as director because practically every year since 1930, the number 2 guy in the FBI was always a career special agent. And that meant the FBI would control itself, regardless of who was director and regardless of what any president wanted. That's how J. Edgar Hoover stayed in power for 48 years. And that's how the FBI has been abusive ever since. So putting in Dan Bongino as number 2 in the FBI has snapped the neck of that.
Yeah. I mean, I laugh when people say, well, they don't know how to run government. I don't know how to run government. I'm a small businessman my whole life, but I make things happen. I became a self-made millionaire by the time I was 27, bought a house on the beach in Malibu when I was 27 years old, became a national TV anchor at the age of 26 without ever being on TV a day in my life. I've written 17 books. I've took 2 companies public on Wall Street. I think if you put me in a government agency, I may not know what to do on day 1, but by day 3, I'd be doing a better job than some government bureaucrat who's been there his whole life. So I have great hope that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Tulsi Gabbard and Pam Bondi will all do a great job, and very different than anything we've ever seen before. In the time we have left, we have a couple minutes. Tell us about your book, Big Intel, how the CIA and FBI went from Cold War heroes to deep state villains. Dr. Michael Waller, tell us about your book.
Well, Big Intel, I started it out to show what Obama had done to turn the FBI and the CIA into woke organizations. And the first Trump administration didn't do anything to stop it, and then Biden came. So that's what it was all supposed to be about. But in researching it, I traced back this red thread to the 1920s, when the Soviets launched a covert campaign to infiltrate Western societies and to develop what became critical theory, which was this ideology for subverting all our institutions and destroying us from within. CIA and FBI were supposed to protect us from that, and they ended up absorbing it and had that as their operating system.
Yeah, let's hope that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino protect us from it and don't absorb it and become part of it. You just don't know. So many people go to Washington, and they seem great. When they get there, they become part of the problem. But I can't picture Kash Patel or Dan Bongino or Tulsi Gabbard ever doing that. So I think we're going to be okay. But never say never, right? Dr. Michael Waller, senior analyst at the Center for Security Policy, author of the new book, Big Intel, How the CIA and FBI Went from Cold War Heroes to Deep State Villains. Dr. Waller, thank you for coming on the show. Glad we finally got it right.
We'll see you, Wade. Bye.
All right. We had to stay relentless. I wrote the book, Power of Relentless. They stayed relentless, my team. They got it done. We'll be right back.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that had fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. I don't know. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be, that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if they feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle. Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Every day, millions of people fall victim to online threats. Over 30 million spam calls are made per day in America, with over 50% of daily emails being considered spam. Introducing Safe and Secure. With the advanced programs, you'll be able to stay in control and keep hackers out. Don't let the cyber criminals win. safe and secure, shield against hackers, and embrace peace of mind.
We're a community of proud, fearless patriots who aren't afraid of wearing our values on our sleeve. We are Honor Bound USA, and we proudly declare our declaration to God, family, and country. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. Explore our collection today, because when you're honor bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
It's time for War! Live from Las Vegas, this is Wayne Allyn Root, raw and unfiltered. Here's your host, 100% raw truth, 100% American made, the warrior, Wayne Allyn Root.
It's really amazing. I'm Wayne Allyn Root, really amazing. I've been in the wilderness for 4 years screaming that the COVID vaccine is killing and injuring and disabling and crippling people. And I risked my career and I put my, what do they say, your tit in the ringer? I put my neck on the line on the chopping block and could have been fired, could have lost my jobs, did lose 2 jobs partially over it. The Las Vegas Review-Journal fired me, not over the COVID vaccine, but over disagreeing with all the strategy against COVID. There was never a need for masks, never a need for lockdowns. The Newsmax TV responded to all of my criticisms of COVID, and I was fired there as well. That was just one of the reasons that they gave. All of them were absurd reasons involving George Soros. I mean, just crazy stuff. The people who run networks are not conservatives. They act like they're conservatives. They just want to make money off conservatives, but they themselves are not conservatives. But now it's just rolling in. Nobody can hide it anymore. Even President Trump, I mean, ruling after ruling against vaccine mandates and restoring the rights of soldiers who were kicked out for not taking the vaccine. Clearly, Trump is naming RFK Jr., the HHS secretary. Clearly, Trump is open to investigations of the vaccine. There's been so many articles, like 3 days in a row in the UK Daily Mail, now called the Daily Mail. It's not UK anymore. It's the Daily Mail in the United States. Very popular, one of the most heavily trafficked websites in the country now. And so many articles about the COVID vaccine crippling and injuring people. And then here's one today in the New York Post. Megyn Kelly claims the Pfizer COVID vaccine left her with an autoimmune condition. Wish I had not taken it. Conservative commentator Megyn Kelly claimed the Pfizer COVID vaccine COVID vaccine left her with an autoimmune disorder. In explosive new comments. What's explosive? Wayne Root has told you I have thousands of studies showing it's killed millions of people around the world. Millions, probably millions in the United States. Tens of millions around the world. Hundreds of millions injured, maybe as many as 2 billion injured. Kelly, 54, said she was left with an autoimmune condition after receiving a 2-shot regimen of the Pfizer vaccine and then a follow-up booster. Hey, Megyn, you're not going to like me saying this. I like you. I think you're great, and I think you're very bold for coming forward. But I got to tell you, if you took 2 shots and a booster, your future does not look bright. We got to start admitting this. Anyone who took 2 shots and a booster is probably going to wind up in major jeopardy in the next 3 to 5 years, maybe the next 3 to 5 hours, maybe the next 3 to 5 days, maybe the next 3 to 5 weeks, but definitely the next 3 to 5 years. I wish I hadn't done it, but I did. Doctors were unable to determine exactly what she was suffering from, but they told her it could well have been caused by the vaccine. Kelly was speaking with Dr. Asim Malhotra, a British COVID vaccine skeptic who is friends with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., has advised President Trump on disease mitigation. Kelly said, I've never been more wrong about anything. That's the number one thing I've been wrong about. Comments came days after a group of Yale researchers confirmed longtime claims from people who say that they have long COVID, and the researchers said, no, long COVID is a vaccine injury. It's a vaccine response. The study dubbed the condition post-vaccine syndrome. Unbelievable. So you get the idea, you know, and I got to laugh because she is a bright woman, Megyn Kelly. She is sharp as a tack, and she's beautiful, and I respect the hell out of her. But what a horrible decision. I've never taken one vaccine ever. I wouldn't go near that crap. Why didn't you understand that? I knew it from day one because I had a mixture of political people and holistic doctors always on my show. But see, my whole life, the loves of my life has always been conservative politics, low taxes, football gambling, believe it or not, because that was my whole life. For 30 years, I was the king of Vegas sports gambling. I love football, and I love betting on football. And then vitamins and holistic health. Those are the loves of my life. And since I'm 16 years old, I've been taking, you know, mega doses of vitamins. And I believe in vitamins, and I don't believe in doctors. I really don't. For the most part, don't believe in doctors. You know, maybe surgeons. If you need an operation, we have the best surgeons in the world in the United States. No question about that. But as far as going to a doctor and trying to prevent illness or to cure illness or to mitigate illness, they all suck. They don't know anything. They don't learn anything in medical school about curing illness or preventing illness. Or they don't learn a thing about vitamins. Or the whole medical school is sponsored by chemical companies and big pharma. So they never learn a thing about vitamins. But I knew from day one that if you take the vaccine, you're a crash test dummy. You're like getting into a new car that's never been tested, and it might fall apart around you on a highway at 70 miles an hour and you will die. How could you be that stupid? I don't know. I don't know how smart people could be that stupid. I really don't. Quite amazing. Quite amazing. So the good news is I didn't take it. The good news is I told all of you not to take it, and many of you or most of you listen to me, and so hopefully I saved a lot of lives. That's the hope. That is the hope. I wrote a commentary, which I opened the show with in hour number 1, All Roads Lead to Obama. He is the evil Manchurian candidate and communist mastermind of everything bad that has happened to America and to President Trump, and I'm a witness. It all started at Columbia University. There's no time to read the whole thing to you now to open, because I opened up with the COVID story, COVID vaccine story, but I'll give you some highlights of this story if you were not here in hour number 1, and so many of you listening 1 hour in your car, don't listen to the other hour. So there are a lot of people on right now who have not been on in hour number 1. So basically, I have a great, a history with Barack Hussein Obama. We both went to Columbia University. We were actually born 2 weeks apart in the same year, and then went to Columbia University at the same time and graduated Columbia on the same day, and both were political science pre-law majors. And that's where all the similarities end, because, we're completely different people. He's a communist, traitor, scumbag, and I'm a patriot hero. Big difference. But he hates business. I love business. I hate taxes. He loves taxes. He's a communist. And I believe that every problem in America stems from Obama. The root cause of all of America's problems today are from Obama. He did so much damage to our country, and I believe that the whole key to it is studying Columbia, the story at Columbia. Obama wasn't there. There's something wrong with the whole story. It stinks. It stinks. It's funny how Obama's initials are B.O. It stinks like B.O. There's something wrong with the Obama story at Columbia. And I think if Trump and his Attorney General Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, the FBI director, and Dan Bongino, the Associate Deputy Director, if they study Columbia, if they demand his records, if they dig into his records, in my opinion, you will see a massive scandal, and Barack Obama is at the center of it all. First of all, how did Obama get into Columbia? That's the first thing. Because in those days, there were virtually no college transfers accepted at Columbia. Only the #1 student at Harvard might have gotten into Columbia. He got in. How did he get in? It was impossible. Nobody transferred into Columbia. So I've always believed the only way he could get in, the fast track to getting into Columbia in those days, and I'm sure now too, was to be a foreign exchange student. I'm positive Obama claimed that he was a citizen of Indonesia, where he was raised, to gain fast track acceptance into Columbia, which is fine. No problem with that. I love Indonesia. All good. Except that means he wasn't qualified to serve as president of the United States. Secondly, how did he graduate when he was never there? I never saw him, and he was in the same class as me. Never saw him once, never met him in my life. No classmate I ever spoke to ever saw him. No professor I ever spoke to ever saw him. There's something wrong. Why was he not there? Was his CIA plant getting a cover story that he graduated Columbia? He's a fraud, and he's a Manchurian candidate. And lastly, his agenda has always been built around a strategy we learned at Columbia called Cloward Piven. Cloward Piven. So even if he wasn't there, even if he had never attended class, he knew the Cloward Piven strategy. In other words, if that was a cover and he was supposed to attend class, but he never did, and he got a fake degree, they would have still told him what he was supposed to know, so that if he was ever asked, did you learn this at Columbia, he would know the cliff notes of what he should learn. Cloward Piven is how you destroy America and capitalism and the great American middle class by getting everyone on welfare and food stamps and free health care until the debt explodes and the economy is overwhelmed and the country collapses. And that's exactly what's been happening. That's exactly what's been happening. Obama has used the Cloward Piven plan to open the borders and bring in millions of welfare losers, welfare queens, and destroy this country, just completely destroy the country. And he's also learned from the Soviet Union about the weaponization of government. And I mentioned in this column that before he persecuted Trump, he persecuted Wayne Allyn Root. He went after me because I was on TV on Fox News talking about the fact that he was never at Columbia and something was wrong, and he might have been a foreign exchange student, and he used the IRS to try and destroy me. And then he used it on many other political opponents. I'm telling you, the whole story about Obama stinks like B.O., like Barack Obama. It stinks like those initials. And I'm telling you, if you study Columbia and demand his college records, you will find out Obama is a fraud. And that's where it all begins. Sponsor of this show, Amio Life. I use their alkaline structured silver solution to boost my immune system 3 or 4 times a day. There's silver mouthwash. There's silver gel on my face. There's silver lozenges to keep my voice alive. Just go to AmioLife.com, type in Root 50, as in Wayne Root, Root 50, and get 50% off every single item they sell, including all those that I love. AmioLife.com, promo code Root 50.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that had fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. I don't. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if they feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
Wayne Allyn, the root is on fire. Boy, I hope Trump administration does, in fact, bring egg prices down. I'm Mr. Egg. Call me the king of eggs. Wayne Allyn, it's the most perfect food in the world, and I eat so many eggs, and basically a dozen a day between me and my 2 dogs. I love to make them a couple of eggs, too, each day. They love eggs, and I mix it in their food, and they eat the whole bowl. Without the eggs, they won't eat. So I make a lot of eggs for the dogs. The dogs eat 2 times 7, 14 eggs a week. So figure a dozen eggs a day for me and a dozen a week for the dogs. The corruption in our government is truly stunning. How I go from eggs to corruption is amazing. But it's not really a good segue, but it's true. Democrat senators' dark money, corruption, and hypocrisy revealed in an ethics complaint. Legal experts are pointing out what they say is hypocrisy as Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, Democrat, Rhode Island, faced an ethics complaint over a conflict of interest that resulted in millions of dollars in federal grants for a nonprofit associated with his wife. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse has made his political career accusing others of dark money corruption, and he appears to be throwing stones at his glass house. This is the height of hypocrisy. He's a former U.S. attorney and self-proclaimed watchdog of dark money. But his wife's gotten millions of dollars. He voted for legislation that ultimately provided millions of dollars in grants for environmental nonprofit group Ocean Conservancy, which works with his wife, Sandra Whitehouse, and pays her through a consulting firm. I'm telling you, I've been saying for 20 years, everyone in government is corrupt. They're making millions. It's impossible to make $170,000 a year as a senator or a congressman and wind up being worth 15 or 20 or $200 million. It's not possible. But the answer is they make 170 plus all the money they can steal, plus all the insider trading money, plus their wives and children are all making millions through all the deals they throw their way. It's really sickening. Sickening. It's a real scandal. I opened the show the last 3 days talking about almost airline crashes again. Remember, we've had that crash in Philadelphia of the medical jet. Everybody died on board. That was only a couple of weeks ago. We had the crash between at Reagan Airport in D.C. between the jet and the Black Hawk helicopter that killed, 67 people, I think, on board the airplane. And then we had the flight that landed in Toronto last week upside down. Female pilot has the record now, the first ever pilot to land a plane upside down. That is not a good record to have. And this week, there's been near crash after near crash after near crash. Don't forget, last week, in Scottsdale, Arizona, we had a crash of a private jet that killed the pilot when he hit a major plane that was sitting on the runway. And then Monday, we had a Delta Airlines flight where everybody jumped out on those rafts, those rafts they let go kind of out the door, and everybody slides off. I don't know what the reason was, but I assume there was some sort of electrical problem or fire inside the jet. And then yesterday we had a near miss. A plane had to land and then take off before it hit another plane. And then today, an American Airlines flight aborts the landing at Reagan Airport to avoid a collision. An American Airlines flight from Boston to D.C., he saw another plane on the runway at DCA, and he performed a go-around maneuver. This is happening with such regularity. Something is so wrong, even though the airways are still very safe compared to driving in a car. You can't even compare it. Airplanes are safe, but they used to be so safe that nothing ever happened. All of a sudden, there's near misses day and night, and this is not new. This started under Mayor Pete. I call him the trans secretary. And he was too busy, suckling his babies, breastfeeding his brand new twins. He didn't do a damn thing to help transportation in this country. He ruined it. He destroyed it. He was the worst cabinet secretary in the history of America. And we have not recovered yet. And there are too many near misses. And I believe it's mostly due to DEI. Wrong people in the cockpit, wrong people in the control tower, wrong people in the crews doing the maintenance, wrong people building the planes for Boeing. Everybody's hiring the wrong people because they're a certain color. That's not a good idea. It's not working. All right, 555 Challenge is the sponsor of this segment of the show. Energized Health, they're having their 555 Challenge. If you've ever said, I like what happened to Wayne Root because of Energized Health, but I don't want to spend the money, I'm scared, it's too big a commitment. Well, here's a $5 commitment. 5 days, $5, lose 5 pounds of fat, and if you don't, you won't join. It's going to work. It works for everybody. So check it out. Go to my555challenge.com, my555challenge.com, and check it out. It's a $5 trial run, basically, and you will find out if you love this program, and you will love it. It changed my life. I got 3 TV shows past the age of 61 because of this program. I lost 25 pounds of fat and gained 10 pounds of muscle in 88 days, 4.5 years ago, and I've kept it all off, and it changed my life. My555challenge.com. Great guest coming up. See you in a minute.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment is paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that had fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. I don't. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if they feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle. Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Allen Root. I'm back. The root is on fire, by the way. How Democrats have made America great. By the way, we have a new problem, Jason. I'm hearing double feedback. Every word I say is coming back to me. There we go. There we go. How Democrats have made America great. All is good. Technology is giving us fits, and it's also working out just fine. We got it fixed. How Democrats have made America great was my most recent book. I just wrote it a few months ago. It took me about 1 minute to write it because the whole book is blank. 140 blank pages. How Democrats have made America great. This is every achievement of the Democrat Party. All blank pages. Great gift book. Great gag book as well as gift book. It's a great book to gift to your friends and make them laugh. People love it, and it's sold thousands and thousands of copies. Have been #1 on Amazon. And then Trump Rules is my other book, the rules and tools of Donald Trump, including the top 10 that make him the greatest of all time at everything he's ever done. And it's all happening now. Everything you see happening now is a result of this look at his mindset. No one's ever gotten his mindset exactly right before. But I did right here with the Trump Rules. Both books available at Amazon.com. Sponsor of this guest segment, our guest, Dr. John Lott, standing by. He's an incredible expert on guns and crime, and we got a lot to talk to him about. But let me mention Advantage Gold, because gold skyrocketed 825% in the last 25 years. It beat the Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ by a mile. A $100,000 investment in gold could have turned into $925,000. That's because central banks are buying gold like there's no tomorrow, and who you buy your gold from matters. That's why I buy mine from Advantage Gold. They were awarded #1 gold company in America by TrustLink for 9 years in a row. They've done over $1 billion just in retirement transactions. They're the only gold company in America.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store in...
Friends at Advantage Gold have produced a free guide on protecting your wealth with gold. No cost, no obligation, no risk, no strings attached. It's yours free. Just text ROOT to 85545. Text ROOT to 85545 or call toll free 800-450-2566. 800-450-2566. Tell them I sent you. You qualify for up to $1,000 in free silver. Text ROOT to 85545 or go to AdvantageGold.com. All right. Dr. John Lott is with us, founder of the Crime Prevention Research Center, economist, world-renowned expert on guns and crime. His website is crimeresearch.org, crimeresearch.org. Dr. John Lott, welcome back to the Wayne Allen Root Show. How are you? Can we not hear him again? All right, they're not sending him. Why aren't they sending him? Send him, boys. Come on. Boy, this has been a rough day. There we go. Is that Dr. John Lott?
It is. How you doing? Great to talk to you again.
Good. We got you. What do you know? All right. What do you know? The technology works. And once it works, I would assume it'll always work. So now we've figured out the problem. We should be okay. So you wrote a piece recently, an op-ed piece at the Federalist titled Trump's FBI Reforms Need to Include Ending Its Data Distortions on Crime. And that's because every time I read the FBI's crime report, they make it like crime is going down under Joe Biden. And of course, now Biden's gone, but the last reports we have are during Biden's presidency, and they make it look like everything is hunky-dory and rosy and everything's great. And you and I both know, John, that is not the truth, right?
Well, even their numbers from the FBI have been changing over time. That's part of the problem. I mean, generally, there's two sets of numbers on crime. There's the FBI data on crimes reported to police, but we know most crimes aren't reported to police. Only about 40% of violent crimes are reported, only about 30% of property crimes. And the way we know that is from the National Crime Victimization Survey by the Bureau of Justice Statistics, also in the Department of Justice. It's a truly massive survey, about 240,000 people each year. And they've shown that during the Biden administration, we've had an unprecedented percentage increase in violent and property crimes. During the Biden administration, the 3 years that we have data for, overall violent crime increased by 53%. You had like a 42% increase in rapes, a 64% increase in robberies, and a 53% increase in aggravated assaults. There's no other time over the 51 years that they've been doing that you've seen even half of that large of a percentage of increase. But the big problem that we have with the FBI data is that for the last year, we were hearing headline after headline, like you say, where they're saying crime is down, people mistakenly think that it's increasing. And they were relying on the data from the FBI for 2022, which came out in October 2023, comes out about a year later. Well, this last September, when they came out with the data for 2023, they revised the data for 2022, but didn't tell anybody about it. It wasn't in their press release. In the report itself, there was just one vague footnote buried in the report that said that they had updated the data, but no mention that they had gone from a drop to an increase, no explanation for why they made the change. And
because they didn't want anybody to know. They thought nobody would notice. That's what they wanted.
Right. And even when the media would reach out to them before the election and try to get confirmation and a clarification on it, the FBI basically stonewalled. All they would say is, we stand by our data. They would not put in print or verbally any confirmation that it had gone from a drop to an increase. They didn't deny it, but they also wouldn't confirm it. And so the legacy media was able to keep on ignoring that change.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm very realistic. I watch the news from time to time here in Las Vegas, and I watch the national news, and I know what's going on. My friends are cops, and I'm telling you, crime has skyrocketed for 4 years of Joe Biden. Skyrocketed. Massive crime. Everywhere you look are carjackings and home invasions. Thank God Vegas, believe it or not, Dr. John Lott, Vegas is relatively safe, especially where I live in Summerlin. There's virtually no crime. But all my friends who live in LA and San Francisco and San Diego, throughout California, my friends and New York, my friends tell me the crime is over the top. They don't even want to go out to eat because someone follows them home. They don't want to wear fancy jewelry anymore. They lock it away in their safety deposit box.
Right.
They don't drive a fancy car. They drive a jalopy and leave their fancy car in the garage because they're afraid they're going to get carjacked or someone's going to follow them home. None of that's happening in Las Vegas, knock on wood, thank God. Very safe here, but in Los Angeles, crime is out of control. What are you hearing about crime in big cities?
No, I mean, I think you're exactly right. And it's not particularly difficult to go and explain. It's not rocket science. If you make it so it's not risky for criminals to go and commit crime, you're going to get more crime. And so if you look at arrest rates for violent crime, since you want to talk about large cities, for cities over 1 million, in the 5 years before COVID, over 50% of violent crimes resulted in arrest. By 2022, it had fallen to 20% of reported violent crimes in those large cities had resulted in arrest. So, and that's reported crime. When you look at the arrest rate for total violent crime, only about 8% of violent crimes resulted in arrest. For property crimes, for total property crimes, the arrest rate was about 1.4%. So that's, you know, if it's not risky, plus, you know, you have left-wing prosecutors in many places even refusing to prosecute even the people that have been arrested. You've had liberal judges release over the few years large numbers of inmates from jails and prisons. And of course, you've had things like bail reform that have been occurring from California to Illinois and New York, which have put on the streets people who, in many cases, were even violent criminals.
Right. It's the same thing with kids. You know, I have 4 kids, and if you raise your kids that if they get in trouble, you never punish them, you're going to raise kids who are disasters their whole lives. You have to know there's consequences for doing something wrong, and if you punish them, they turn out to be much better kids. And liberal parents don't punish their kids, and they tell them how great it is that they want to be transgender. And isn't it funny how all the liberal parents have transgender kids? And no conservative I know has a transgender kid. I mean, it's just, it all makes sense if you have common sense. Your thoughts on Kash Patel and Dan Bongino leading the FBI? You think it's going to be a big difference?
Oh, I think it's going to be a huge difference. I mean, I know both of them a little bit. Kash is an extremely bright guy. They have a huge job ahead of them. Really, I mean, just to deal with the corruption in the FBI and the political bias is going to be difficult. let alone getting to issues like dealing with the people that deal with the data. I don't even know where they start on some of these things that are there. But, for the data, one of the problems that you face is that, I often was asked when I was working in the Department of Justice, how you could have the FBI spy on a presidential campaign and not have whistleblowers or leakers that are occurring to let people know that was occurring. And there's a simple answer to that is if everybody agrees with everybody else politically and they all think that they're, doing the right thing, you're not going to get leakers or whistleblowers that are going to be occurring there. And I don't.
And John,
I can't.
If you fire everybody, who runs the FBI? If you fire everybody, then you have no FBI agents. I mean, I don't even know what the answer is. It takes years to develop new FBI agents who are not all communists. So I'm not quite sure.
I don't think the problem is so much in the rank and file. I think it's been in the administration. All I can say is the data people are all kind of true believers.
There you go. So you fire the data people and you fire the top people in the administration and you keep the average everyday agent maybe, and then we're okay. There's a good answer from Dr. John Lott. I love it. All right, we're on the run. Dr. John Lott, founder of Crime Prevention Research Center. The website is crimeresearch.org, crimeresearch.org. Always appreciate you telling the truth and educating us. Thank you, Doc.
Great talking to you.
Dr. John Lott. I'm Wayne Allyn Root. We'll be right back. One more segment to go.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF Guns. What is DCF Guns, you ask? We're the best damn gun store and range in the universe. Do we have guns? We have all the guns. We got small guns. We got big guns. We even have beastly guns. We offer all types of training, and we have 5 ranges across our 3 locations. I'm a good shot. And of course, we have all types of ammo. We even have flamethrowers. Woo! We offer incredible membership opportunities, and members save even more on guns, ammo, and accessories. Military, both active and retired, and first responders get up to 40% off memberships. Come join the DCF family today, where we keep the range hot and the deals hotter. It's hot.
It was around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and I received an email from PayPal. It showed in this email that there was a debit in my PayPal account that was going to be taken out. I don't remember following the link in the email even. I think I went straight to the PayPal account, and that pending debit was there. And it was for about $1,000, I believe, so it was a lot of money. So I called the phone number on that email. And it kind of, the way this guy was talking, I didn't even question what he was saying. And I've worked with computers for the past 40 years. And he just kept convincing me, and he was a legitimate person that was going to fix my computer, and I had faith in him that he was doing his job. I got in the car and I drove, and I was just thinking, this isn't right. I've given this guy enough money to buy like 2 computers. So I came home and I just thought about it some more, and I called my wife had come home. I was by myself. I had to fix the computer, fix my phone, change my bank accounts, change all of my passwords. I mean, I went through like 2 weeks of going through everything I owned, changing everything that I had because of this guy calling me for those 2 or 3 hours. How did I fall for this? And it was a very traumatic experience. I know I wasn't the only one out there that had fallen for this. Listen to yourself and think about it before you do anything, and don't just trust somebody, even though it's so believable somehow. I don't. If you feel comfortable getting a software to help you to find out, who might be that actually track these scams, do it. I mean, if they feel that's something important to you, do it.
In every thread, in every stitch, Honor-Bound USA weaves the fabric of the American spirit. It's not just apparel, it's a testament to God, family, and country. At Honor-Bound USA, we're a family of patriots who put our faith, family, and America first. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Untamed podcast, all of our products proclaim speaking the truth with courage. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Identify yourself as one of the few who are willing to stand for what they believe in. Join the Honor-Bound USA family today. Wear it as a badge of honor, commitment to the values that shape us, and a pledge to the bright future we will build together. Because when you're honor-bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
The Root's on fire. This is brand new news breaking right now. Dozens of pro-Hamas students seized control of historic Barnard College academic building on the Columbia University campus in Manhattan, New York. That's my alma mater. Isn't it funny? I just wrote that story about Barack Obama in Columbia. Barack Obama is another radical, Islam-loving, low-life, communist scumbag, just like these students. They're all dressed with their, I don't know how you pronounce it, kifa-clad anti-Israel protesters, kafaya, whatever the hell it is, Muslim garb on their bodies. They hate America. They hate Jews. They want to kill Jews. They want to kill every Israeli. They want to destroy Israel. They'd love to overcome America. They hate Christians too. By the way, any of you out there you aren't Jewish and don't care, I happen to be Jewish. If you're not Jewish, you say, who cares about Israel? Who cares about Jews? Who cares about people who hate Jews? Anyone in the world that hates Jews and wants to kill Jews, the next group they're going to hate and kill are Christians. They're going to come after you after they come after me. Do you understand that? Anyone who hates Jews hates Christians. Muslims who are radicalized hate Jews and Christians. Muslims in France hate Jews and Christians. The Muslims you see in Holland, Netherlands, hate Jews and Christians. The Muslims you see in Germany and Sweden hate Jews and Christians. The Muslims in England hate Jews and Christians. The Muslims in America who are radicalized hate Jews and Christians. Take these low-life scumbags wearing their Muslim garb, and if they love Gaza so much and Palestine so much, send them to Gaza immediately. Now, I used to say that, not thinking anyone would actually do it, but President Trump has actually passed an executive order that orders colleges to send these people, to port them back out of the United States, assuming they're here on a student visa, ship them back off to the Middle East. I think send them all to Gaza, where they will very quickly protest and within minutes be brought to the roof of a building, and you know what happens next. If they love Gaza so much, wait till they experience Gaza. Wait till they experience the love of strict Muslim countries, which, bury women up to their heads and throw stones at them if they look at another man, and spray acid in the little girl's face if she wants to be educated, dares to want to go to school, and blows up little children at elementary schools to make a case for their radicalism. Why don't you just go experience it? I would ship all these people out of the country, and Trump has an EO that says exactly that. Kash Patel launches investigation into James Comey's secret honeypot operation involving 2 female undercover agents who targeted Trump's campaign. I just wrote that story today that you got to go after Obama. Who do you think ordered James Comey to do that? Obama. Who ordered the spying of Trump? Obama. Who ordered the Russian collusion fix and fraud? Obama. It's all Obama. Also, I happen to write today about my IRS case out of the blue. And out of the blue, it's mentioned today. Representative Jim Jordan says Obama IRS targeted conservatives. People have already forgotten Lois Lerner in the IRS and Barack Obama. He ordered them to go after conservatives. And who was the leading one? They went after me, Wayne Root, because I was on TV saying Obama went to Columbia with me, and he was not there. He's lying. Something's wrong with his story. And he was probably a foreign aid student, foreign exchange student. I'm also always talking about George Soros. This is a guy who is, again, it's an opinion show. My opinion is probably the worst human being in the entire world, who hates America. He's a Jew who hates Jews. He's a Jew who turned Jews in during the Holocaust so that they could be killed and all their property be stolen. He's a horrible human being. And you don't have to guess at it. He gave an interview on 60 Minutes and he said it. He said he turned Jews in. So his fellow Jews, he turned them into the Nazis because that was how he survived. Well, he's a piece of human garbage. And he has tried to destroy this country for so many years. He's tried so many ways with the green energy lies and his green energy nonprofits and his human trafficking, open border nonprofits. It's just disgusting how much money we've given him. And now it turns out I'm right. The U.S. government gave him all his money. USAID routed funds to Soros. How many hundreds of millions, we don't know. I'm just telling you that George Soros may have gotten rich because we gave him taxpayer money. And whether, maybe he got rich on his own and his new money just used to pump up and prop up his organizations, that's no good either. That means he destroyed the United States or tried to destroy the United States, not with his own money, but with your money and my money. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And by the way, a school-age child dies. First U.S. measles fatality in years in West Texas as the outbreak grows. The one thing they don't want to tell you is these kids are probably all illegal alien children. They don't want to tell you that, or at the very least, it's an American kid who caught it from an illegal alien's children. They come here with these diseases. We should have never let them in the country. They're lying. The media won't tell you the truth. It's illegal aliens spreading measles. GreatPatriotStore.com is the sponsor of this show. If you're sick and tired of supporting woke companies, great news for you. You don't have to anymore. This is the answer to inflation. Every product you buy at Amazon or Costco or Walmart or your local supermarket, now you can buy online at GreatPatriotStore.com. But all their products are much less expensive. This is how you beat inflation. Now they've got the beef, and all the beef is no hormones, no antibiotics, no mRNA. Pasture raised. Go to GreatPatriotStore.com. Fill out the form. In a matter of minutes, you are going to be a member when they call you back. For a limited time, everyone becomes a member, gets $100 in free store credit. Everyone gets an annual membership for only $1. GreatPatriotStore.com. We're done for the night. Have a great night. See you tomorrow.
Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's Chief Income Strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today. Do you want to get profits from the world's most productive oil basin? Bloomberg calls the Permian Basin the world's most important growth engine for oil production. Now there's a way for everyday investors to collect monthly checks from an incredible oil hotspot. It's not a stock, and it's not an ETF. Instead, you can actually own royalty rights on over 380,000 acres of prime oil and gas fields. The best part? 95% of all income from this investment gets paid directly to investors like you. You can simply sit back and collect the royalty checks month after month. You can get started with just $25 through any brokerage account. Visit oilboom2025.com to learn more about the opportunity from the Oxford Club's chief income strategist, Mark Lichtenfeld. That's oilboom2025.com to learn how to start collecting Permian Basin oil royalties today.
President.
Senator from Iowa.
Today, I come to the Senate floor to congratulate a legend in broadcasting business. Ron Steele is a longtime journalist from my hometown TV station, KWWL, Waterloo, Iowa. Tomorrow will be his last day behind the anchor desk. After more than 50 years bringing news, weather, and sports to Iowans, over the years, he's interviewed newsmakers from around the world and across our state, spanning U.S. presidents, Nobel laureates, Olympic medalists, and hometown athletes. Iowa's families in the Cedar Valley look forward to his weekly coverage of Friday Night Heroes. He also launched a public affairs program called The Steele Report, where he interviewed more than 400 people, including this U.S. Senator. As an avid news consumer, I hold Ron's work in high regard. He's received recognition for his outstanding work, including the prestigious Jack Shelley Award from the Iowa Broadcast News Association, as well as multiple Emmy Awards. Ron didn't let grass grow underneath his feet behind the anchor's desk. He leveraged his platform to become an invaluable civic leader across Cedar Valley, bringing particular focus to special needs kids. Ron's program called Iowa Child Series has helped 200 children find their forever families. And like my work in the United States Senate on foster care, what I hear from foster care kids is they're shunned from one family to another over the course of a year. I'd like to have a mom and dad and a home. And that's what Ron was helping these 200 children find. His leadership also was instrumental in raising enough money for the 5 Sullivan Brothers Iowa Veterans Museum in Waterloo. I don't expect people in Washington to know about the Sullivan Brothers, but they're the 5 brothers that were on the same destroyer in 1942, World War II, and it sunk and they all lost their lives. There's some trees planted out here on the Capitol complex in their memory, 5 Japanese trees. So, from one small town kid to another, I appreciate Ron's commitment to our community and to the people of Iowa. He will certainly be missed behind the news desk. Barbara, my wife, and I wish the entire Steele family the very best in the years ahead. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader is
I ask
recognized.
unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, last night, almost every single House Republican signed their names to what would be the largest Medicaid cuts in American history. The havoc, the damage that would do to tens of millions of American families would be almost unprecedented when it comes to Medicaid. Why did Republicans do it? So they could cut taxes for the billionaires club. The Republican agenda is quickly taking shape. Under Donald Trump's Republican Party, billionaires win, American families lose. Last night proved that Senate Democrats are right. It doesn't matter if Republicans go with one bill or two bills or 50 bills. The end game for Republicans has always been the same: cutting taxes for billionaires and forcing American families to pick up the tab. Now, the attention returns to the Republican Senate. Republican senators know these billionaire tax breaks are unpopular, particularly because it will push deep, nasty cuts to Medicaid. When I hear the Republican leadership talk about the bills they propose, they never mention the tax cuts to billionaires, which is the crown jewel in their minds of what they're doing. But they're afraid to mention it because they know how unpopular it is with the American people. They know it's going to increase the deficit by up to $5 trillion. These deficit hawks over on the other side of the aisle and the House are willing to increase the deficit by that much. So what do Republican Senate, what are they doing about it, knowing how high they would increase the deficit with the rise in interest rates, rise in costs, risk of economic downturn? What do? Instead of facing the problem head on, they're resorting to budget gimmicks to hide the true cost of their billionaire tax cuts. They want to use something, some of them, called a current policy baseline. In essence, current policy baseline is an attempt to magically turn $5 trillion of deficit spending into $0 on their balance sheets. The deficit would still be there. It would still go up by $5 trillion in actual terms. But this sleight of hand, this hocus pocus, says it's not going to appear on a balance sheet because we're calling it current policy baseline. Congress, Democrat or Republican, liberal or conservative, has never used a current policy baseline for reconciliation, and for good reason. Any junior high school math student could tell you their current policy baseline gimmickry is utter nonsense. It's an attempt for Senate Republicans to hide the true cost of their billionaire tax cuts from the American people. At least House Republicans are being honest about the outrageous costs of their tax cuts in terms of the deficit. In fact, the House Freedom Caucus is being far more honest about the deficit than our Senate Republican colleagues. Maybe the Freedom Caucus should send those debt clocks that Representative Thomas Massie wears on his lapel to the Senate Republicans. Now, what happened in the House last night and what happened last week in the Senate is only the beginning. Democrats are going to fight these billionaire tax cuts tooth and nail. Democrats are glad to have this debate because the American people will be aghast when they learn what's really in the Republican tax bill. And that is tax breaks, huge tax breaks, for their billionaire buddies, who are all doing well, God bless them. The last thing America needs is another tax break for them who are so rich already. Americans are worried that with these tax breaks, inflation is going to get worse. Americans are worried that Donald Trump will start a trade war with our allies and make trips to the grocery store an utter nightmare. We learned yesterday, for instance, that consumer confidence saw its biggest drop last month in 4 years. In 4 years. So this idea that the Republicans can hide what they're doing to the American people is not working. And we Democrats are going to make sure that Americans know exactly what they're doing in terms of their tax breaks for billionaires, hurting the average American. The issues that Americans are actually worried about are costs, are inflation, are getting decent health care. But what are the Republicans spending their time on here in Congress? Cutting taxes for billionaires and then hiding the true cost on the deficit with a sleight of hand. They're also slashing away at Medicaid and SNAP and so many other services that bring down the cost of living. This is absolutely not what the American people signed up for, and Republicans know it because they don't talk about it. Talk about how $2 trillion, close to $2 trillion in your plan, goes to the very wealthiest in America. You can't talk about it. You know why you can't talk about it? Because you know how unpopular it is. Yes, it's true that the small number of very wealthy people who have such a wealthy, greedy people, I might say, who want their taxes even lower, has a disproportionate hold on the Republican Party in the House and Senate. So they're doing it, but they're afraid to talk about it. And for sure, when it comes to these tax cuts, when it comes to the cuts in Medicaid, and so many other bad things that their budget does, Democrats will fight tooth and nail to prevent them. DOGE. Day by day, Americans are getting more alarmed by the slash and burn approach DOGE is taking to basic government programs. Americans certainly want a more efficient government. But what DOGE and Donald Trump are doing is not efficiency. Instead, it's chaos. Americans did not sign up for chaos, that's for sure. Americans did not sign up for DOGE to take a chainsaw, for instance, to aviation safety. There was another near miss, this time in Chicago, in the air. Thank God no one was hurt. But this shows you the immense importance of having a fully staffed FAA. How on earth is it efficiency to fire aviation safety assistants or maintenance mechanics or people who help with safety inspections and repairs, but that's just what DOGE did. I can't imagine any American thinks that's efficiency. The only thing that's going to accomplish, of course, is making flying less safe. It's going to lead to delays and mix-ups at airports. And not even the 9/11 families who lost loved ones or were hurt as they rushed to the towers right after 9/11, not even these folks were safe from the DOGE buzzsaw. DOGE tried to axe the workforce for the World Trade Center health program. Well, I'm glad we pushed Donald Trump and DOGE to reverse, and later today, I will join Senator Gillibrand, Representatives Goldman and Garbarino to reintroduce the bipartisan 9/11 World Trade Center health program reintroduction, 2 months after Elon Musk killed this program when he tanked the bipartisan funding bill in December. 9/11 families deserve to be treated with dignity, with respect, not with the contempt we see from DOGE. And no good business operator would take the slash and burn approach DOGE is taking. People's Social Security benefits are also at risk. Their ability to see a doctor is at stake. Their ability to put kids in daycare is at stake. The longer DOGE is allowed to rain chaos on the American people, the stronger the backlash will become. And let's not forget, even by their most optimistic projections, and they've had to reduce them, the amount of money that DOGE will cut is far less than the amount of the deficit created by the huge Republican tax cut. So all this talk that they need to do this for deficit reduction is belied by their clinging to a whopping deficit creation by the tax cut. On the methane CRA, today Senate Republicans will advance a measure undoing one of the most important tools we have to lower energy prices and hold big oil and gas accountable. The Republicans, once again in obeisance to the oil and gas industry, are pushing a resolution to reverse the methane waste emissions charge, which Democrats passed in the Inflation Reduction Act. It makes big oil companies pay when they leak excessive and harmful levels of methane. Typically, the more methane a company leaks during drilling, the more these companies will have to charge for the methane they do deliver, and the more gas prices will go up for families and businesses. The oil companies, they don't believe in what our economists call externalities. They think they can just throw methane into the air and let everyone else pay the price in terms of climate change, in terms of bad health for people, etc. And it will make gas prices, what they want to do, our Republican colleagues, gas prices will go up for families and businesses. Our law was reasonable, common sense, carefully tailored to safeguard. It's a carefully tailored safeguard to prevent consumers from footing the bill of big oil's methane waste, paired with federal funding to help big oil companies reduce their waste. Reducing methane waste in the atmosphere saves consumers money, it protects local communities from pollution, and methane, as you know, is a super potent greenhouse gas. And scientists agree that reducing methane is one of the best things we can do to combat climate change. Its deleterious effects on the atmosphere are many, many times greater even than CO2's is. So why do Republicans want to overturn it so badly? Because, as typical, Republicans are putting the needs of big oil and gas companies over the needs of the American people, over the health of the American people, over the health of our globe. Americans don't want big oil and big gas running the show. Americans don't want more pollution in their communities. Americans don't want higher gas prices. But that is what the Republicans are doing with today's CRA vote. Today's vote will show the American people once again who's on your side and who's on the side of big oil and gas. I hope everyone watches closely. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when it comes to American energy, the emergency siren is blaring. After 4 years of reckless regulations and restrictions by the Democrat administration, energy prices have jumped 31%. Families are feeling it all across the country. To most Americans, this is the definition of an energy emergency. To Senate Democrats, it's an inconvenient truth. Today, Democrats are trying to reverse President Trump's national energy emergency. They're bringing it right here to the floor of the United States Senate. They are trying to block common sense measures that are going to address painfully high energy prices under which American families have been suffering. This national energy emergency is part of President Trump's swift actions to unleash American energy. It's part of this broader vision of affordable, reliable, available American energy. Democrats oppose all of that. They've opposed it for the last 4 years. They still oppose it. They have learned nothing from 4 years of failure. Democrats remain the party of high energy prices. That's what they want. They think it's going to help the climate. Democrats remain the party of painful and punishing regulations. They remain the party of never-ending dependence on foreign dictators for energy that we have right here. Democrats want to continue the war on American energy. And that's what we're going to line up today and oppose what President Trump is trying to do to bring energy prices down. Republicans know that the best way to lower prices for the American people is to support more American energy production. We have it here. We ought to use it. We have the energy, not just that we have the energy, we have the workers. Excellent, qualified, hardworking Americans. And they know how to produce American energy responsibly. Last week, Senate Republicans here in this body passed a budget to secure the border, to unleash American energy, to rebuild our military. And we are taking further action to address high energy prices and cut red tape. The Senate we're working today on two important resolutions, doing it this entire week, using something called the Congressional Review Act. The first is from Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana. His resolution rolls back a burdensome Biden midnight regulation on energy production in the Gulf of America. The Senate passed it yesterday. The second is from Senator John Hoeven of North Dakota. His resolution cuts about $7 billion in new natural gas taxes on energy producers. $7 billion of new taxes. Where'd it come from? Came from the Democrats. This tax on American energy hits American families who use the energy to heat their homes. It was mandated by the Democrats' reckless tax and spending bill. The Democrat tax penalizes oil and gas production in America, and in doing so, it punishes American families. The golden age of American energy is the foundation of our golden age for America. It's linked directly to the prices that we pay, to the technology we use, and to the world we live in. Republicans are not going to allow the sticky thorns of red tape to entangle American energy. Republicans are reversing these punishing political regulations. That's what we're doing today. We're taking the handcuffs off of American energy production. We're paving the way for affordable, reliable American energy production. Unleashing American energy means lower prices. It means more innovation. It means more safety and stability in our communities and in our economy. America is an energy superpower. We need to act like it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, initially I want to make a very brief comment on the legislation that my colleagues, Senator Heinrich and Senator Kaine, are advancing and which will be voted upon later this afternoon. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of the resolution, which will overturn President Trump's really sham energy emergency. At a time when the U.S. is already producing record amount of oil and gas, the president wants to bypass laws and explore eminent domain to fast-track more fossil fuel projects, not alternate energy process, fossil fuel projects. And really not to lower prices or to create jobs, but to benefit his big oil donors, who President Trump reportedly asked to donate $1 billion to his campaign. It sounds awfully like quid pro quo, which in the past was frowned upon by presidents. The truth is the president's executive orders on energy, including his unlawful pause on investments from the Inflation Reduction Act, threaten to raise prices, kill good-paying American jobs, and cede economic opportunities to China. This is true in my home state of Rhode Island, where offshore wind companies work hand in hand with the local communities, labor leaders, local officials to invest in good-paying jobs for Rhode Island. And the president's actions threaten that progress. So I look forward to voting in favor of this resolution when it comes up later today. But Mr. President, my key topic this morning is to speak about the tremendous value that NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, provides to the American people. Over the past few weeks, we've heard alarming reports that the Trump administration wants to make good on its Project 2025 promise to, quote, break up and downsize and privatize portions of NOAA, including the National Weather Service. Destroying NOAA in this way would be an enormous blunder that would hurt our economy, hamper innovation, and increase the risks to American lives and property. The fact is that NOAA accounts for just 0.1% of the federal budget. Yet it is delivering information and research absolutely vital to our economic prosperity. The reports we see on the local news, on the Weather Channel, and all our smartphones are built on forecasts and information generated by the National Weather Service and its array of scientists, satellites, and equipment. NOAA's tornado and hurricane warning systems provide local emergency managers critical information to prepare and respond to storms, often up to a week in advance. NOAA's aviation forecasts help ensure planes can take off and land at their destination safely. NOAA's seasonal forecasts help farmers plant and grow our food. On the seas, NOAA's nautical charting and mapping services are used by everyone from recreational boaters to international shipping companies. Its exploration of uncharted portions of the ocean floor give us insights into parts of our planet that are still as mysteriously, maybe more mysterious than outer space. NOAA works to protect our fishing industry and bring American seafood to kitchen tables around the world, supporting 1.7 million fishing jobs, $250 billion in seafood industry sales, and $117 billion in value-added impacts. And the list goes on and on and on. A study by the American Meteorological Society found that every dollar invested in the National Weather Service produces $73 in value to the American people. And NOAA isn't a creature of Washington, D.C. It's in Norman, Oklahoma, where NOAA's Storm Prediction Center tracks severe weather and tornado warnings. It's in Florida, where NOAA's National Hurricane Center monitors incoming storms to save lives and mitigate property loss. It's in Alaska, where scientists at NOAA's Fisheries Science Center work to maintain healthy fish populations to support local fishermen. And it's in my home state of Rhode Island, the ocean state, where NOAA is building Atlantic Marine Operations Center, which will centralize its operations and take advantage of the expertise found in Rhode Island and our nearby states. We have an incredible concentration of oceanographic and marine scientists. We have the Naval Underwater Center in Newport. They are the leaders in research for undersea vessels, all issues that are critical to our national security. The University of Rhode Island, just across the bay, has a nationally recognized school of oceanography, and they've just voted millions of dollars rather, to upgrade and improve that. They will receive a new research vessel shortly. We have partnerships with Woods Hole, just in Massachusetts, just probably 45 minutes away. This is where the scientific center on oceanography is gradually emerging. And so NOAA's arrival just will be beneficial, but it won't be a result simply of their efforts. It'll be the combination of what we've already put in place. NOAA, as I said, situated in an area where the blue economy, which includes our Graduate School of Oceanography, the University of Rhode Island, the Naval Undersea Warfare Center, small shipyards, and one of the most important fishing ports on the East Coast, they will become an integral part of that. So they will be sustained and supported at the same time they sustain and support our current efforts. And as we face new and ever-growing challenges, including those driven by climate change and extreme weather, NOAA's work is more vital than ever. The President and Mr. Musk's reckless threats to NOAA's workforce, its budget, and its scientific research will make us less prepared, cost more money, and indeed lives. Craig McLean, who served as NOAA's top scientist during the first Trump administration, said of the threats posed by the President and Elon Musk, quote, "It's dire. The way that this is being handled is with ignorance and a sledgehammer rather than the appropriate discretion that's necessary." Protecting NOAA and its workforce is an investment in our future, an investment in our ability to predict and prepare for natural disasters and in the resilience of our planet. And I urge the President and my colleagues to protect NOAA and ensure it can continue to carry out its mission and continue to provide valuable service to the American people. With that, Mr. President, I thank you, and I will yield the floor.
Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources is discharged from further consideration of SJ Resolution 10, and the Senate will proceed to the consideration of the joint resolution, which the clerk will report.
SJ Res 10, terminating the national emergency declared with respect to energy.
Under the previous order, there will be up to 6 hours for debate, only with the time equally divided between the leaders or their designees. Senator from Texas.
President, I know there's a lot going on in Washington, D.C. these days, given the speed and the aggressiveness with which President Trump and his administration have attacked his agenda, and I use that in a very positive way. It gets a little confusing to figure out what's important and what's maybe not quite so important. But I'd like to talk about one thing that's been very top of mind for a lot of us here in the House and the Senate, and that, of course, is the process to implement President Trump's America First agenda. This is what the election was about, just on November the 5th. And of course, a lot of ink has been spilled on the mechanics of the process talking about budget resolutions, reconciliation instructions, and things that are gibberish to most Americans. But this is the process by which we do the job of implementing President Trump's American First agenda. Last week, my Senate colleagues and I were here late into the night and into the early morning voting on amendments to the budget passed out of the Senate Budget Committee, on which I serve. Our colleagues in the House voted to pass their version last night, so now we find ourselves at a critical juncture with a different budget resolution in the House from that passed by the Senate. And of course, as I said, we've been spending a lot of time and energy talking about procedural questions up to this point. Questions over whether the Republicans will enact President Trump's agenda in one bill or two, whether the bill that eventually reaches the president's desk would originate in the House or the Senate. A great deal of discussion and debate has been ongoing about all these details and more. But what is most important is to keep our eye on the prize, what we're actually trying to accomplish. As I mentioned at the beginning, last November, millions of Americans went to the polls and elected President Trump, and to turn the page on the last 4 years of the Biden administration's disastrous inflationary policies. We finally reached the point where, as Admiral Mullen, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff about 10 years ago, when asked what the biggest threat to our national security was, he said it was the debt. And at the time, I think many of us, me included, thought, well, that's kind of an interesting take. But we finally come to a point where Admiral Mullen's statement and reality have converged, where we are now paying more interest on the national debt than we are on defense of our nation in a dangerous world, which seems to be getting more dangerous all the time. We spend about 2.8% of our gross domestic product on national defense, and there's no question in my mind that we're going to have to up that figure substantially. But we can't do it by continuing to borrow against our nation's credit card and to crowd out other investment and to pass that debt on to our children and grandchildren. That's just flat immoral. So now the task at hand is to enact the policies that the American people voted for. And what are those policies? Well, first and foremost, we have to secure the southern border. I represent a state of about 31 million people with 1,200-mile common border between the United States and Mexico. We know in Texas what the price that we've had to pay, not just at the border, not just in Texas, but throughout the nation, for the open border policies of the Biden administration. Customs and Border Protection encounters with illegal migrants increased more than 40% from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal 2023, totaling more than 10 million encounters nationwide. And when we say this is an encounter, this is people showing up, claiming asylum, only to be released into the interior of the United States and given a court date that may be 10 years off, or simply paroled, which means released into the United States, given a work permit. In other words, in the words of the Border Patrol, when I asked them, what do you think the best solution is to deal with this flood of humanity coming across the border, they used one word. They said consequences. There have to be consequences to coming to the United States outside of legal immigration channels. And during the Biden administration, there simply were no consequences. It was like having a big green traffic light on the border telling people from anywhere around the world, come on in. And of course, the people who facilitated that are these criminal organizations, the cartels that have now been designated as foreign terrorist organizations by the Trump administration. And oh, by the way, not only did they traffic in human beings for all sorts of purposes, including human trafficking of children, young girls, young boys. These are the same people who facilitated the movement of drugs across the border in massive quantities that took the life of more than 100,000 Americans last year alone. About 70,000 of those were from fentanyl, a word that's become more common lately because it is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It's in states like Montana, it's states like Texas, and many of my colleagues have said, well, as a result of the disastrous border policies of the Biden administration, every state is now a border state. Well, on top of all the people that were simply released, basically enriching the cartels who charge by the head and making it easier for them to smuggle drugs into the United States, more than 1.7 million gotaways evaded Border Patrol. What that means basically is they were seen on a camera or some sort of sensor, but by the time the Border Patrol showed up, they were gone. And of course, these are the people who were trying to, who frankly are up to no good. Whether they have criminal records, whether they were carrying drugs, whether they had some other reason to evade law enforcement, these are not honest, hardworking people that just simply wanted a better way of life. 1.7 million gotaways. The human and drug trafficking facilitated by the Biden administration's open border policies have caused immeasurable suffering to the people of Texas and the people of the nation. The fentanyl manufactured with Chinese precursors smuggled through the open border has taken tens of thousands of American lives. It is a shocking statistic to me that out of the 70,000 or so young people mainly who died as a result of ingesting fentanyl, unbeknownst to them, they thought they were actually consuming something else, a Percocet, some other relatively innocuous drug, only to find out the hard way that it was contaminated with fentanyl, a deadly drug, which is now the leading cause of death for young people between the age of 18 and 45. We know where it comes from. The chemicals come from China. We know where it goes to be manufactured and made to look like relatively innocuous pills that are then taken by our young people. It comes across the border from Mexico. And yet the Biden administration's open border policies made it easier, not harder, for that to happen. And the results, as I said, have been disastrous. Well, now it's up to us to right the ship by enacting President Trump's border security agenda. But we also have other work to do. We have to extend the expiring tax provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, a bill that we passed in 2017, and after 5 years, many provisions of that tax bill expire. If Congress fails to extend the tax cuts championed by President Trump in his first term and passed by Republican majorities in the House and Senate, Americans will face the highest tax increase in recent history. A family of four making around $80,000 a year will see a $1,700 a year tax hike if these provisions expire. Let me say that again. A family of four making $80,000 a year will see a tax increase of $1,700 next year if these provisions expire. Now, the reason why I emphasize that is because, to listen to our Democratic colleagues, you would think it's all about billionaires and millionaires. But no, 62% of American taxpayers would pay more taxes if we experience a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase as a result of the expiration of these provisions in 2025. Well, after 4 years of the highest inflation we've had in the last 40 years, families have struggled to keep up. In fact, many of them have been stuck with an effective pay cut and a reduction in their standard of living because the same dollars in their pocket have had less purchasing power than they used to as a result of this insidious, secret, or invisible tax known as inflation. So now is not the time to slap these American families with a tax increase. That would be insult to injury. After Washington Democrats eroded the purchasing power of American families, it would only add insult to injury to go back to those same families in Texas and elsewhere and insist that the government needs to take even more of their hard-earned paycheck come tax day. I was proud to work with President Trump in 2017, along with all of my colleagues. I happened to be the chief vote counter back then as majority whip when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and made sure that it had the necessary support to get across the finish line. It wasn't easy, but it was important, and it had a huge impact on the quality of life and standard of living of millions and millions of Americans. And so I look forward to working with my colleagues here in the Senate to extend those expiring provisions now during President Trump's second term. But last but not least, we have to begin the process of getting our spending and debt under control in order to get a grip on the historic runaway inflation caused by President Biden and Washington Democrats' reckless spending sprees. And I also mentioned the impact it has on our ability to provide for the common defense and our national security. Ronald Reagan famously said, peace, which is something we all aspire to, peace comes through strength. Weakness is a provocation and an invitation to the world's tyrants and bullies, people like Vladimir Putin, people like President Xi in China. If they sense weakness, they will take advantage of it. And what we need to do in America and with our allies is reestablish deterrence. That's what peace through strength means. And we can't do it by continuing to spend borrowed money and racking up debt on our nation's credit card. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to address not only discretionary spending, which is what we do on an annual basis, which is about 28% of what the federal government spends, but mandatory spending. The federal government spends an enormous amount of money each year. It's in excess of $6.5 trillion. Now, I don't have the brain capacity to conceive of what $6.5 trillion is, and I doubt anybody does. But it's a lot of money. And there's no way we're going to be able to get our spending problem and our debt problem under control by addressing 28% of what the federal government spends. So we need to look not only at the discretionary spending, we need to look at the so-called mandatory spending, which is on autopilot. And yes, Medicare and Social Security are off the table. We're not going to be talking about those. We need to address those at some point, but we can only do that with bipartisan support. And then there are things like the tax code, which is more than just deductions and credits. Our Democratic colleagues have now turned the tax code into a welfare benefit scheme. The child tax credit and the earned income tax credit are refundable tax credits, which means it's not a credit against income. It's not a deduction. It's a check that's handed out. And there are $200 billion worth of refundable tax credits paid out on an annual basis by the federal government. $200 billion. We need to get a hold of that. We need to get that under control. We also need to return to common sense requirements that were bipartisan back in the days of Bill Clinton, which is meaningful work requirements for means-tested programs. We need to help people who need help, but if people are able to help themselves by working and providing for their family, and they don't need to be a burden on the taxpayers, and then they should be contributing like everybody else and not living off of the American taxpayer. Americans across the country voted to end the reckless policies of the Biden administration, and so now it's up to us to deliver. We've kicked the can down the road. So far, we've run out of road. And now we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity with President Trump and Republican majorities in both houses to do something about it. The House and the Senate have the same goal. The American people have given this administration a mandate, and the clock is ticking. At the end of the day, what matters is not whether the talking heads in the media or people across the country see this as a Senate bill or a House bill. That's inconsequential. What matters is that it is President Trump's agenda that we are implementing as mandated by the American people last November the 5th. We need to get this across the finish line, to secure the border, to provide for the common defense, to avoid a massive tax increase on middle-class families, and get our national debt under control once and for all. That's what Texans voted for on November the 5th, and I believe that's what Americans voted for on November the 5th. That's our mandate, and we have no option but to get that job done. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I would note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Oregon.
I rise to speak, but I first ask to vacate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the nomination of Jamison Greer to serve as United States Trade Representative. If confirmed, he'd be the top official on one of the President's signature issues, trade and tariffs. Donald Trump was elected president largely on the promise of lowering prices for American families and remaking the global economy to America's benefit. 6 weeks into his president, what he has shown is a willingness to impose staggering costs on our families, workers, and businesses in order to settle scores on issues that have nothing to do with trade or the economy. He gets headlines, his wealthy friends get tax breaks, and American families get stuck with higher prices and bigger bills. I oppose this nomination, and I certainly have nothing against Mr. Greer personally. I just believe in this position he'll be a rubber stamp for the Trump tax, the knee-jerk decision to slap tariffs on nearly everything Americans buy and make high prices even higher. Mr. Greer has embraced the Trump chaos strategy, which is a slap in the face to farmers, manufacturers, and communities across the country. They are sounding the alarm about how the Trump program is already costing them sales overseas and jobs here at home. Our country needs a U.S. trade representative who will be the point person on trade for this administration. And I just don't have the confidence in Mr. Greer for that job. Let me start with the first key point. The Trump administration's across-the-board tariffs are going to cost Americans big time, up to $2,600 a year, according to one estimate. That could devastate American jobs. One appraisal is destroy 344,000 American jobs. Donald Trump has already ordered tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. The China tariffs went into effect last month. Now he's promising that 25% tariffs on everything Americans buy from Mexico and Canada would go into effect next week. Get ready for gas prices to go up, power prices to spike, auto supply chains to be thrown out of whack, and fresh fruit and vegetables getting more expensive. And there's more. Donald Trump has promised new tariffs on steel and aluminum, which go into everything from soda cans to cars. Yesterday, he proposed tariffs on copper, which is used in everything from housing to medical devices and cars. They largely come from Chile and Canada. And he's pushing something called reciprocal tariffs on maybe everything. The only thing we can be sure about with Trump tariffs is that they're going to hit working Americans the hardest. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their billionaire friends are barely going to notice the price hikes. And if you ask people at a Fred Meyer store in Gresham, Oregon, or buying groceries in Charlotte or Kalamazoo, they don't need an economist to know that Donald Trump isn't helping prices. Less than a third of Americans approve of the job Donald Trump is doing on inflation, according to a poll released this week. Consumer sentiment, a particularly important measure, fell by 10% this month. More and more Americans are rightly worried that tariffs are going to drive more inflation. If this trade war continues, there's no doubt many U.S. workers, farmers, and ranchers are going to lose their jobs when our trading partners retaliate and slap tariffs on made-in-the-USA products. That's what happened the last time Donald Trump was in office. American producers of everything from rice to bourbon to motorcycles got hammered. They sold less overseas, made less money, and workers ended up paying the price. Mr. President, there is a right way to approach tariffs that punishes bad actors like China and targets the products that will change other countries' behavior while minimizing the cost to American families. The Trump administration is doing the opposite. He's maximizing price spikes for regular Americans with no plan or strategy. So one other point with respect to trade chaos. Mr. Greer has endorsed this, and it's already hurting farmers and small businesses. Now, I had 4 town hall meetings in my state recently and talked with lots of small business and farmers. I'm hearing one message over and over again. They are already losing sales and losing markets to Donald Trump's bluster. Last year, our state exported $34 billion in blueberries, hazelnuts, and other goods overseas, almost an all-time high. Now, instead of building on that success, our producers and innovators prepare for the worst. And this story comes up again and again. The Washington Post quoted an Iowa farmer who's seen prices of seed, fertilizers, and equipment increase while prices for soybeans are flat. Our goal is to make Iowa and U.S. soybean farms profitable, said this Iowa farmer. And to do that, we need the international markets. We need to keep growing demand. The state economist in Georgia said this month that the greatest to that state's economy, and I'll repeat, the greatest threat to the economy, is Trump's trade threats. Tariffs mean higher prices for consumers, while trade wars mean other countries buy less of what Georgia makes, including aerospace components, pulp and paper, machinery, and auto parts. Pittsburgh-based aluminum manufacturer Alcoa said Trump's tariffs will cost 100,000 jobs in the United States and won't lead to more production here. This is bad for the aluminum industry in the United States. It's bad for American workers. Not according to some member of the Senate, but that's what the Alcoa president said. There are similar reports of communities fearing the worst in Wisconsin, North Carolina, and across the land. One final reason I oppose the Greer nomination, and it's not clear to me as my concern in this area that he'll be the final voice in the room with Donald Trump on trade. There are an awful lot of trade cooks in that kitchen. Peter Navarro, Treasury Secretary Bessent, Commerce Secretary Lutnick, all have claimed responsibility for trade. It reminds me of an old saying that gets attributed to John Madden. If you got 2 quarterbacks, you have none. Well, if you have 4 trade chief officials, you have none. Unfortunately, Mr. Greer did little in his confirmation process to build confidence that the buck stops with him on trade. He said it's not a trade matter when Donald Trump uses tariffs to settle scores about the border, immigration, and diplomatic issues. So, Mr. Greer said these decisions aren't something he would expect to be involved with if confirmed. If the U.S. Trade Representative isn't going to be in the room when tariff decisions are at stake, it's not clear to me what influence over critical trade decisions Mr. Greer will have in the Trump administration. Mr. President, Americans need a trade policy that puts workers and families first, and a chief trade official who has the authority to deliver actual results for our workers and families. Unfortunately, neither of those is on offer today. That's why I oppose the nomination and I yield the floor. Oh, my colleague is going to speak.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the confirmation of Mr. Jamison Greer, who is nominated to serve as the United States Trade Representative. I think I ought to just probably set a couple of facts straight about President Trump's utilization of the various policies that he has in the past term when he was president the first time. It was said that wages went up, prices went up, wages went down, prices went up, and that people were going to face terrible, dire consequences if he's able to follow his trade policies again in this term. The reality is that under President Trump, wages went up, jobs went up, unemployment went down, benefits went up, the economy grew dramatically, and we had the strongest economy in our lifetimes because of the policies President Trump pursued. So I don't think people should let these politics of fear, saying that everything that President Trump does is going to hurt people, convince them otherwise. The Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, created in 1962 by Congress, develops and coordinates U.S. international trade policy and oversees trade negotiations with other countries. The U.S. Trade Representative, the role for which Mr. Greer is nominated, historically and statutorily serves as the United States principal advisor, negotiator, and spokesperson on trade issues. Mr. Greer is well suited for these roles, as demonstrated during his previous tenure as USTR Chief of Staff, when he worked with both sides of the aisle in negotiating and securing congressional approval of the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, which passed the Senate 89-10. And I would note that the previous U.S. Trade Representative, who is now being replaced by Mr. Greer, and President Biden himself for the past 4 years, refused to actually negotiate any bilateral trade agreements with other nations. None. Throughout the nomination process, Mr. Greer demonstrated his strong commitment to work with the Congress in a bipartisan fashion to advance the interests of our farmers, ranchers, fishers, and workers. In particular, I applaud Mr. Greer's commitment to change that pattern of the last 4 years and to negotiate and work on opening markets for our farmers and manufacturers around the globe, negotiating new bilateral trade agreements and enforcing existing ones, something we have not seen for 4 years. I fully welcome a return to the USTR that performs its statutory obligation of creating new opportunities for Americans. And I look forward to the USTR's forthcoming reviews of foreign trade barriers that stymie U.S. investments and imports. I urge my colleagues to join me now to advance Mr. Greer's nomination. It is critical that the United States have a USTR at the helm of these investigations and to support the administration's return to an active and robust trade agenda that prioritizes America's farmers, ranchers, workers, and businesses. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Idaho. Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume. Oh, sorry. That's what I was reading. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Jamison Greer of Maryland to be United States Trade Representative.
Questions on the nomination? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo.
because we're a very big country too, but we were ranked last time under Biden, we were ranked 40 out of 40. They do the 40 certain nations that they've done for a long time. It seems to be 40 for whatever reason. And we were ranked number 40. A year ago we were 38, then we were 39. We hit 40. And so we're last in that, and we're first in cost per pupil. So I would say that's unacceptable. Lawrence, you have something? Go ahead.
Mr. President, I know you like competition, and I know it's early, so which department are you most impressed with? And then to this that's the first one. Which department have you received the most resistance from?
Well, I think both of those questions are a little bit, well, you're a pretty controversial guy. Look, it's very early. Right now, I think I'm impressed with everybody. So far, everybody. If I wasn't in the first month, and some of them just got here, they just got approved 2 days ago, right? But I think I'm very impressed with everybody. So far, I'm very happy with all of the choices. I think that Allyn has done incredibly with some groups, and some groups are much easier than others. It is true. State is a, very difficult situation. We're right now negotiating very successfully, I think, with Russia and with Ukraine, and we have a lot of countries involved, and we have to be a little bit careful what we do and who we're terminating. But Marco is doing that I think he's going to be very precise. It's going to be, we're cutting down government. We're cutting down the size of government. We have to. We're bloated. We're sloppy. We have a lot of people that aren't doing their job. We have a lot of people that don't exist. You look at Social Security as an example. I mean, you have so many people in Social Security where, if you believe it, they're 200 years old. And what we're doing is finding out, are checks going out for that? And is somebody cashing those checks who's maybe 35 years old, okay? So there's a lot of dishonesty, there's a lot of fraud. But I think at this moment, I'll take Allyn off the spot. I think that he's impressed. He said it very well, better than I can say it, that he's impressed with the people in this room, very impressed. And I am too, and it's too early to say, but I think everybody's on board. They all know. We want to balance a budget. We want to have a balanced budget within a reasonably short period of time, meaning maybe by next year or the year after, but maybe even sooner than that.
Mr. President, your number one issue was the border. We just got new information that they're doxing our federal agents. They're putting their personal information out there, these activists, and they're disrupting the operation. So you got Trinidad Aga running all.
Well, we have activists, that's true. And a lot of those.
What are we going to do about the activists?
Yeah, a lot of those activists are acting illegally, and we'll give that to our Attorney General, and she'll take a look at that very strongly. But we also having tremendous support from Border Patrol, from ICE. The ICE agents have been unbelievable. Border Patrol, their leadership at Border Patrol has been incredible, and they're working very well. And as you know, and I saw you reporting it this morning, actually, we set records on the least number of illegal aliens coming in, migrants coming into our country that we've had in more than 50 years. And we did this all within a period of weeks because we took over a mess. The world was pouring in. And remember, they were coming in from jails and prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were gang members and drug dealers. Anybody wanted to come in, they came. And from not just South America, from all over the world. So it's amazing what they've done. And Christie and Tom Holman, the job they've done has been absolutely amazing. We set records for and we want people to come into our country, by the way, but they want to come in, they have to come in legally. I want that to be really understood. We want people in our country, but they have to come in legally.
Can I follow on that, Mr. President, about the Trump gold card idea
Yeah.
that you unveiled yesterday?
I hope you liked it.
I have way more information, but the question is, does this reflect a view on your part that the American immigration system has never been properly monetized as you feel it should be?
Well, not so much monetized. It hasn't been properly run. I get calls from, as an example, companies where they want to hire the #1 student at a school. A person comes from India, China, Japan, lots of different places, and they go to Harvard, the Wharton School of Finance, they go to Yale, they go to all great schools, and they graduate #1 in their class. And they're made job offers, but the offer is immediately rescinded because you have no idea whether or not that person can stay in the country. I want to be able to have that person stay in the country. these companies can go and buy a gold card, and they can use it as a matter of recruitment. At the same time, the company is using that money to pay down debt. We're going to pay down a lot of debt with that. And I think the gold card is going to be used by, not only for that, I mean, they'll be used by companies. I mean, I could see Apple. I've spoken with Tim Cook, and by the way, he's going to make a $500 billion investment in the country only because of the results of the election. And I think because of tariffs. He's going to want to be in the country because of tariffs. Because if you're in the country, there is no tariff. If you're out of the country, you got to pay tariffs. And that's going to be a great investment, I think, that he's making. I know it's going to be a great investment. But we have to be able to get people in the country, and we want people that are productive people. And I will tell you, the people that can pay $5 million, they're going to create jobs. They're going to spend a lot of money on jobs. They're going to have to pay taxes on that, too. So they're going to be hiring people. They're going to be bringing people in and companies in. And I don't know, maybe it will sell like crazy. I happen to think it's going to sell like crazy. It's a bargain. But we'll know fairly soon. I think Howard and Scott, a few of you really are responsible for it. But Howard, if you want to discuss that for a couple of minutes, I think I'd like to have you. I think it's going to be a very successful program. This is commerce.
So the EB-5 program, which has been around for many years, had investment of $1 million into projects in America. And those projects were often suspect. They didn't really work out. There wasn't any oversight of it. And so for $1 million investment, you got a visa, and then you came into the country and ended up with a green card. So it was poorly overseen, poorly executed. Then you had our border open where millions of people came through. So the idea is we will have a proper business. We will modify the EB-5 agreement. Christy and I are working on it together. For $5 million, they'll get a license from the Department of Commerce. Then they'll make a proper investment on the EB-5, right? And we think Scott and I will design the EB-5 investment model because Scott and I are the best people together to do that. So this is joint. This is exactly the Trump administration. We all work together. We work it out to be the best. And if we sell, just remember, 200,000. There's a line for EB-5 of 250,000 right now. 200,000 of these gold green cards is $1 trillion to pay down our debt. And that's why the president is doing it, because we are going to balance this budget and we are going to pay off the debt under President Trump.
And to qualify, do you have to promise and make commitments to create a certain number of jobs
No,
here in the U.S.?
no, because not all these people are going to be job builders. There'll be successful people, or there'll be people that were hired from colleges, like sort of like paying an athlete a bonus. I mean, Apple or one of the companies will go out and they'll spend they'll buy 5 of them, and they're going to get 5 people. Look, I've had the complaint from a lot of companies where they go out to hire people and they can't hire them out of colleges. And you know what they do? They go back to India, or they go back to the country where they came, and they open up a company, and they become billionaires. And they're employing thousands and thousands. There are a lot of examples. There are some really big examples where they were forced out of the country. They graduated top in their class at a great school, and they weren't able to stay. This is all the time you hear it. And the biggest complaint I get from companies, other than over-regulation, which we took care of, but we're going to have to take care of it here because a lot of that was put back on by Biden. But the biggest complaint is the fact that they can't have any longevity with people. This way they have pretty much unlimited longevity. Also with the $5 million, you know, that's a path to citizenship. So that's going to be, it's sort of a green card plus, and it's a path to citizenship. We're going to call it the gold card, and I think it's going to be very treasured. I think it's going to do very well, and we're going to start selling hopefully in about 2 weeks. Now, just so you understand, if we sell 1 million, right, 1 million, that's $5 trillion, 5 trillion. Howard was using a different number, but that's $5 trillion. If we sell 10 million, which is possible, 10 million highly productive people coming in, or people that we're going to make productive, they'll be young, but they're talented, like a talented athlete. That's $50 trillion. That means our debt is totally paid off, and we have $15 trillion above that. And now, I don't know that we're going to sell that many. Maybe we won't sell many at all, but but I think we're going to sell a lot because I think there really is a thirst. No other country can do this because people don't want to go to other countries. They want to come here. Everybody wants to come here, especially since November 5th.
Mr. President, how can you... They'll all be vetted, by the way. All these people will be vetted, okay? They'll be vetted.
Ukraine, can you talk a little bit about what type of security guarantees you're willing to make?
Well, I'm not going to make security guarantees beyond very much. We're going to have Europe do that because it's in, we're talking about Europe as their next door neighbor. But we're going to make sure everything goes well. And as you know, we'll be making we'll be really partnering with Ukraine in terms of rare earth. We very much need rare earth. They have great rare earth. We'll be working with Secretary Burgum and with Chris. You'll be working on that together. And we're going to be able to have tremendous, this gives us, because we don't have that much of it here. We have some, but we don't have that much, and we need a lot more to really propel us to the next level to lead in every way. We're leading right now with AI. We're leading with everything right now, but we need resources. We have to double our electric capacity. We have to do many things. We have to really triple, if you think of it, the electric capacity from what we have right now, if you can believe it. So I just say this, the deal we're making gets us, it brings us great wealth. We get back the money that we spent, and we hope that we're going to be able to settle this up. We want to settle it. We want to stop. I tell you what, I'm doing it for two reasons, but the number one reason by far is to watch all these people being killed. I see pictures every week from, I assume satellite pictures mostly, but there's some pictures on site of thousands of soldiers that are being killed. They're being decimated because equipment today, military equipment, is so powerful and so devastating. And number one, I want to see people stop. And they're not from here, they're from primarily two other countries. And then, by the way, let's talk about the Middle East. We got to solve that problem too. And that's come a long way. We're doing very well on that also. A lot of things are happening on that. But I'm watching soldiers being killed, Ukrainian and Russian soldiers being killed. My number one thing is to get that stopped. My number two thing is I don't want to have to pay any more money because Biden has spent $350 billion without any chance of getting it back. Now we're going to be getting all of that money back plus a lot more. And we provided a great thing. We've provided something very important. And we'll be working with Ukraine, and because we'll be taking that, we're going to be taking what we're entitled to take. Now, they spent $350 billion, and Europe spent $100 billion. Now, does anybody really think that's fair? But then we find out a little while ago, not so long ago, a few months ago, I found out that the money they spent, they get back. But the money we spent, we don't get back. I said, well, we're going to get it back. And we'll be able to make a deal. And again, President Zelensky's coming to sign the deal. And it's a great thing. It's a great deal for Ukraine, too, because they get us over there. And we're going to be working over there. We'll be on the land. And, in that way, there's sort of automatic security because nobody's going to be messing around with our people when we're there. And so we'll be there in that way. But Europe will be watching it very closely. I know that UK has said and France has said that they volunteered to put so-called peacekeepers on the site, and I think that's a good thing.
Mr. President, you have been very clear. The high cost of eggs, and we've seen consumer confidence this week have a sharp drop from last month, the biggest dip in, I believe, 3 years. Why is that, your assessment? Why is that the case? And is there
well, I think that consumer confidence, if you look at confidence in the nation, it had the biggest increase in the history of the chart. It went up 42 points in a period of like days after the election, since the election. So since the election, the confidence in our nation, including right track, wrong track, the first time it's ever happened where we were on the right track, because this country has been on the wrong track for a long time. So the confidence in business, confidence in the country has reached an all-time high. We have never reached levels like we are right now. Okay.
Mr. President, you've been very clear in saying that as long as you're president, Iran will never get a nuclear weapon.
That's true.
Is it also your policy that as long as you're president, China will never take Taiwan by force?
I never comment on that. I don't comment on anything because I don't want to ever put myself in that position. And if I said it, I certainly wouldn't be saying it to you. I'd be saying it to other people, maybe people around this table, and very specific people around this table. So I don't want to put myself in that position. But I can tell you what, I have a great relationship with President Xi. I've had a great relationship with him. We want them to come in and invest. I see so many things saying that we don't want China in this country. That's not right. We want them to invest in the United States. That's good. That's a lot of money coming in, and we'll invest in China. We'll do things with China. The relationship we'll have with China will be a very good one. I see all of these phony reports that we don't want their money, we don't want anything to do with them. That's wrong. We're going to have a good relationship with China, but they won't be able to take advantage of us. What they did to Biden was, he didn't know what was happening. He didn't know what he was doing. The administration didn't know what they were doing. It was very sad to watch. But we're going to have a good relationship with China and Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East. We're doing things that, look, when I left, we had no wars. We had defeated ISIS totally. We had no inflation. We didn't have the Afghanistan withdrawal, the worst withdrawal anybody's ever seen. I think that's one of the reasons that President Putin looked at that. He said, wow, these guys are a paper tiger. Look at it, we're no paper tiger. Don't forget, we got rid of ISIS in 3 weeks. People said it would take 5 years. We did it because when I came in, I let them do what they had to do. And the man that headed that operation is now going to be your chairman, right?
Yes,
Chairman
sir.
of the Joint Chiefs.
Yes, sir.
And Raisin Kane. I liked him right from the beginning. As soon as I heard his name, I said, that's my guy. Okay, any other questions?
Decreases in crossings at the border to continue the pause on tariffs against Mexico and Canada? And
No,
if
I'm not stopping the tariffs. No, millions of people have died because of the fentanyl that comes over the border.
Even with the 90% drop in border crossings, though,
Well,
this
that's-
last
well-
month compared to about a year ago?
Yeah, they've been good, but that's also due to us, mostly due to us. I mean, it's very hard. It's right now very hard to come through the border, but look, the damage has been done. We've lost millions of people due to fentanyl. It comes mostly from China, but it comes through Mexico and it comes through Canada. And I have to tell you that, on April 2nd, I was going to do it on April 1st, but I'm a little bit superstitious, so I made it April 2nd. The tariffs go on, not all of them, but a lot of them. And I think you're going to see something that's going to be amazing. We've been taken advantage of as a country for a long period of time. We've been tariffed, but we didn't tariff. Now, I did, when I was here, we took in $700 billion from China. $700 billion. Not one president in the history of our country took in 10 cents from China. At the same time, China respected us. Now, when COVID came in, that was a different deal. I used to call it the China virus. I guess I can call it the China virus again, but it's an accurate term, but I won't do that out of respect to China.
Enforcement.
Say it again, what?
On Gaza, I just wondered if there's any progress towards a second phase of the ceasefire.
Well, I'm very disappointed when I see four bodies came in today. These are young people. Young people don't die, okay? Young people don't die. These are young people. 4 bodies came in today. They think they're doing us a favor by sending us bodies. So, look, that's a decision that has to be made by Israel, by Bibi. But Israel has to make that decision. We got a lot of hostages back. But it's very sad what happened to those people. I mean, you had a young lady with her hand practically blown off. You know why it blew up? Because she put up her hand to try and stop a bullet that was coming her way. And it hit her hand and blew off her fingers, big part of her hand. This is a vicious group of people. And Israel's going to have to decide what they're doing. Phase 1 is going to be ending. Think of it, today they sent in 4 bodies. Bodies! And I will say one thing, though. I've spoken to a lot of the parents and a lot of the people involved. They want those bodies almost as much and maybe even just as much as they wanted their son or their daughter. Amazing. Please, sir, please. My son is dead, but they have his body. Please, can you get it for us? It's the biggest thing. It's incredible. The level, they want the bodies of these people. They're dead. They're dead. And when I saw the ones that came in 2 weeks ago, they looked like they just got out of a concentration camp. Then the following week, a group came in and they weren't as bad, in as bad a shape. But Israel's going to have to make a decision. You're right, phase 1 and now phase 2 has started. And today we got some, very, very, we knew they were dead, by the way. We knew that they were going to be bodies as opposed to people that were living. But it's a very sad situation. At some point, somebody's going to say, we got to do something about this.
Mr. President, you were just talking about Afghanistan and the botched withdrawal. Have all the generals or command staff that were involved with the withdrawal been fired or relieved of duty?
Well, that's a great idea. I'm not going to tell this man what to do, but I will say that. If I had his place, I'd fire every single one of them, Pete. That's a very good question.
Well, it's a question we've thought a lot about. We're doing a complete review of every single aspect of what happened with the botched withdrawal of Afghanistan and plan to have full accountability. It's one of the first things we announced at the Defense Department for that reason, sir. Certainly, General Raisin Kane, who's on his way in, was not a part of that. Instead, was a part of leading the effort against ISIS by untying the hands of warfighters and finishing the job properly and then bringing our troops home. So we're taking a very different view, obviously, than the previous administration, and there will be full accountability.
I don't see big promotions in that group. And I think they're going to be largely gone. I know the man on my left. I think they're going to be largely gone. That was a horrible display. And, I've dealt with the parents and the family of the 13 that were killed. But, nobody ever talks about the 40 that were so badly hurt with the arms and the legs and the face and the whole thing, the missing arms and legs. It was so terrible the way that was handled. And it should have been gone through Bagram. We have a big base with big fences and nobody can get in, and you have, hundreds of acres instead of a little local airport where the whole place went crazy. That was so badly handled, and I would think that most of those people are going to be gone.
Are we going to take Bagram back?
So I'll tell you what has bothered me very much, very, very much. We give billions of dollars to Afghanistan. Nobody knows that. Nobody knew that. Do you know we give billions of dollars to Afghanistan? And yet we left behind all of that equipment, which wouldn't have happened. We were getting out under me. I'm the one that got it down to 5,000 people. We were going to get out, but we were going to keep Bagram, not because of Afghanistan, but because of China, because it's exactly 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear missiles. So we're going to keep Bagram. We were going to keep a small force on Bagram. We're going to have Bagram Air Base, one of the biggest air bases in the world, one of the biggest runways, one of the most powerful runways in the sense that it was very heavy concrete and steel. You could carry about anything. You could land anything on those runways. We gave it up. And you know who's occupying it right now? China. Biden gave it up. So we're going to keep that, and we're going to have a withdrawal, and we're going to take our equipment. We're going to do it properly. We're going to do it we're going to keep the equipment. Well, they ran out. It was, what happened there was, in fact, in all fairness to Putin, when he saw that, he said, well, this is our time to go into Ukraine, I guess, because the timing seemed to be about right. But we send them billions of dollars in aid, which nobody knows. If the American public knew that, they know it now. And if we're doing that, I think they should give our equipment back. And I told Pete to study that. But we left billions, tens of billions of dollars worth of equipment behind. Brand new trucks. You see them display it every year on their little roadway someplace where they have a road and they drive waving the flag and talking about America. Beautiful equipment that's the top of the line stuff, brand new stuff. Now it's getting older, but you know what? We're going to pay them. I think we should get a lot of that equipment back. You know that Afghanistan is one of the biggest sellers of military equipment in the world. You know why? They're selling the equipment that we left. We're first. They were second or third. Can you believe it? They're selling 777,000 rifles, 70,000 armor-plated. Many of them were armor-plated trucks and vehicles. 70,000. If you think of a used car lot, the biggest one in the country, if I would say, JD, if somebody had 500 cars, that would be a lot. This is 70,000 vehicles we had there, and we left it for them. I think we should get it back.
Mr. President, the spending bill that passed last night aims to cut $2 trillion.
Right.
Can you guarantee that Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security will not be touched?
Yeah, I have said it so many times, you shouldn't be asking me that question. Okay? This will not be read my lips. It won't be read my lips anymore. We're not going to touch it. Now, we are going to look for fraud. I'm sure you're okay with that, like people that shouldn't be on, people that are illegal aliens and others, criminals in many cases. And that's with Social Security. We have a lot of people. You see that immediately when you see people that are 200 years old that are being sent checks for Social Security. Some of them are actually being sent checks. So we're tracing that down, and I have a feeling that Pam is going to do a very good job with that. But you have a lot of fraud. But no, we're not doing anything on that.
Mr. President, part of your mission, sir, part of your mission has been, thank you, I'm sorry. Part of your mission has been to restore executive control over the executive branch. Is it your view of your authority that you have the power to call up any one of or all of the people seated at this table and issue orders that they're bound to follow?
Oh, yeah, they'll follow the orders, yes, they will.
No exceptions?
No exception. Well, let's see, let me think. Oh, yeah. She'll have an exception. Of course, no exceptions. You know that.
Mr. President, can you clarify the Canada-Mexico tariffs? You had put that 30-day pause.
Yeah.
You just referred to
25%.
25%. When does it go into effect?
April 2nd.
April 2nd for Canada-Mexico.
Correct. And for
rest of it.
everything.
Well, we have the fentanyl-related is a pause. If they can prove to the president they've done an excellent job, that's what they first do in 30 days.
Have you guys seen any
But then the
changes?
overall is April 2nd. So the big transaction is April 2nd, but the fentanyl-related things, they're working hard on the border. At the end of that 30 days, they have to prove to the president that they've satisfied him to that regard. If they have,
It's going to be
he'll
hard to
give them a
satisfy.
pause, or he won't. But
It's going
that's
to be
up
hard
to
to
him. We'll see.
satisfy. We lose 300,000 people a year to fentanyl. Not 100, not 95, not 60 like you read. You know, you've been reading it for years. We lost, in my opinion, over the last couple of years, on average, maybe close to 300,000 people dead. And the families are ruined. You know, when they lose a daughter, when they lose a son, the families are never the same. You're never going to be the same. So you're talking about 1 million people. But when the daughters die, I see it, daughters die and the sons die because of fentanyl. And in some cases, I don't even know they're taking it. They're buying something else and it's laced with fentanyl and they end up dying. And I've known many people who've lost children to fentanyl and for other reasons, but to fentanyl, it's such a big killer. And those people are never the same people. I mean, I've seen people that for the rest of their lives, they're not the same people. They're so different, it's not even believable. Dynamic people, happy people they die a miserable death. And that's because of the crap that comes in through China and through Mexico and through Canada. A lot of it comes through Canada. Look, we support Canada. $200 billion a year in subsidies, one way or the other. We let them make millions of cars. We let them send us lumber. We don't need their lumber. We're going to free up our lumber. Lee's going to do the head of environmental. We're going to free up our lumber. We have the best lumber there is. We don't need their lumber. What do we need their lumber for? When you look at we subsidize them $200 billion a year. Without us, Canada can't make it. You know, Canada relies on us 95%. We rely on them 4%. Big difference. And I say Canada should be our 51st state. There's no tariffs, no nothing. And I say that we give them military protection. They have a very small military. They spend very little money on military. On NATO, they're just about last in terms of payment because they say, why should we spend on military? That's a tremendous cost. Most nations can't afford to even think about it. Why should we spend on military? The United States protects us. And I would say that's largely true. We protect Canada, but it's not fair. It's not fair that they're not paying their way. And if they had to pay their way, they couldn't exist. When I spoke to, let's call it the Prime Minister rather than the governor, but when I spoke to him, I said, why are we giving you $200 billion a year? He was unable to answer the question. I said, why are we letting you make millions of cars and send them in? He was unable to answer the question. Justin Trudeau, a nice guy. I think he's a very good guy. I call him Governor Trudeau. He should be governor because the fact is that if we don't give them cars, we don't have to give them cars. The tariffs will make it impossible for them to sell cars into the United States. The tariffs will make it impossible for them to sell lumber or anything else into the United States. And all I'm asking to do is break even or lose a little bit, but not lose $200 billion. And we love Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. And but honestly, it's not fair for us to be supporting Canada. And if we don't support them, they don't subsist as a nation. Okay?
Mr. President, on the EU tariffs, Mr. President, have you made a decision on what level you will seek on tariffs in the European Union?
We have made a decision. We'll be announcing it very soon, and it'll be 25%, generally speaking, and that'll be on cars and all of the things. And European Union is a different case than Canada, different kind of case. They've really taken advantage of us in a different way. They don't accept our cars. They don't accept essentially our farm products. They use all sorts of reasons why not. And we accept everything of them, and we have about a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. Now, I love the countries of Europe. I guess I'm from there at some point a long time ago, right? But indirectly, pretty directly too, I guess. But I love the countries of Europe. I love all countries, frankly, all different. But European Union's been, it was formed in order to screw the United States. I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president.
What will happen if these countries or the EU retaliate?
They can't. I mean, they can try, but they can't.
China did. They imposed tariffs that went into effect. China's
That's right. That's right.
But 10th of February, has there been any impact?
That's right. No, they can do it, and they can try, but the numbers can never equal what ours, because we can go off. We are the pot of gold. We're the one that everybody wants, and they can retaliate, but it cannot be a successful retaliation, because we just go cold turkey. We don't buy anymore, and if that happens, we win.
Are you talking to Eric Prince about privatizing deportations?
No, I haven't.
Mr. President, you're in litigation with CBS News. Is this a case that you'd like to see go to trial, or are you open
With
to
who?
CBS,
CBS?
Yes.
Well, CBS did something that was amazing. Kamala was unable to answer a question properly, and they took the question that they asked and they inserted an answer. They gave her an answer. This was 2 days before the election, right before the Sunday night before the election. And they wrote out they put her words from another question that was asked about a half an hour later, and they put that into the question. Nobody's ever even heard of it before. Nobody's ever heard of anything like this before, but they then did it, they say, on numerous occasions. And the FCC is looking at it very strongly, and everybody's looking at it, but nobody's ever seen anything. Think of it, they took her answers and they changed them. And I don't mean they changed a word or two, or they cut off a half a sentence, or they cut off a couple of words. I mean, I've had that happen too, but that you just say, then they say, well, we want brevity. We wanted to do it for time. They took out her answer and they inserted an entirely different answer that made her sound competent. And they did this, and nobody's ever, I thought I've heard of everything when it comes to that stuff. No, I've never heard of it. Nobody's ever seen. So we sued, and we are in discussions of settlement.
What would a number be? What's a number that you would?
I think it's a lot. No, I mean, it could have, it probably did affect the election. I mean, we won by a lot. As I said, too big to rig, but it probably did affect the election. Probably could have won by more, but I could have lost the election because of that. We have to get to honest elections. We have to go back to paper ballots. We have to go back to voter ID. One-day election, ideally, or short-term, not these 48-day and 61-day elections where boxes are put in a room and, let's move the boxes because we're putting in a new air conditioning system. Then you see the boxes move, and then you say, well, where are all the boxes? What happened to the boxes that never came back? Now, our elections are extremely dishonest. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in voting and all of these different things that we put in. No other country in the world has it. France went to, they had some of the things that we had, and they went to same-day voting. all paper. And, you know, paper is very sophisticated now. It's a very sophisticated form of voting right now. It's a very safe form of voting. You know, the other things for the governors, I wish the governors would do it, because the paper ballots will cost 9% of the machines. And they're 100%. You know, nothing's foolproof, but they're as close as you get. So we'll see what happens. But on the 60-minute thing, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Would you link the FCC action to the litigation?
And I don't think it's linked, but probably the lawyers look at it, you know, because I know it's going along. FCC is headed by a very competent person, and you have some very competent people on the board, and so I think they're looking at it very seriously.
So of all the deals that you've done in your life, all the people you've sat across from and negotiated with, is President Putin distinct in any way?
He's a very smart guy. He's a very cunning person, but I've dealt with some people I've dealt with some really bad people. But I will tell you, as far as this is concerned, you have to understand, he had no intention, in my opinion, of settling this war. I think he wanted the whole thing. When I got elected, we spoke, and I think we're going to have a deal. I can't guarantee that. You know, a deal is a deal. Lots of crazy things happen in deals, right? But I think we're going to have a deal. If I didn't get elected, I believe he would have just continued to go through Ukraine, and over a period of time, a lot of people would have been killed, would have lasted for a period of time. And the reason that Ukraine, and I have great respect for the Ukraine as fighters, they have great fighters, but without our equipment, that war would have been over, like people said, in a very short period of time. And if you remember, I gave the javelins, and the javelins are the things that knocked out those tanks right at the beginning of the war. They said that Obama, at the time, gave sheets, and Trump gave javelins. Well, I was the one that did that, but I want to see it come to an end.
Will he have to make concessions, President Putin?
Yeah, he will. He's going to have to. And I believe that because we got elected, that war will come to an end. And I also believe if we didn't get elected, if this administration didn't win the election by a lot, that war would go on for a long time, and he would want to take the whole thing. Because the big question I had is, does he want to take the whole thing? But the reason, and the Ukrainians are good fighters, I have to say, but without the equipment, without our equipment, we have the best equipment in the world. We have the best military equipment in the world. Without our equipment, that would have been over very quickly.
What concessions would you like to see? What concessions would you like to see?
Oh, I don't want to tell you right now, but I can tell you that NATO you can forget about. I think that's probably the reason the whole thing started. And I think, JD, we can say that. Do you have a statement on that? You've been very much involved. I gave him the beauty.
Great. Gave me the hardest question, sir. I mean, look, as the president said, we're not going to do the negotiation in public with the American media. He's going to do it in private with the president of Russia, with the president of Ukraine, and with other leaders. And I think that's how this has to go. I think I just want to push back against some of the criticism I've seen of the administration on this, because every single time the president engages in diplomacy, you guys preemptively accuse him of conceding to Russia. He hasn't conceded anything to anyone. He's doing the job of a diplomat, and he is, of course, the diplomat-in-chief as the President of the United States.
On the gold card, sir, can you talk a little bit more about the vetting process?
He'll go through a process. The process is being worked out right now, and we're going to be very careful.
Will there be restrictions on, for instance, can Chinese nationals get
No, we're not going to
Iranian
restrict.
nationals
We're
get-
probably not going to be restricting too much in terms of countries, but maybe in terms of individuals. We want to make sure we have people that love our country and are capable of loving the country.
There's a measles outbreak in Texas at the moment in which a child is reported to have died. Do you have concerns about that? And have you asked Secretary Kennedy to look into that?
Well, why don't we, Bobby, you want to speak on that, please?
We are following the measles epidemic every day. I think there's 124 people who have contracted measles at this point, mainly in Gaines County, Texas. Mainly, we're told, in the Mennonite community. There are 2 people who have died, but we're watching it, and there are about 20 people hospitalized, mainly for quarantine. We're watching it. We put out a post on it yesterday, and we're going to continue to follow it. Incidentally, there have been 4 measles outbreaks this year. In this country last year, there were 16. So it's not unusual. We have measles outbreaks every year.
You sound a little under the weather yourself.
I have a permanently bad throat.
Mr. President, would you send U.S. peacekeepers to support the European peacekeepers? Would you do any sort of U.S.
No, we're going to support Europe, yeah.
And how would you do
We're
that?
very
How
friendly
would
with
you-
Europe. We have a great relationship with Europe. I mean, you could ask, you could talk about France, you could talk about any of them. I mean, we have a great relationship with Europe.
But how will the United States do that? Would there be?
Well, how? I mean, you're asking me a question, what are we doing in the field? Let's worry, I hope we have that problem where we could worry about peacekeeping. We got to get there first, but I hope we have the problem of worrying about peacekeeping. That'll be the easiest problem, I think, JD, that we've ever had.
That would be part of the deal, presumably. That would bring us
We'll do
more-
it at the time, but peacekeeping is very easy. It's making the deal that's very tough. And again, nobody was speaking to Russia at all. And, probably 1.5 million soldiers have been killed, close to 1.5 million soldiers, not to mention I will tell you, the thing with that horrible war that should have never started, would have never started if I were president. And it didn't start for 4 years, and it was not even thought about starting. But the thing with that war is that you're highly underestimating the number of people that have been killed. Far more people have been killed in that war than you talk about. You like to talk about numbers like 1 million people. Well, they had much more than 1 million soldiers killed. But you have a lot of cities that have been knocked to the ground. They're demolition sites, literally demolition sites. Every single building is knocked to the ground. And a lot of people were killed in those buildings. And you'll hear a report, 2 people were minorly injured or just injured a little bit. No, people were killed by the thousands. And there are a lot more people killed in that war than the media wants to talk about, because Biden did a horrible, horrible job. He should have prevented that war. He could have prevented that war. Putin would have never gone in. I'll tell you one thing. He would have never gone in. That war would never have taken place if I were president.
I think what people are trying to understand, Mr. President, is how would the United States, what would you be willing to do to support this European peacekeeping effort? Would there be...
Again, you're asking me the same question? How many times do you have to answer? You're talking about after we make peace. Let me make peace first. Once we make peace, I'll give you all the answers you want. But how many times can you ask the same question?
Is loosening of sanctions on...
Yeah, go ahead. It's behind.
Is loosening of sanctions on Russia a potential option as part of...
Not now. No. We have sanctions on Russia. No, I want to see if we make a deal first. But I think we will. I've had very good conversations with President Putin. I've had very good conversations with President Zelensky. And until 4 weeks ago, nobody had conversations with anybody. It wasn't even a consideration. Nobody thought you could make peace. I think you can.
But if Mr. Putin gets to keep the land that was claimed by force, if the Russians get to keep the territory that they claim by force, doesn't that send a dangerous message, let's say, to China?
Oh, okay. You try and take it away, right? We're gonna do the best we can. We're gonna do the best we can to make the best deal we can for both sides, but for Ukraine, we're gonna try very hard to make a good deal so that they can get as much back as possible. We want to get as much back as possible.
Mr. President, just to bring this
We'll cut it out after maybe this question. Go ahead.
to bring this full circle.
Unless it's a
back
bad
to-
question, then we'll get
back
that.
to-
You always like to finish on a good one.
Sir, they want you to negotiate with them instead of
I know.
President Putin.
They want to continue to talk about the peacekeepers. You have a lot of confidence in us because you assume there's going to be peace. It's possible it doesn't work out. There is possibility. But I hope it does for the sake of humanity, because if you look at the pictures that I've looked at, you don't want to look at them. Go ahead.
I have a question back on these cuts to the federal workforce. You mentioned you're interested in doing another round of this email. When would you like to see that? What would be the deadline?
I'm not.
At
I
this
think
time,
Elon wants to, and I think it's a good idea because those people, as I said before, they're on the bubble. You got a lot of people that have not responded, so we're trying to figure out, do they exist? Who are they? And it's possible that a lot of those people will be actually fired. And if that happened, that's okay, because that's what we're trying to do. This country has gotten bloated and fat and disgusting and incompetently run. I think we had the worst president in the history of our country. He just left office. I think he's a disgrace, what he's done to our country by allowing millions of people to come into our country like that. And all of the other things, the inflation, which he caused because of energy and stupid spending, to spend hundreds of millions, trillions and trillions of dollars on the Green New scam, a total scam. I have the best energy people, the best environmental people in the world around this table, and they can't even believe he got away with it. And then in leaving office to send $20 billion here and $20 million there and 10 million and 5 million, and they couldn't spend the money fast enough, and let's get it out before Trump gets in, let's just get it out to anybody. And this is a disgrace to our nation, and you don't write the fair thing, but look, you know, the good news, the people see it, and that's why we won the election by so much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you,
I appreciate it.
Mr. Deans, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Coons, no.
The ayes are 56, the nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
President?
The Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you for the recognition. I rise to begin a discussion that will take place during today about Senate Joint Resolution 10, which is a resolution that my colleague Senator Heinrich and I have filed to challenge President Trump's day one declaration of a U.S. energy emergency. And you'll hear from a number of our colleagues today expressing the basic point that the declaration is a sham. There is, in fact, no emergency. But it has been declared so as to gut various environmental laws passed by Congress, still part of U.S. statutory law, in order to advantage certain kinds of energy, i.e. oil, gas, and coal, and punish other forms of energy, wind, solar, etc. I'm very, very happy to have the support of my colleague, Senator Heinrich, who is the energy expert on the Democratic side in this body, and very, very happy to have so many colleagues who will be speaking on this matter today on the Senate floor. President Trump took a number of actions on his first day in office, and many of them got a lot of attention. One that didn't get so much attention was his decision on day one to declare that the United States was in an energy emergency, and therefore we needed to bypass environmental laws. I want to dig into the sham nature of the emergency declaration and then explore why President Trump actually has done it, and finally conclude with a request to my colleagues that the Article I branch should not just roll over and play dead when a president declares an emergency that does not actually exist. So let's first talk about the claim that President Trump has raised that the United States is in an energy emergency. This is a chart that shows U.S. energy production from 1950 until essentially today. The chart goes through about 2023 and does not include the 2024 numbers. But I am proud to stand here and tell you, especially as one who has supported many of the policies that has led to this growth in American energy, that America is producing more energy today than at any point in the history of this nation. America is the leader in the world in energy production. And for the last few years, we've been an energy surplus nation, producing more than we consume. You will see that the chart includes different kinds of energy: oil, gas, coal, renewable, but the direction of the chart shows steady increase in production. Let's go into the kinds of energy we're talking about here. In 2024, America produced more natural gas than at any time in the history of this country. In 2024, America produced more petroleum than at any time in the history of this country. And in 2024, America deployed more renewable energy than at any time in the history of this country. In fact, in 2024, more than 90% of the energy added to the nation's energy grid was from renewable sources: wind, solar, and battery storage. The United States recently, in the past few years, there may be a technical term for this, Mr. President, but I call it an energy surplus nation. We produce more than we consume. That moment happened in 2019, where our production started to outpace consumption. And in every year since 2019, that surplus has grown. And the surplus in 2024 was at record levels. And it's a good thing to produce significantly more than we consume. Why is it a good thing? Because we're able to sell energy to others, reducing our trade deficit. I participated with senators in lifting the ban on export of crude petroleum a few years ago. And that, plus exports of liquid natural gas, have helped us with our trade deficit. But more directly related to this moment in time, the export of American energy has also helped us help other nations who are reliant on energy from petrodictators. The nations in Europe that had to rely on Vladimir Putin, nations in other parts of the world that have had to rely on Iran or Venezuela, now increasingly are able to access U.S. energy. I was in Finland over the weekend visiting Virginia Guard troops exercising with the Finnish army. Finland is importing liquid natural gas from the United States and using it for their own energy needs and also for the energy needs of other European nations. So where's the emergency? More oil than ever, more natural gas than ever, more renewables than ever, and a record surplus of production over consumption. Where is the energy? The energy is not in the energy sector. The energy is Donald Trump self-creating an emergency. Because Donald Trump, in other actions taken in the first week of his administration, has gone full tilt to challenge energy projects that are creating jobs and lowering prices all across this country. Donald Trump and his administration are attacking wind projects. They're attacking solar projects. They're attacking clean energy projects that aren't oil, coal, natural gas, and nuclear. And by doing so, they're reducing supply and likely raising prices on American consumers. There are a number of projects in Virginia, as an example, that have benefited from tax breaks that were included either in the Inflation Reduction Act for clean energy projects or the bipartisan infrastructure law for rollout of electric vehicle charging, for example. President Trump's administration has attacked those projects, has put them on hold, and the Virginians who were intending to invest billions of dollars hiring people to build these projects are now uncertain about what they can do. Why would a president declare an energy emergency and then attack homegrown clean energy projects in my state and elsewhere? And that's exactly what President Trump is doing. Why would he do that? Well, we don't have to speculate about the answer. We know the answer. In the summer of 2024, President Trump held a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with the CEOs of major oil and gas companies. And they reported upon the substance of that meeting. And here is a headline from The Guardian. Other publications carried the same news. Trump promised to scrap climate laws if U.S. oil bosses donated $1 billion to his campaign. One of the oil executives at the meeting quoted Donald Trump saying, "You'll get it on the first day. Oil and gas will get preferential treatment on the first day with end runs around environmental laws passed by Congress that are still part of the statutes we take an oath to implement in our jobs." And in fact, Mr. President, the oil and gas guys did get it on the first day. What did the Trump fake energy emergency deliver to those he had promised to support? Here is what was delivered in the emergency order. The president said there's an emergency, and so we need to bypass laws passed by Congress. We need to bypass the Clean Air Act. We need to bypass the Clean Water Act. We need to bypass the Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the National Historic Preservation Act, the National Environmental Policy Act. Because of this fake emergency that he has created out of thin air, we need to take all these laws that Congress has passed, many of which have been in statute, like the Clean Water Act, for more than 50 years, and we need to give energy producers and transmitters the ability to bypass these laws in order to produce and transmit energy. It's interesting, though, when you read the executive order, it talks about energy production, but you have to go to the last section of the order to read what energy means. And President Trump is calling for a national emergency and bypassing all of these laws if you want to produce using oil or gas or coal or nuclear or hydro, but not for wind, not for solar, not for clean battery storage, If your homegrown American low-cost energy is wind, solar, and battery storage, you don't get to bypass environmental laws. You have to comply with the letter of the law as Congress intends. We're only giving a break to the guys who supported Donald Trump, the fossil fuel industry. Donald Trump is so willing to give away the farm to big oil and gas that he even, in the first provision in the emergency order, said we also need to bypass property rights. He encouraged federal agencies to make aggressive use of eminent domain to produce fossil fuel energy. Those watching understand what this means. Eminent domain is the government taking the land from private property owners, and there's a set of rules in the federal code about when you can use eminent domain for energy projects. But Donald Trump has said, you know what? If you want to do oil, coal, and gas, you don't have to follow the rules. You can even take people's private property by bypassing the rules for oil, gas, and coal, but of course not for wind and solar. Not for wind, solar, and battery, the clean energy that has been 95% of the power added to the grid just last year. So we know what the game is. You'll get it on the first day, big oil, and they did, and Donald Trump is now giving them an easy pass lane to speed by clean energy projects that are lower cost and cleaner because he told them he would do it if they supported his campaign. This is no emergency. It was declared for a corrupt purpose, and it is an unacceptable effort to undermine laws passed by the Article I branch. And so I am on the floor with my colleague, Senator Heinrich, and I'm going to yield to him in a second, to just ask Congress, be Congress. Be the Article I branch. If a president can just stand up and make up an emergency and then gut laws that Congress passed, what's to stop President Trump from making up another emergency and gutting other laws? What's to stop any president, Republican or Democrat, from fabricating a complete emergency and using it to gut laws that Congress has passed? You know, if President Trump doesn't like the Clean Water Act, I happen to like it. I don't think it's perfect, but the Clean Water Act has helped us restore the James River in the city of Richmond, where I live, which won an International River Prize a couple years ago as the most improved river in the United States, a river that was a sewer that was closed off to fishing for 50 years, now has fishing, swimming, rafting, kayaking, bald eagles that had been extinct along the river because of chemicals now breeding in one of the most dense populations of bald eagles in the United States. I like the Clean Water Act. I think it served a valuable purpose for 50 plus years, but maybe President Trump, who was elected, has decided that the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act or property rights protections have outlived their usefulness. And if he's decided that these laws have outlived their usefulness, well, he's got two Republican houses. He could introduce a bill to repeal the Clean Air Act or repeal the Clean Water Act. That would be the right way to do this, not invent a bogus fake emergency and unilaterally gut these laws. But the president's got a problem. If he introduced a bill to repeal the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, not even Republicans, some Republicans would, but not even Republicans would support it. In two Republican houses, he would have zero luck in repealing these laws that have protected the public health and the environment. So his attitude is, wow, I could benefit my big oil cronies by repealing these laws, but that's a non-starter in the Article I branch. So why don't I just kick the Article I branch to the side, create a fake emergency, and run them, and that's how I benefit my cronies. Congress should stand up against this and vote for Senate Joint Resolution 10 because it's the right policy, and we shouldn't gut these provisions except by doing it in the course of ordinary legislative business, should that be the will of the appropriate majority of both bodies. That would be the way to do this. So I'm asking my colleagues to stand up and support Senate Joint Resolution 11. This would be horrible policy, but more than a horrible policy on these laws, it would also set a horrible precedent. A precedent that a president of either party can invent a sham emergency and then grab away from Congress powers that Congress has under Article 1. Let's not be sheep in this place. Let's not have this be the silence of the lambs, just doing whatever Donald Trump says he wants to do with the Article 1 branch, not saying a mumbling word, not willing to issue a peep, not showing a backbone, not showing a voice. We've got a backbone, we've got a voice, but more importantly, we took an oath to a Constitution that gives Congress certain powers. We should not let the president trample on those powers. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from Virginia for bringing this resolution to the floor. And it was a little less than a year ago, I met with workers at several manufacturing facilities in New Mexico. And these are the workers who are making the solar and wind technologies that are generating record quantities of clean, affordable, American-made energy. And at a groundbreaking ceremony for Array Technologies at their factory in Albuquerque, I met with over a dozen New Mexicans, and they told me about the impact of our investments on their lives, their ability to support their families. I talked with folks like Ramon Romero, who joined Array Technologies as an entry-level machinist, worked his way up to become, to have a career as a production manager. I met with Daniel Beltran, who explained how Array's expansion has created new job opportunities for himself and many others in his community. He told me that the company's growth has been life-changing for him. And I met with Ray Mudaluri, who spoke about how significant a role Array has played in supporting her growth as a young professional and her ability to serve her community. Here's what every one of those New Mexicans had in common. They were able to create better lives for themselves, better lives for their families, because of the jobs that were available for them. This is what I mean when I say these industries, these clean industries, are creating careers that New Mexicans and other Americans can build their families around in their home communities. And thanks to the investments that Democrats made in the last few years, we have seen record growth in new American manufacturing facilities. More than 400,000 new jobs have been announced across the country as part of this Made in America clean and affordable energy manufacturing boom. In New Mexico, we celebrated the first wind towers coming off the line at Arcosa Wind Towers, a new factory in Belen. It was a shuttered plastics factory. And now Arcosa's workers are creating the huge steel towers. They're heading straight to the SunZia Wind and Transmission Project, a 3.5 gigawatt project. That project, SunZia, brought in more than $20 billion to states like New Mexico and Arizona in capital. And when it comes online, it's going to generate more clean power with its wind turbines than the Hoover Dam. It is the largest ever built clean energy project in the Western Hemisphere. America is actually building big things again. So these projects have enormous scope, but our affordable, American-made energy boom is already under threat because of the uncertainty that President Trump has foisted on the energy sector. And if you're thinking about opening a new factory like Array or Arcosa did in my state, you don't know what your tax structure will be after the Republicans take up their Trump tax bill. If you're trying to site and build a new transmission line, the federal agencies and the staff that you work with just had their expert staff sacked, making it hard to get a permit when no one's on the other end of the phone. And thanks to Trump's so-called national energy emergency, many of the lowest cost, 100% clean additions to our grid can't get permits. Make no mistake, Americans' electric bills are going to go up. I'm going to say that again. Americans' electric bills are going to go up because Trump and his loyal Republicans are picking winners and losers on the power grid. That's why I'm joining my friend and colleague Senator Kaine to force a vote to put an end to all of this before any more damage is done. And I want to be clear about something, and certainly Senator Kaine raised this point, but America is the world's leading energy producer. And before Trump injected all of this uncertainty, our country was producing record quantities of both conventional and clean advanced energy. There is no energy emergency. It was made up to skirt the law. It was made up to favor some sources and not others. But if Trump gets his way, his faux declaration may very well create a real emergency, an energy emergency and an economic emergency. I also want to be clear to my colleagues across the aisle that this clean energy phenomenon has created 400,000 jobs around the country, but most of them are in Republican-led states. This is not a red states or blue states issue. This is about good-paying, blue-collar, skilled jobs in all of our states. So what's at risk because of all of this? Let's take a look. In North Carolina, there is a new nearly $13 billion Toyota battery plant, which will employ 5,000 workers. Where are we getting our batteries now? We're getting them from China. This is progress. This is putting Americans to work to make batteries here. In Louisiana, First Solar announced $1 billion for a new solar energy project that is projected to create 700 new jobs, making that technology here, not being dependent on China. In Kentucky, Ford is building a new battery plant which will employ another 5,000 workers and manufacturing batteries here instead of China. In Georgia, an estimated $1 billion in projects to modernize the power grid. And our power grid needs a heck of a lot of modernization. We're going to have more and more demands on this grid in coming years, especially with the growth of data centers and AI. $1 billion sidelined to upgrade that power grid in Georgia. Do we really want all these jobs to disappear because President Trump wants to create a war on affordable American-made clean energy? Do we want to import more batteries from China? I don't, because that's what's going to happen if we turn our backs on these factories and these energy sources. And among other things, Trump's so-called national energy emergency declaration would allow his administration to use eminent domain, one of the most controversial powers that a government can have, to take private land for oil and gas infrastructure at the expense of our American jobs and livelihoods. As we speak, President Trump's chaos and incompetence are jeopardizing and fueling the real energy emergency in our country. Trump's plans to eliminate dozens of advanced energy tax credits. Those have unleashed more than $165 billion in private sector capital, moving into over 1,000 factories and expansions across the country. The president has also halted many of the Department of Energy's loan guarantees, which will further jeopardize the U.S. energy manufacturing expansion and will lead to higher energy bills for millions of Americans. This is blatant hypocrisy, as Trump's favorite billionaire bro, Elon Musk, actually took a $465 million federal loan guarantee from that same department that literally saved Tesla from bankruptcy in 2010. And when these massive multi-billion-dollar construction projects stall, it's not Trump's billionaire friends who will suffer. It is everyday Americans who work in these factories. It's all the families who will be stuck with higher electric bills. And I want to emphasize something that my colleague from Virginia raised. More than 90% of the electricity generation projects currently in line to connect to the grid all across this nation in red states and in blue states, waiting interconnection, are clean energy projects. They are wind, solar, storage, nuclear. Just last year, 93% of new electric generation was carbon-free. That is a record. We added 52 gigawatts, 50 nuclear power generating station quantities worth of solar, wind, and storage to the grid in the last year alone. And there's a reason for that. In addition to being clean and carbon-free, and many of the big companies that procure energy care about that, these power sources are cheaper, they're faster, they're less capital intensive than older technologies like coal-fired plants or gas turbines. Put simply, clean energy is the cheapest electricity on the grid. You can see it right here. Onshore wind and solar, by far the cheapest. We got combined cycle natural gas, but guess what? You can't get a gas turbine these days. If you order a combined cycle natural gas turbine today, you're going to wait 3, 4, 5 years before that's actually delivered without permitting. Nuclear is great. I hope we build more of it, but we've got to get the cost down. It's 18 cents a kilowatt hour average. So if we don't plug these clean sources into the grid, especially in a time of surging demand, the outcome is obvious. Prices will go up. And it's not physically possible to stand up enough costly gas plants to keep growing our power demands and keep prices down. As I said, the wait times to just get a turbine is 4 or 5 years. If Trump has his way and keeps blocking American-made clean energy projects, we know that significantly higher energy and electricity costs are on the way. Is that what we want to do? Is it really we want to impose on working families that are already struggling to pay for eggs, or if they haven't crossed that off their grocery list already, the rising cost of milk, groceries going through the roof, rent payments going up, and we're going to increase their electric rates? Because that's what this fake emergency is going to do. You know, a couple of weeks ago, an Alabama utility company sent a letter to customers saying, sorry, you owe us another $100 because what we credited you based on the law is no longer valid. Trump's EO took that away. So pony up, write us another $100 in your electric bill this month. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Advanced groups who do the analysis, folks like the Rhodium Group, have looked at what his crusade will mean regarding American clean energy investments and electricity costs. And they say that on average, Americans' families' electricity bills could go up by nearly $500 a year as a result of these actions. Trump's war on American-made clean energy is going to kill thousands of jobs in the skilled trades. Huge construction projects are going to get stalled. The biggest winner in all of this is going to be China. China wants to become even more dominant in the global renewable energy marketplace. They will happily take the private investment that could have gone to the United States and take those jobs back overseas. The biggest loser from this is our economic competitiveness, our national security, our families. Trump has claimed that his so-called national energy emergency order is needed to unleash more American fossil fuel development. He's also wrong about that. Not only is our production 13 million barrels a day on average, a little over that, is not only that record, is that not a record producing number, but oil and gas executives will tell you the truth. Look at what ConocoPhillips CEO said in response to a question about this. Would he really increase production with the gloves coming off? He said, not really. Why is that? It's because American oil and gas production is already at a record high, and it's not economically advantageous to push production further. I know this firsthand because we're producing more oil and gas in New Mexico than most other states combined, with the exception of one. Clearly, we need to put an end to this stunt that will fuel a real energy emergency, kill thousands of jobs, and raise electricity costs on American families. The most important decision of our energy future, worth hundreds of billions of dollars in private sector investment, factories, thousands of high-quality jobs, remains in the hands of our Senate Republican colleagues. If you want to have an all-of-the-above approach, if you want to continue to bring down energy costs, if you want to protect jobs for hardworking Americans in our states, and to help America remain the global leader in energy production, I would urge you to vote in support of this resolution and against higher electricity bills.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of my colleagues, Senator Heinrich and Senator Kane's resolution, and I appreciate on the part of their presentations, but I strongly support this resolution and want to also acknowledge one of the many reasons we vote for this resolution is because it's also Senator Kane's birthday, and I think nothing would be a better birthday present for my friend of 45 years, than having this body make a firm statement about being against rising utility costs. Their resolution, I know they've spoken on it both extensively, would repeal President Trump's flawed and misguided national emergency declaration. Now, we all know on the first day, in the midst of signing Lord knows how many executive orders, President Trump declared a, quote, national energy emergency and issued an executive order titled Unleashing American Energy. Now, let me be clear. I, frankly, have some fights on this side of the aisle, Mr. President, because I actually support all of the above in terms of our energy mix. You know, part of that does mean LNG and national security reasons to make sure we ship it to our partners in Europe. It also means we need to bring more of these energy jobs back here to America. Had a fascinating presentation yesterday with the CEO of Commonwealth Fusion. And I said, Commonwealth Fusion is a company out of Massachusetts, but they're making a major development in Virginia. We've been talking about fusion since the 70s. Those kind of jobs ought to be here in America, and they can provide an abundance of energy. But if you actually read the President's executive order, you'll see he's not really about promoting energy security. He's interested in, frankly, only favoring certain parts of the energy sector. And I think that's a huge mistake. I have the honor of have been the chair of the Intelligence Committee, now the vice chair of the Intelligence Committee. And I think one of the things we've tried to do on the Intelligence Committee is redefine national security so it's not simply who has the most tanks and guns, but who wins the battle for technology. And if we're going to win the battle for technology, and particularly in AI, that is going to require enormous amounts of additional energy in the United States. And it is terribly important that the United States remain in its role now as being the world's energy leader. But the truth is, China has also made this kind of commitment. And in certain ways, China, although they're still using many times coal-based power, they've made massive investments in renewable energy. Today, China is the world's top supplier of long-duration energy storage batteries, solar panels, and wind turbines. Just last year, China added 357 gigawatts of solar and wind generation. That's nearly 100 more gigawatts of renewable energy than the U.S. added. That's why Congress said we got to catch up. And in a very bipartisan way, with both the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, made a record set of investments to incentivize the build-out of a 21st century energy economy here in the United States so we can actually beat China in these fields. Unfortunately, through the president, through his quote-unquote Unleashing American Energy executive order, is actually attempting to rein in or potentially reverse much of the progress that's been made. His executive order actually calls for the pause of any disbursement of funds lawfully appropriated and obligated by the Inflation Reduction Act or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Now, that unlawful withholding of funds, which already has been rejected by the courts, and I know my colleague from Virginia has already said this, really jeopardizes a whole lot of large-scale manufacturing projects around the country. And I don't know if Senator Kaine mentioned, but a number of those projects are in Virginia. We've worked years with our Republican governor to try to get these projects funded. And they include things in solar, in wind, that are extraordinarily important. And they were funded because they would support this growth of American energy. Now, good gracious, they printed this on both sides of the paper. So I will cut to the chase, though. The fact is, what President Trump did on that first day, by putting out this executive order, which denies the fact that America is already the energy leader in the world. We need to make additional investments in cutting-edge additional energies, where China is making these investments, solar, wind, battery. I'm a big advocate for small modular nukes, both fission and fusion, which I've talked about. And a lot of that comes from funding from the infrastructure bill and the IRA. Why in the heck would we put a halt on all of that? Why in the heck would we cut back on cutting-edge energy investment in the United States? Why would we cut back on American energy jobs? I'm all for the natural gas jobs that are coming out of the presiding officer state. I'm all for all of the above. Why restrain us, though, in areas where we've got some catching up to do? I think about fusion again. We're going to spend about $800 million, hopefully, in some of this legislation. China's spending about twice that amount. So if we want to truly create the ample sources of energy that is needed in the United States, if we want those jobs to be in America, if we want to think about a national security regime where we are the leader in the world in cutting-edge energy, then we have to support Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution to overturn this phony national energy emergency. If we don't, and we give up on these projects that have been vetted, some for years, then we frankly are going to allow our national security to fall behind China. Because I can assure you, I get classified briefs on a regular basis. China is not giving up in investment in all these new domains. China is pedal to the metal on the all of the above energy strategy. That should be our strategy as well. And I urge all my colleagues to support Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution. And I look forward to that vote later today. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks. All right. Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
are we in a quorum call?
We are,
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I come to the floor today to discuss our continued efforts to reverse the Biden administration's regulatory overreach, specifically as it relates to energy. This includes our efforts to work with President Trump to unleash America's full energy potential and truly make our nation energy dominant. Not just energy secure, but energy dominant. Energy security is national security, and so it's vitally important for our country. We've worked diligently in the Senate to swiftly confirm President Trump's cabinet officials, and we continue to do that. We made it a priority to ensure that the President's department heads are in place as we work to empower the U.S. to produce more energy from all of its abundant and affordable coal, oil, and gas reserves. Key to this effort was confirming Doug Burgum of North Dakota from my state as Interior Secretary, Chris Wright to be Energy Secretary, Doug Burgum to be Interior Secretary, Chris Wright to be Energy Secretary, and Lee Zeldin to serve as Administrator of the EPA. And we look forward to working with President Trump's newly established National Energy Dominance Council, chaired by Secretary Burgum and vice-chaired by Secretary Wright. We also continue legislative efforts to get our country back to energy dominance. Soon the Senate will vote on my resolution to nullify the Democrats' natural gas tax rule using the Congressional Review Act. We'll be voting on that today. This new tax was mandated by the Democrats in their so-called Inflation Reduction Act. It should have been called the Inflation Acceleration Act. Not only did it increase spending for their Green New Deal, it also put taxes on things like natural gas. No wonder under their watch inflation went up to 9%. And that hits low-income, hardworking Americans the hardest of all. So we're going to change that. Now, this tax, actually puts a fee on emissions from facilities that produce natural gas, starts at $900 a ton, goes up from there, eventually up to $1,500 per ton. So essentially what you're looking at is putting a 5% plus added tax on natural gas. Now think about that. Everybody uses natural gas to heat their homes or to cook their meals and for many other purposes as well. So it's a tax on every consumer, and it's regressive. It hits low-income individuals the hardest. You'll have and this, of course, has a disproportionate effect on small oil and gas producers in states like mine, in North Dakota, Montana, and other states. It hits small businesses the hardest, and, of course, ultimately is paid by consumers. And will impact the energy bill of consumers across the country who, as I said, are already struggling with high inflation because of the Biden administration. Today, the United States is the world's largest oil and gas producer, and at the same time, we've led the world in emission reductions. And here's a stat I'm going to talk about for a minute, and it's important to focus on this, because at the very same time that the Biden administration is putting additional taxes and fees on natural gas, we are reducing emissions from natural gas. So, since 1990, we have reduced emissions from methane by 20%. Now that sounds pretty good, right? 20% reduction in methane emissions since 1990. But think about this. In that same time, we've doubled how much natural gas we produce. So we've doubled the amount of natural gas we produce and still reduced overall emissions by 20%. Remarkable. Remarkable. So the Biden and the Democrats' response to that is, well, gee whiz, let's raise taxes on everybody that uses natural gas. And obviously, not only does that drive up prices, it curtails production, and instead, what we need to do is support the innovation and empower the technology development that have enabled us to reduce emissions while producing more natural gas. That's the answer. That's the solution. That's exactly what President Trump and Republicans have done and will continue to do, and that is an important part of, again, making our country truly energy dominant. We're also working with the Trump administration to replace the Biden administration's rules that closed off access to vast areas of taxpayer-owned energy resources. So that includes both offshore and onshore. For example, in my state, the Bureau of Land Management, BLM's public lands rule essentially enables environmental groups to lock away federal coal, oil, and gas reserves under the argument that they're somehow undertaking conservation. The reality is, in North Dakota, for example, this Biden administration knew what they call their resource management plan closes off leasing to 45% of the federal oil and gas acreage in our state and nearly 99% of federal coal. But it doesn't just end there. When they close off those federal lands from development, they also impact everybody else because federal minerals are often co-located in our state and other states with privately owned minerals under non-federal surface acreage. Their resource management plan prevents other mineral holders and owners, private owners, from exercising their private property rights and limits the ability to develop minerals that are owned by the state, by the tribes, and by private individuals. That's why I'm working with Senator Kramer, Congressman Fedorchak, and Secretary Burgum to overturn the BLM's resource management plan and maximize access to North Dakota's energy resources. And that approach is not just important in my state, it is vital for energy-producing states across the country. This truly is about taking the handcuffs off our energy producers and empowering them to increase supply and help bring down prices for American families and businesses. There is an energy component in every product and service that we consume. And when we make energy more plentiful and bring down that price, that helps reduce inflation. When we bring down energy and make it more plentiful, that helps us grow our economy, create more jobs and opportunities, and in fact, not only provide for national security through energy security, but help our allies as well so that they are not dependent on Russia or on OPEC or on Venezuela or anyone else, any of those bad actors for their energy because they can get it from the United States. All these things go with producing more energy. All those benefits, all those things go with truly making America energy dominant. That's absolutely, with President Trump, that is absolutely what Republicans intend to do. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, President Biden liked to be able to say over and over again that we're producing records amounts of oil and gas. Some of my Democratic colleagues have even come to this floor in the last couple of days and have said, we don't have an energy emergency. Those two things together are kind of a message going out to the American people. There's nothing to see here, move along, everything's fine on energy. But if you talk to electricity generation companies, regional distribution networks, and ask them, how are things going with electricity generation? How are we doing with capacity? They will give you a very different story. The feeling is when you walk into your own house and flick on the lights and the lights turn on, you're like, yeah, the lights are fine, there is no emergency. But if you talk to the electric company behind it and say 2 years from now, what does it look like for capacity for you? They will probably shake their head and say, we have a problem coming. Now, we can either deal with that problem 2 years from now when we're having brownouts and don't have enough electricity, or we can deal with it now. I would rather deal with it now so we don't have the challenges ahead. How do you do that? Continue to be energy dominant, and actually the energy that we're producing here in the United States, and to be able to make sure that we're producing truly all of the above energy, but we're actually producing energy at a price Americans can afford at the amount Americans need. If we're going to be the world leader in AI, if we're going to be the world leader in data centers, if we're going to be the world leaders in innovation, you can't be that if you don't have the power behind it. And you can't be that if the price continues to go up, 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 up for continued subsidies. Under the Biden administration, the price of gasoline went up 30%. 30% in 4 years. Under the Biden administration in 4 years, the price of electricity nationwide went up 28%. Every American feels it. When we pay our light bill, when we put gas in our car, we feel it. So now the question is, what do we do about it? How do we actually engage to be able to make this better? Well, there's multiple things that we can do. We've already started some of those already. Quite frankly, President Trump, in his earliest days in office, stepped in and started the process of turning around some of the policies to increase more American energy, and so we can begin to bring prices down and availability up. Because sometimes it's not just about price, it's making sure 2 years from now we're not running out and we're not having brownouts all across the entire nation in our electric grid. So there are a couple things that President Trump did right away. He actually changed all the cancellation of leases in Alaska to actually drill in the area literally set aside decades ago for drilling. That's an area that should be a no-brainer. But the Biden administration stepped in and says, no, we're not going to allow anyone to drill in the area set aside for oil exploration in Alaska, and canceled that. President Trump canceled the mandate for electric vehicles, not because he hates electric vehicles. There happens to be a guy that hangs around him a lot that runs a company that sells electric vehicles. The problem is not electric vehicles. The problem is the mandate to try to force Americans to be able to shift to that, and we don't see that in the grid. Quite frankly, the electric grid is not prepared even for Americans to be able to do all electric vehicles, and frankly, most Americans aren't either. If you talk to Oklahomans in rural areas and say, are you willing to have an electric vehicle when it is 35 miles to the next town from where you are, and to be able to take the risk, they're not. And even for a lot of our farmers and ranchers that will say, well, there's an electric pickup out there. If you ask the question, how far does that electric pickup go if you're towing a trailer? The answer you will get from the manufacturers is 80 miles. You know what? Our farmers and ranchers need to go a little farther than 80 miles with their vehicles. So there's a lot of issues that are out there, and to be able to take the mandate away and say, let people choose to buy what vehicle they want to be able to choose, we just think is a better option. And quite frankly, with our grid not prepared for the strain on that long term, it's a wiser option for everybody in the process. Decisive action has been taking place in the issue about drilling in federal waters. President Biden, literally in the final hours of his administration, put a ban on actually drilling on 625 million acres offshore. 625 million acres that have oil and gas in them. President Biden just banned it. Well, President Trump flipped that and said, no, we're going to allow that to be able to happen, quite frankly, as every other president has on that. So these are basic things the president can do and has done. But what do we as Congress need to be able to do? We've engaged in several areas already. We've chipped away at what's called the methane fee that's been put on. Every single homeowner that has a hot water tank that uses natural gas, or even their electricity that's coming to their house is produced by natural gas, or they cook with natural gas, had a new fee added onto them at the end of the Biden administration. We have now voted to be able to take that away and to say we're not going to raise the prices of everybody because they happen to use natural gas to cook their food or to be able to heat their homes or heat their hot water, or they get electricity from as well. We've also now voted on quite frankly, a regulation that was done by the Biden administration at the very end of their time that was intentionally designed to be able to raise the price of offshore oil drilling, where they intentionally placed a new fee on any company that's drilling offshore that could be $1 million per well. The reason for that is to try to block more development offshore on that. What does that actually do? That doesn't decrease the need that we have in the country. It increases the number of imports that are coming into our country. So we're buying more from Saudi Arabia, more from Venezuela, rather than actually producing from our own jobs in our own locations. I don't have a problem with all the above energy. In fact, I've had this conversation with multiple people in this body. I'm willing to put the Oklahoma portfolio for energy against any state that's here as far as our use of renewables versus fossil fuels. 45% of the electricity produced in my state today is done with wind. We do wind, solar, we do hydro, we do oil, gas, coal. But we're working to be able to make sure that we can actually produce electricity that is needed for manufacturing and for our homes. That shouldn't be a difficult issue for us. That should be what it's actually all about. Quite frankly, the frustration that we've had is this has been a challenge for energy companies just to produce energy in the last 4 years. This is something that should be normal. America needs energy. Every single American needs energy. Every person sitting in this room or watching this right now is using energy. We need access to that. So let's find the best ways to be able to do it. A couple things that we're working on right now. One is I have a bill dealing that we're talking about with the tax treatments that we're all debating right now as well on this floor, called Promoting Domestic Energy Production Act. That act is very straightforward. It treats oil and gas companies the exact same way for taxation as every other manufacturer is treated. Now, a lot of Americans may say, well, they're not treated the same now. No. When Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which was bizarrely named because actually inflation spiked after that with all they put into it. When the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, it created a new tax on oil and gas companies specifically designed to be able to reduce new wells coming into America and increase the price of oil and gas. That was the design of it, because their goal was if they can make it so expensive to get gasoline, then more people would actually run to an electric vehicle and they would buy an electric vehicle. Well, guess what's happening? The more expensive for gasoline is definitely happening. But more and more people aren't running to an electric vehicle. They want to be able to choose. And that's a pretty fair option for them for that. So the bill that I have actually moves us back to treating oil and gas companies the exact same way as every other manufacturer is treated in our tax policy. There's another bill that's not just an oil and gas bill. It's called the Allyn Act. This handles what we call bonus depreciation. When a company actually buys a big piece of capital equipment, they're going to pay their tax that year on it, but they have to decide for that big piece of equipment how many years it takes to be able to depreciate the value of that. The Allyn Act just says in the year that you bought it, you can also depreciate it. You can take it off your taxes. Now, this doesn't change the amount of income coming into the federal treasury one bit. You're either going to have it over several years or you're going to have it over 1 year. It doesn't change the amount at all, but it does make a huge difference to that business in the year they do a big capital investment, that they also get to write that off on that same year. Well, I think it's just good policy to be able to say, let's incentivize every manufacturer to be able to do additional manufacturing. Our economy needs it right now, because when they do more manufacturing, that's more jobs in the country. And for energy, that means more pipelines, more capabilities to be able to move energy at a cheaper rate. Those are common sense things that don't hurt our deficit as a nation, but actually benefit our economy and benefit jobs. Energy policy should be just common sense conversation. It shouldn't be political. It should be, what do Americans need? And we should look beyond just today that the lights are on. We should at least look 2 years in the future and to say what's about to happen in the country with our electric grid, anticipate the problems that are coming, make changes in policy here to make sure we don't have an emergency there. So let's declare the American energy emergency. Let's fix it before we have the challenges that are coming in just a few short months. With that, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Across America, 1.3 million people live in nursing homes. Many of us have parents, grandparents, or other loved ones who rely on these homes for care and community in their golden years. We understand just how vital nursing homes are, whether it's in urban, suburban, or rural areas, to help seniors in our country thrive. But unfortunately, a federal rule that is still in place from the Biden era is putting many of America's nursing homes in jeopardy, especially those in our rural communities. Last year, under President Biden, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services finalized a rule that placed strict, unrealistic regulations on nursing homes. The rule requires a registered nurse to be present 24/7 in these homes and requires 3.5 daily hours of dedicated nursing care for each resident. If this rule is not stopped, the regulations will be imposed on every nursing home in America over the next few years. It does sound nice to be able to have a nurse on hand in nursing homes every moment of the day or night. But that's not the reality. The reality is that these homes are already facing historic staffing shortages. Across the country, nursing homes lost more than 200,000 workers from February 2020 to December 2022. These shortages have already caused many nursing homes to close down. Since 2015, 44 nursing homes and 35 assisted living facilities have shut their doors in my state, in Nebraska alone. These closures deprived Nebraskans of over 3,000 beds. They hurt seniors who wanted to stay in their home community, to be close to their family, to be close to their friends. This CMS rule will worsen this crisis. According to the agency itself, 75% of America's nursing homes will have to increase staffing to comply with this regulation. Under the Biden administration's rule, nursing homes now have to scramble so that they can find staff in the midst of these really overwhelming shortages. If they fail, they have to shut their doors. They have to deprive seniors of care and housing. And that's why today, Mr. President, I reintroduce legislation to stop this Biden-era rule in its tracks. My Protecting Rural Seniors Access to Care Act will prevent the rule's misguided requirements from going into full effect. It will also establish an advisory panel on the nursing home workforce representing various stakeholders, including members from rural and underserved areas. This will ensure that the government hears voices outside the big cities, those big cities on the coast, when it comes to our nursing homes. Nursing homes are few and far between in rural areas of our country. If one facility closes, the next closest one, it could be many miles or even many hours away. Just one closure could be detrimental to seniors in some of our communities. But if our nursing homes stay open, seniors won't have to face that upheaval of finding a new place to live, of moving, of leaving their home communities, leaving their loved ones, leaving their friends, and having that upheaval in their final years. They won't have to leave their family. They won't have to leave loved ones. They won't have to experience the loneliness, the uncertainty, the depression, that can come along with moving to an unfamiliar place. My bill advocates for these seniors, for their care, and for their families. It fights for our rural communities and for our nursing homes in my state of Nebraska and across this country. I will keep pushing for this legislation until the President signs it into law so that we can protect our seniors from a rule that would only harm them, harm their families, and harm their caretakers. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Just the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
From West Virginia,
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to address the Senate while seated when necessary.
Without objection.
Well, to this great Senate body and to all of you, I'll speak from my heart. I won't have hardly any notes, but I'll speak from my heart about something that I think is absolutely the key to Emerald City, and that's all about energy. Absolutely, I'm an energy guy. I'm from an energy state. In my backyard, 2/3 of the population of this entire country is within a rock's throw of West Virginia. If we don't watch out, we're going to awaken to a situation as far as energy in this country that is really, really, really bad. I believe this with all my soul, that Secretary Burgum is a really good man. And I always called him the pick of the litter. I think President Trump's nominees are absolutely great. But with all that being said, I think about Doug Burgum, our Secretary of the Interior, a guy that is super smart, really, really experienced, compassionate, and has an unbelievable knowledge. Now, with all that being said, if we could just go back to just this, we could think about Chris Wright, Chris Wright gets it. He knows what we need to do. And if you just step one step further, I would just say just this. President Donald Trump understands it. He knows exactly just this, and this is all there is to it. Energy is everything, Mr. President. It is everything right now. It solves the inflation bubble. It insulates us from the standpoint of wars all over the place. Why in the world do we in America need to blow our own legs off and turn China loose, India loose, whomever it may be? That's what we're doing. I'm an absolute believer, and you've seen it in West Virginia if you're paying attention. I'm an absolute believer to embrace all the energy forms. We did, 100%. But if you believe today that we can do without our fossil fuels, our great fossil fuels, and absolutely if you think we can do without them today, I say you're living in a cave. You're absolutely living in fantasy land. Absolutely. If you don't believe that today, a year and a half from today, that we're going to have a crisis in this country off the chart as far as electricity, you need to wake up, because that is what is coming. Now, let me even go one step further. And let me just say just this. Let's just say we awaken to an opportunity of AI, data centers, whatever it may be, industry, manufacturing, whatever it may be. Do we want to say, no, we can't do that? We can't do that. Because we're going to be in a situation with our grid and with our energy production in a year and a half from today. I promise you, a year and a half from today, we're going to be in a situation that we're going to have to decide, are we going to have opportunity and jobs and manufacturing and AI and data centers? Are we going to have that? Or are we going to choose with our electricity amounts that we have, we're either going to be able to support industry or we're going to have to support homes? For God's sakes a living, we don't want to go and get cold. We don't want to be hot in the summer. We don't need a choice between industry and our homes. What we need to be doing is exactly what I'm saying. We got to realize that energy is the key to everything here. That's all there is to it. You know, it does solve all the things that I've already said, whether it be inflation or you know, all the war situation or our national security and on and on and on. But there's something else that it does. And it just does just simply just this. We have a 37 trillion. None of us have any comprehension what $1 trillion really is. None of us has any can possibly imagine what $1 trillion is. We've got a $37 trillion deficit. How are we going to get out of it? Please tell me. Please tell me how we're going to get out of it. First of all, what we should do is mind the store. That's what we've got to do. Mind the store. That's the first thing you have to do. That means cut as much waste as we possibly can. But after we do all of that, I'll bet you this in every way. I see, I'm a business guy. I'm not a politician. You can tell by the way I talk. For crying out loud, I'm a business guy. With all that being said, I have never have I seen a situation to where you can cut your way out of a problem. We will absolutely have to mind the store. President Trump is dead on point. The Doge is absolutely real, and we can absolutely make a real dent. But it won't be a dent nearly big enough. At the end of the day, the only way you can truly get your way out of a mess, mind the store, and then grow. That's what we got to do. You've got to grow revenue. Say what you want, but at the end of the day, you've got to grow revenue. How are you going to grow revenue in America? Well, for God's sakes, a living, the last thing on the planet that anybody would ever want to do is raise taxes. That'd be the worst thing we could possibly do. That would kill us in every way imaginable. We need to be supportive of President Trump's tax cuts. We absolutely need to grow revenue one way. This is the only way to do it in West Virginia. You won't hear me all the time just standing up on a soapbox going on and on. But really, this is a West Virginia guy that is telling America and telling the world just this. We sit on so much energy, it's off the chart. Why can't we be Saudi Arabia? I mean, for crying out loud, it absolutely is the answer, period. If you want to grow revenue in this country, absolutely it will start with energy and it will end with energy. That's all there is to it. Think about this just for 1 second. Every single country in the world, the gigantic countries or the real small countries, every country in the world today, the people will live longer and the people will be healthier if they have more energy. Guarantee it. Every single country in the world, the more energy they have, the longer their people live, and the healthier they are. Absolutely, just go back and think just one more thing. Civilization only progressed with abundant, cheap energy. And now it's abundant, cheap, clean energy. America produces the cleanest energy on the planet. Our coals are so clean, it's unbelievable compared to China's coals or other countries. Absolutely, our natural gas is so good, it is off the chart. Embrace all the alternatives. All the wind, all the solar, embrace them all. But for gosh sakes of living, you cannot forget the very thing that God above gave us in our fossil fuels. So with all that being said, I didn't even look at the notes, but I would just say to you just this. We have a real opportunity in America today, a real opportunity to move forward in a way that absolutely can solve a lot of the riddle. The riddle's tough. The riddle's tough, and absolutely when you step back from it and you think about, well, what are we going to do? Here's a guy that's come to you not as a politician. I came to you not as a 40-year-old, aspiring to someday being the chairman of some committee. I came to you with white hair as a 73-year-old because of one reason and one reason alone. I'm eat up with being a patriot. I'm the real deal. I challenge the media all the time, tell me something that knowingly I've told you is not true. They can't do it because I'm going to tell the truth. My parents taught me that. It's not okay to just tell anything and say, oh, that's just politics in my world. It's not. I am telling you from my heart, as a business guy, and absolutely as a West Virginian, but first and foremost as an American. I love you with everything in me. I love this country with every single thing in me. I want nothing but goodness. I don't want one thing for me. Nothing. I don't want the next hot tip. I don't need the next perk. I don't need the next invite. I don't want a thing for me. I am telling you, energy is our ticket. It's everything. It always has been everything. Now, we got to do something about it. America, you got to listen to me on this one. We got to do something about it, and we got to do something about it right now. I mean, there's a bad day coming, and it's coming right at us like a freight train. Let's do something about it, America. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you so much for having me. And Mr. President, I guess now if I follow these guidelines correctly and make sure that I do, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, the American people are being told, once again, not to trust their own eyes. Democrats are telling them not to worry about their soaring electricity bills. They're telling them to ignore rolling blackouts. Republicans are just fear-mongering, they say. But, of course, the reality is that Americans have seen the power shortages. They've paid the higher bills. They've felt the weight of the past 4 years of the failed policies of the Biden administration. And we cannot ignore the resulting crisis anymore. The power grid is buckling. Energy demand is exploding. And the very people who created this mess are now telling us, quite audaciously, that there is no emergency. Why? Well, they claim that the United States is producing more energy than we have in American history. But what they conveniently omit is that we're consuming more energy than at any time in American history, and we're expected to need much, much more within just the next few years. Much more than we're producing, much more than we ever have produced. So it's not enough to just look at how much we're producing relative to what we have produced in the past when you don't take into account the demand, what we need. And what we need is going way, way up. Now, according to Goldman Sachs, artificial intelligence alone, just artificial intelligence, nothing else, not population growth, not any other uses, household or industrial, of energy. Just artificial intelligence alone is likely to drive a 160% increase in data center power demand by 2030. The largest data centers can consume more power than 700,000 households. That's equivalent to the energy use of a city of 1.8 million people. But there's no emergency, according to them. According to the sponsors of this resolution, this is just a handout. It's a handout to big oil, as they characterize it. Now, good luck with that. Try telling that to the American families and businesses that struggled during the January 2025 polar vortex when the U.S. power grid was pushed to its absolute limits. Electricity demand hit historic highs, forcing grid operators to rely heavily on coal and natural gas, the very sources of power that Democrats want to eliminate and have been working aggressively with some effectiveness to do precisely that, to eliminate, just to keep the lights on. It's not big oil that will suffer in the winters if we fail to keep the power on. Across multiple power market regions, electricity demand during that event set new single-day records as heating demand across sectors spiked. In response, grid operators had to rely heavily on dispatchable generation, primarily coal and natural gas, to ensure system reliability and stabilize supply during the extreme event. Now, during that time, coal-fired power plants dramatically increased their electric power output. That is, those coal-fired power plants that have not yet been torn down at the demand of Democratic-backed policies. In many regions, coal capacity factors soared above 80%, far exceeding typical winter levels. On the other hand, wind and solar were challenged by unfavorable weather conditions. On peak days, wind and solar generated only 3% and 0.2% of the incremental electricity needed to meet demand. But what exactly are Democrats worried about? What's their concern amidst that very emergency, which if that's not an emergency, I don't know what is. So what is it that they're worried about? Well, not grid failures, not surging energy costs, not the reliability of our power supply. No, they're concerned that President Trump is making things worse by canceling the wind and solar projects that failed to generate enough power to meet demand at those peak moments when it was so badly needed. They're using the same old playbook that they always have. Do anything to prevent President Trump from getting a win, regardless of whether his policies might actually bring relief to the American people, which, of course, they would. Mr. President, I've spent my career fighting against unchecked executive power. I authored the Article 1 Act to curb the abuse of presidential emergency declarations, requiring congressional approval within 30 days. But let me be clear, this is not an abuse of those powers. Not by a mile, not at all, not in any way, shape, or form. It is a real emergency. And if President Trump's declaration were put to a vote today, this chamber would affirm it. Congress has had countless chances to fix this problem and failed every time. Republicans have fought for years to reform our outdated permitting laws, only to be met with Democratic resistance at every turn. NEPA, the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, Democrats treat these laws as if they were sacred texts, untouchable even when they're clearly broken. A sacred text that can't be not just repealed, but even amended meaningfully to avert the disaster that they've created, especially created in the hands of the previous administration. Now, at this moment, we hear that they're ready to play ball. Now and only now do they say, oh, yeah, we need to deal with this. Now, if that's true, great. But let's see. If Democrats are serious about fixing it, now is the time to prove it. Until Congress acts, how can anyone really blame the president for stepping in to address this emergency, which it is, which it has become, which it undeniably is? In some cases, an emergency can be created by the government itself, or at least severely exacerbated. And that is the case here. His executive order tells agencies to do exactly what Congress has neglected to do for years. Exactly what Congress has been unable to do, in large part because Democrats have resisted that, getting back to the sacred text theory of these same laws that have become part of the problem. However, rather than working with President Trump and Republicans in a productive way to try to make energy more accessible for Americans and more reliable, and of course, remain affordable, Senate Democrats are forcing a vote on a resolution to terminate President Trump's declaration and reinstate the restrictive energy policies from the Biden administration's Green New Deal. Look, Mr. President, at where those policies have left us, where they've put us, where we are, and where we're headed. Energy prices increased by 30.54%. Gasoline prices increased by 30.5%. Electricity prices increased by 28.55%, and natural gas prices increased by 33.3%. Meanwhile, Democrats' message to American families is clear. Pay more, expect less. It's this sort of gospel of scarcity. The idea that we have to live off of scarcity because that's what they demand, because government wants it that way for reasons that only they can fully articulate, but that the American people do not find persuasive. This is a problem. The United States is, in fact, in an energy emergency. Not because of a lack of resources, but because the Biden administration's unrelenting regulatory assault on domestic oil and gas production in blind adherence to the climate cartel has put us in this position. Now, President Biden's executive orders, including his orders that he issued on his very first day as President of the United States back in January of 2021, pausing all new oil and gas leasing on federal lands, where nearly 25% of U.S. oil production occurs, significantly hindered U.S. energy independence. Even after courts mandated the resumption of these leasing programs, essential to our energy development, Secretary Allyn slow-walked the process, offering the fewest acres for lease since World War II and holding a record low number of offshore lease sales. The chilling effect of the Biden administration's anti-production policies is as undeniable as it is indefensible as a matter of public policy. Oil companies are withdrawing from investments in federal lands due to the uncertainty created by erratic leasing decisions and hostile regulatory policies. Now, let's remember, of course, Mr. President, that this is made more severe by virtue of the fact that the United States government is not just the largest landowner in the United States, but it owns around 28%, between 1/4 and 1/3 of all land in the United States. We compound that by giving enormous discretion to federal land management agencies, to the executive branch. Then you put in place an administration that wants to preach and live by the gospel of scarcity, and that's a recipe for disaster. Biden's EPA contributed meaningfully to the problem as well. The Biden EPA introduced methane fees starting at $900 per metric ton in 2025, increasing to $1,500 over just a fairly short period of time. That imposes significant financial burdens on producers, particularly small operators. Now, lest anyone led by the Democratic talking points might be tempted to look at this and say, oh, but they're businesses. They can afford it. Suck it up. Just deal with it. That's not really who pays for this, Mr. President. No, these things get passed on. The wealthy folks, at least the wealthy folks who own these businesses, they're not the ones hardest hit by this. Those hardest hit are American families, particularly in sort of the low and middle income brackets. Those who, like so many Americans, live paycheck to paycheck. It's those people whose way of life, whose livelihood, whose ability to afford life is so dramatically affected by these regulatory intrusions into the marketplace. Those are the people who get hurt, and that really is a problem. Meanwhile, as our domestic production slows, our reliance on foreign oil increases. In 2023, we imported 1.3 million barrels per day from OPEC, up nearly 50% from 2020 levels. Meanwhile, critical mineral dependencies on foreign nations, particularly China, threaten everything from titanium in pacemakers and cobalt in batteries to copper in transmission lines and antimony in semiconductors. The absence of just one of these minerals would devastate the sectors they serve. And yet the Biden administration, with its vast discretion, as it invented and reinvented federal regulations, and as it presided over this Byzantine labyrinth of federal regulations, laws put in place by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, can make those things much worse. And it did make those things much worse. And the American people, hardworking Americans, are paying too high a price. Mr. President, the American people are done. They're done with Joe Biden's failed policies. Over 77 million Americans voted for President Trump just a few months ago. And a recent poll shows 60% of Americans support expanding American oil and gas production. Senate Republicans will not let Democrats delay and obstruct any longer. They've created and exacerbated an emergency. President Trump is addressing it as the law allows him to do. We will ensure the President has the tools necessary to deliver the results that the American people justifiably expect, demanded, and truly do deserve. Because the facts are undeniable. America is in an energy emergency because of the federal government, and specifically because of the previous administration's failed policies. Instead of embracing abundant, affordable, and reliable energy, Democrats, again preaching and living by the gospel of scarcity, in which they're so closely wedded, are doubling down on a radical agenda that's made everything from gasoline to electricity more expensive for working families. And remember, when the prices of those energy inputs goes up, so too does the price of everything else, because it becomes more expensive to make, to process, to buy, to sell, to transport, all of those same things. Instead of learning from those failures, Senate Democrats are trying to block President Trump from taking action to fix it. What, are they too afraid that their own policies will be exposed as the source of a significant amount of the problem? Well, you have to ask them about that, but one could certainly make that argument, and it certainly appears to many that this is the case. They're standing in the way of relief for American families, hoping that if they delay long enough, the American people will simply accept high costs as the new normal. Only in Washington could you light the house on fire and then act shocked when someone else tries to put it out. Make no mistake, Mr. President, that is exactly what's happening here. We refuse to let that happen. We applaud President Trump for taking action to address an emergency created by our own government, presided over, directed, embraced, and now defended by the Democratic Party. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I join my colleague from Utah, the chairman of the Energy Committee, in speaking today in clear opposition to the Senate Joint Resolution 10, which would terminate the energy emergency that has been declared by President Trump. I think my colleagues here on both sides of the aisle know that I'm not afraid to suggest when I think the president may be heading in the wrong direction. But folks, on this one, he is absolutely, positively, clearly hit the mark. And I think that the chairman of the Energy Committee has outlined in pretty good detail how that has come about. We know that our country is blessed with extraordinary assets. We have the potential to become the world's leading resource superpower. But in order to do that, we have to be able to produce more energy domestically. And that means we have to be able to extract more minerals. We have to be able to build more transmission lines. We need to be able to overhaul what is clearly a broken federal permitting process. And we can do this. We can do this in a way that is cheaper, that is more reliable, more clean, really, than any other nation in the world. But we've got to kind of dig out now from where we have been over these past 4 years, where we saw setback after setback for resource-producing states like mine, the state of Alaska. Let me give you a little detail in terms of what we're facing in the state of Alaska, a state that, again, is known for its resource wealth. But right now, in the south central part of the state, we're on the verge of importing LNG to meet the needs of some 75% of our population during the colder winter months. I'll just repeat that. Alaska, the place where everybody knows we've got extraordinary oil resources. We have extraordinary natural gas potential, not only in the North Slope, but down in Cook Inlet. Well, Cook Inlet reserves are on the decline, and we are actually talking about importing LNG from Canada. That ought to just be considered a non-starter for anyone who knows and understands the extraordinary potential for resource development that we have in our state with the wealth that we have. Right now, in some of our remote communities across the state, residents are truly in what I would describe as an energy emergency. They might not use that term anymore because they've just gotten so used to the fact that they're paying so much to keep their lights on and to keep warm. We have residents in many communities that are spending up to 1/2 of their incomes on energy, just to, again, to keep the lights on and to keep warm. Think about what that means when you're spending half of what you make for just the basic necessities. It means that you have less to feed your family, to educate your kids. We've got communities where power costs 10 times the national average, where gasoline can easily exceed $10 a gallon, and that includes diesel as well. And those costs, of course, impact everything, because you've got to move your food, your goods, usually by airplane, sometimes over the water, sometimes you're able to drive it. But when you're paying this much for diesel, for gasoline, for avgas, it impacts everything. So it's not unusual to go into a village store, and if you can find a gallon of milk, see that it costs $18 a gallon. I do my comparison shopping by checking the prices of a box of Tide. People need to be able to wash their clothing, to just for sanitary purposes. You can almost in every village that I'm going to, you're looking at prices over $50 a box, $50 for a box of Tide laundry detergent. And it's not because Tide is any more expensive than anything else. It's just the reality of what we're paying there. So I think we've got an energy emergency when it comes to affordability. Right now, in our state, we also have an oil pipeline that is just 1/4 filled. We've had this pipeline been pumping oil safely from the North Slope to delivery down in Valdez, going to other parts of the country for refining. That oil pipeline was completed in 1974 and has been producing for America ever since. But right now, it's about 1/4 full. That pipeline starts in, again, one of the most geologically prospective regions on the earth. But what's happening is you have had federal government controls that surrounds most of the lands there, and it has led to decreased opportunities to expand production up there, and a pipeline that, again, about 1/4 full. I mentioned the benefits of oil here. I talked about natural gas, but we also have known deposits of about 50 critical minerals, the building blocks of our modern society and our national security. We have just about everything that our nation needs to break its deep dependence on China, to be able to rebuild our supply chains. But if you can't access it, you can't produce it, and we can't benefit from it. When we try to build a road from the Dalton Highway to the Ambler Mining District, this is explicitly provided by a 1980 federal law. We did this as part of a grand compromise. The road corridor was in exchange for a creation of a massive national park and preserve. But we can get that project approved in one administration, only to have the next one come in, reopen it, ignore the law, and then make a political decision to reject it. And then, here in Congress, we run into a partisan wall with some less interested in the rule of law than the whims of the very same environmental groups that pushed this resolution. And then meanwhile, what's happening when we're not able to produce in our own home states? Meanwhile, China's cutting us off from its mineral exports, including the gallium and the germanium that we could produce from the Ambler District if only the federal government would uphold its promise to allow Alaskans to responsibly access it. So yeah, when I look at my home state, when I look at Alaska, I do see an energy emergency. I see several, actually. And I see even more reasons to be concerned nationally. As the chairman of the Energy Committee just noted, electricity demand is growing, and yet we can't permit new power plants or build transmission lines. We can't build pipelines in the Northeast or almost anything, particularly mines, on federal lands in the West. And, you know, I guess I'm listening to some of the arguments that are being presented here, and maybe I'd feel differently if my home state was producing more than 2 million barrels of oil per day, as some are. But we're not, and it's not because we can't, it's because we've been denied the opportunity to do so. And that's why I'm very thankful for President Trump and the administration for the focus that they have given to the state of Alaska with a specific executive order to allow us to unleash Alaska's energy and resource potential. I have shared with the Secretary of Interior, as well as the Secretary of Energy, that we need to stop treating energy like it's some kind of an evil or a bad thing. We need to recognize that it is good. When I was chairman of the Energy Committee, we had a little bumper sticker, and I summed up my whole policy with energy is good. I haven't deviated from that policy. Energy makes us stronger, makes us less vulnerable, and it is an asset, not a liability, like we have seen it treated as such. We need to be unleashing our resources, including all of our renewables, because that's all part of the energy basket as well. So it's not an either or, in my view. It's all of the above. And that's good for our economy, it's good for our security, it's good for our geopolitical power. America's resource production is good for the global environment because when we're producing our resources, we stop paying countries that have little to no environmental standards, no interest in reducing their emissions, and who often rely on child or slave labor, and who frankly don't even like us. So why not seize the opportunities that we have here, benefit our own people, our own economies, and again, benefit the global environment as well. So if an energy emergency helps us figure this all out, then I'm good with that. And if it helps us take the federal sanctions that we have seen placed on Alaska and return my state to the heart of our national strategy for resource production, then that is also good. I think we'll all be better off. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today in support of Senate Joint Resolution 10, which would terminate the misguided national energy emergency that President Trump signed on his first day in office. It has been 37 days since President Trump declared, for the first time in this nation's history, a national energy emergency. This is an attempt to throw red meat to the base of the Republican Party and to seem like Donald Trump is the oil and gas president. But there's no evidence to support that. In fact, the evidence we have points in exactly the opposite direction. This emergency was declared despite the fact that the United States is producing more oil than any other country ever in this nation's history. And we've been doing that for the past 7 years. The emergency was declared despite the fact that the United States is in the midst of a clean energy boom and a manufacturing renaissance. We generated 17% more electricity in 2023 than the high point of the first Trump administration. Clean energy jobs are growing at twice the rate of the economy overall. And this emergency was declared despite the fact that, as the Wall Street Journal headline noted after the election, quote, Trump's oil and gas donors don't really want to drill, baby, drill, end quote. They are very happy to lock in demand for the long term, but increase supply and potentially undercut profits. Not so much. So we find ourselves with an emergency declaration in search of an emergency. But it's not without consequences. President Trump has assumed vast power for the executive branch through this emergency designation. He's encouraging the use of eminent domain that could literally allow the government to take your land away. He's waving away key protections for clean water. And he's suggesting that a timeline of just 7 days is sufficient for public comment, on projects that could cause irreparable harm to historic and cultural resources. President Trump campaigned on, and I'm quoting here, lowering the cost of everything. And he promised, your energy bill within 12 months will be cut in half. Now, voters responded to those promises, and Americans do want to see lower energy costs. I'm all for that. I focused as governor on how we could address the high energy prices in New Hampshire. We permitted 2 gas pipelines through the state, both gas coming from Canada. And we negotiated a deal with our largest utility company that lowered rates 16.5%. So I'm all for lowering energy costs. We absolutely should be talking about that. But let's take a step back here, and let's talk about what President Trump's energy policies actually are and how they affect the American people. In the first 37 days, we've seen the Trump administration cut off funding for solar, wind, and clean manufacturing projects that are cheaper and faster to build than fossil fuel infrastructure. We've seen him halt energy efficiency programs, and we know energy efficiency is the cheapest, fastest way to deal with our energy needs. He's prepared a 10% energy tax in the form of tariffs on heating oil, propane, gasoline, and other energy we import from Canada. And that hits New Hampshire really hard because of the energy sources we get from Canada. I talked about the 2 gas pipelines that come down from Canada. And because we have so many households that burn number 2 fuel oil to heat our homes, and because it's cold in New Hampshire at this time of year. So that hits us really hard. He's fired more than 1,000 workers at the Department of Energy, including those who are keeping state energy programs and weatherization up and running to respond to emergencies and to help folks like we have in New Hampshire stay warm this winter. And tomorrow, What we expect is that Senate Republicans will roll back a common sense fee on venting or flaring of methane rather than capturing it for productive use. And if that passes and the president signs it, it will cost the taxpayers $2.3 billion over the next 10 years, effectively lighting money on fire to save big oil a few bucks. Now, in New Hampshire, as in other states, President Trump's actions have sown chaos and uncertainty. They're raising costs for families, for farmers, for small businesses, and for town budgets. For example, the tariffs that are set to go into effect, and I understand that the president has now decided he's going to wait until April, but they could mean about $150 to $250 more for the average family in New Hampshire who are using heating oil just to keep warm through the winter. President Trump's efforts to cancel promised funding for electric charging infrastructure in New Hampshire harms our travel and tourism sector, particularly in northern New Hampshire, where ski areas and other outdoor recreation drive our local economies. A recent study found that the state risks losing an estimated $1.4 billion in overall economic impact if we don't build up our charging infrastructure. One small business owner in Barrington, in the seacoast of New Hampshire, told me that he has nearly $3 million in projects. Those projects are on hold this year, including work with school districts, with the state, and with other customers to install solar projects that provide long-term taxpayer savings. And they're on hold because of what President Trump has ordered. Farms and local shops across rural areas of New Hampshire are nervous about receiving promised reimbursements for energy-saving work through the Rural Energy for America program, the REAP program. At least one business owner at Seacoast Power Equipment has been covering interest with the bank until his grant, which he has a signed commitment for, is actually paid out. And of course, this is affecting his bottom line. And then we have super secret ice cream in Bethlehem, New Hampshire, in the northern part of our state. This is an award-winning small business that provides the best ice cream you've ever eaten. They were gearing up to install solar panels using $15,000 in federal funds. Now that project is on hold. Many family-owned businesses, like Super Secret Ice Cream, have very tight margins. And this small investment of $15,000 would help Christina and Dan grow their business and lower the electric costs that they're paying to store their ice cream. And then we have the town of Peterborough in the western part of New Hampshire. They plan to use funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law to enhance much-needed workforce development. But, of course, they've had to wait far too long for federal approvals. And in rural towns like Berlin in the northern part of our state, residents eagerly signed up for federally funded projects that will insulate and add solar arrays to their manufactured homes. This is a real solution to their high utility bills. But these projects are now on hold because the contractors are uncertain that they're going to be paid. Now, I could go on, as I know my colleagues could, but since we have people waiting, I want to close with a point of agreement. In his executive order, President Trump stated, and I quote, "We need a reliable, diversified, and affordable supply of energy to drive our nation's manufacturing, transportation, agriculture, and defense industries, and to sustain the basics of modern life and military preparedness." That makes sense to me. I agree with that. But unfortunately, that's about the only thing he said related to energy in the past 37 days that does make sense. Lowering energy costs, creating good jobs, increasing America's economic competitiveness in the world, those ought to be things that we can all agree on. But if we give up our leadership on clean energy now, the People's Republic of China, who President Trump claims is our greatest competitor, and I agree with him on that. I just don't understand how the Trump administration policies are allowing us to be competitive. But China is going to be more than happy to fill the void for its own economic advantage. I think we should also agree that Americans deserve clean air, clean water, and the chance to have a say in what happens in their communities. I want to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on these goals. And that work starts by ending this disastrous, misguided emergency declaration and by stopping the chaos. So I hope my colleagues will join me in voting to restore Congress' appropriate role in setting energy policies that benefit the American people by supporting this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
I'm here to join my colleagues in objecting to President Trump's fake energy emergency, which is part of the Trump continuing strategy to hurt families and help billionaires. In this case, the fossil fuel billionaires who put at least $100 million into getting him elected, probably a good deal more because so much of the money was dark money, we don't know, but there's every reason to believe that it was multiple hundreds of millions of dollars spent to get him elected, and it's payback time for the big donors and tough bounce to the families whose bills are going to go up as a result. How are families' bills going to go up? Well, for starters, renewables are less expensive than fossil fuel. And when you add them to the mix, the grid runs on a queue, and it takes the cheapest sources and puts them in the line. And as you demand more and more electricity, you finally get to the more expensive energy sources. And inexpensive renewables coming in drives out the expensive fossil fuel from the top, and it lowers energy costs overall. So when you stop doing that, the most expensive plants have to come back online, and that will raise utility bills. But most importantly to Trump, profits for fossil fuel billionaires. We make ourselves with this more vulnerable to the OPEC fossil fuel cartel, the oil and gas cartel. They raise prices by manipulating international markets. The American oil and gas companies follow up, even if they don't need to make that much money. They will follow the OPEC prices. As a result, they have declared the biggest profits in the history of humankind at the expense of American families, both at the fuel pump and at home and on their electric bills. Doesn't matter to this administration. It's a win for the fossil fuel billionaires who paid good money to get this administration in, and families will be hurt to help the fossil fuel billionaires. Another one is LNG export. What happens in the liquefied natural gas market when you take our natural gas, liquefy it, send it offshore someplace else? It doesn't go into the pipelines here in America. It pinches the supply available to Americans, which raises prices for Americans, unless you want to repeal the economic laws of supply and demand. So over and over and over again, these pro-fossil fuel mega donor policies hurt American families, raise family electric utility bills, and provide huge benefits back to the big donors who spent good money to get them into office. Who gets hit the most when you attack solar and attack wind power? Well, here are the top solar states by installed capacity. You start with California, obviously. It's the 5th biggest economy in the world. But the next 4 are Texas, Florida, North Carolina, and Arizona. There's a lot of red voters in those states who are going to pay the price of this bad policy. You look over to wind, top state, Texas. Next, Iowa. Next, Oklahoma. Next, Kansas. Again, red states will pay the price for this donor-oriented policy. The Trump administration doesn't even concede that solar and wind power are energy. When they use the word energy, they only mean fossil and nuclear. They have literally defined solar and wind out of the energy mix by process of vocabulary magic. So we're headed for a bad place, and consumers are going to pay, all to make big fossil fuel barons even richer than they are. And the shame here is that there actually is an emergency out there. There actually is an energy emergency out there. And the energy emergency is happening because fossil fuel emissions are changing the weather and the natural systems of the earth so that risk of weather disasters, whether it's wildfire or flooding, is getting so bad that property insurers can't keep up. So we are having a crisis in property insurance markets. It is fully developed in Florida. California is not far behind. And what the chief economist for our mortgage giant Freddie Mac has warned of is that the property insurance crisis morphs into a mortgage crisis, because if you can't get property insurance on a property, guess what else you can't get on that property? You can't get a mortgage on it. And the mortgage crisis devolves into a property values crash, because if you can't find buyers because nobody can get a mortgage on that property, your property value just collapsed. And then that morphs into a nationwide economic crash on the scale of 2008. That's what they said just about coastal property values. Now we've got the wildfire risk coming along side by side, the evil sibling. So is there an emergency? Yes, it is coming on. And it's coming on soon enough that the Fed chair, in testimony just over a week ago here in the Senate, said after a decade goes by, there will be regions of the United States of America where you can't even get a mortgage any longer. What's that going to do to property values and people's homes? And by the way, if that's the case for 10 years out, markets are going to start to move sooner. So this is a problem that is on us now. We have a real emergency coming. It is going to clobber us economically. Our friends on the Republican side don't want to listen to us because of all the fossil fuel money that goes into their party. The president doesn't want to listen to it because he got paid so many hundreds of millions of dollars in political funds to get himself elected. But nature's rules can't be repealed by man. This is coming on. We ought to be prepared for it. With that, I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to follow my colleague and friend from Rhode Island and join with the senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine, in supporting Senate Resolution 10, which is a joint resolution to terminate President Trump's illegal executive order declaring an energy emergency. And it's not only nature's rule that is being violated, as Senator Whitehouse just said so eloquently, it's also this Congress's rule. In effect, the President is flouting and defying this Congress, this independent, separate body of the United States government, in the money that has already been appropriated for projects that will help avoid an energy emergency in the future and reduce the prices of energy for American families. And to the families of America, let's just be very clear. President Trump is illegally withholding appropriated funding for projects in your communities and your neighborhoods. Not only projects to increase energy efficiency, but also to strengthen the electrical grid that brings electricity into your home. Projects to build out America's clean energy infrastructure that will avoid pollution in your neighborhoods. This funding freeze sweeps a range of programs having nothing to do with unleashing American energy, whatever President Trump thinks it is. We're talking about funding for clean drinking water projects that will enable better drinking water for your homes, and brownfields remediation so that businesses can be developed in places that now are polluted, heating assistance for low-income households during the end of this winter, and causing confusion and consternation across the country. But make no mistake, if this funding is withheld, the projects and the needs and the challenges don't go away. There will still be a need to clean up those brownfields, to deliver through the electric grid, to make energy efficiency real in communities and neighborhoods. But you will pay. Your taxes will be increased at the state level and the local level. And those projects will become more expensive. So there's a double and triple whammy here. Increase the costs now and in the future for projects that are absolutely essential to the health as well as energy efficiency of our country. Republicans say they're for an all-of-the-above approach to energy, but then they turn around and they attack renewables. They say that they are for cleaning up brownfields, but then they support this kind of executive order that is illegal and also stymies or stops those brownfields remediation. Like all of the actions by executive order President Trump has taken in his first month of office, it isn't actually solving a problem, it is exacerbating it. It's lining the pockets of billionaire buddies, in this case, oil and gas executives, at the expense of everyday Americans. And if there is an energy emergency, it will be created by President Trump. It won't be solved by him, and congressional Republicans will be complicit in it. There's also an effect on jobs. In fact, thousands of jobs are threatened by this executive order. Repealing the Inflation Reduction Act by executive edict threatens 400,000 new jobs that have been announced since August of 2022. Connecticut alone has around 50,000 workers in the clean energy sector. All of those jobs are at risk. They are threatened by President Trump's attack on the industry. And to my colleagues across the aisle, make no mistake, this is going to affect your constituents as well. Studies have found that a majority of clean energy products, clean energy jobs created during the first full year after the Inflation Reduction Act passed actually were in the South, in Republican states. Jobs in clean energy are not in one state or just blue states. They are across the country. 8 out of 10 congressional districts that received the most funding under these laws were represented by Republicans. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. It is, as we say all the time, an American issue. We stand ready to work with anyone who wants to lower costs for consumers and support domestic energy production by building on the historic investments made by the Infrastructure and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. But President Trump's order in no way helps. It simply harms that effort. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
The United States is in an energy boom. Our nation has never produced more electricity, oil, and gas than we are producing right now. This all-of-the-above approach to energy, using everything, including solar, wind, geothermal, is keeping energy prices as low as possible for working families, but at the same time recognizing that climate change is real and moving towards a clean energy future. Excluding coal, the U.S. produced more energy than any other country in the history of the world in 2023. It appears that some in this administration are determined to undo that progress, despite American leadership in energy, the President signed an executive order on his first day declaring a national energy emergency. That sounds dramatic, almost theatrical, because it's meant to be. Let's call this political theater for what it is, an attempt to accelerate oil and gas projects while at the same time holding back our renewable energy. Of course, there are things that we need to be doing to keep energy cleaner, prices lower, and to cement American energy independence. For starters, we need to increase energy production. We need to meet our energy future by streamlining permitting of our new energy projects, of all our energy projects, while at the same time being mindful about the environmental impacts and giving impacted communities a public forum. We need to upgrade our grid. We need to increase clean, domestic, critical mineral production. But that's not what this executive order will do. In fact, it won't do a single one of these things. They claim we're in an emergency, an energy emergency, but they continue to block federal wind and energy permits. They claim we're in an emergency, an energy emergency, but then they ship oil and gas overseas. The claim is we're in an energy emergency, and yet their actions would cede complete control of what eventually will be an enormous global market in renewable energy to China. The administration has also fired thousands of government workers who play vital roles in American energy, all in the name of government efficiency and giving tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy. Listen, I'm all for making government more efficient. I've worked on that most of my public life. If you want to seriously look at how we spend money and where we can actually cut fraud, waste, and abuse, I'm game. But hastily, almost randomly firing Department of Energy employees or letting go 300 workers who maintain our nuclear security and safety, I don't think that's the way to do it. Our office has even heard from a private company that is worried that the federal employee responsible for managing their permitting process is about to be fired, placing the entire success of their project at risk. They help bring energy to our local communities. This will stop them dead in their tracks and raise prices for households at the same time. America's energy economy is booming, in large part because of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, bills that make historic investments in American-made energy. These bills have created more than 400,000 good-paying jobs. And yet there's an effort by some in the Congress, mostly Republicans, I should say all Republicans, and the administration, but that effort is to slash and impede the progress that we've made. Even though an estimated 70% of the benefits, the jobs, the investments, the increased energy, are going to red states. Cutting funding from these critical pieces of legislation is going to hit our rural communities the hardest, where it could provide the greatest benefit. It'll shrink county government revenue, it will force layoffs, and ultimately it will increase the cost of energy. Clean energy isn't just some liberal boogeyman, it's not some notion. In fact, most of the energy that's ready to go as we expand our capacity, it's ready to go, is clean and affordable. Solar, wind, storage, they make up 95% of the capacity of new energy ready to connect to our grid. Wind generates 10% of our electricity now and will provide much more affordable renewable energy if more permits were made available. Withholding funds already appropriated by Congress through these laws, if these funds are withheld, energy bills can balloon by up to 12% for American families. That's at least $240 a year for working families that they'll have to come up with one way or another. And certainly when you're struggling to afford eggs at the grocery store, trying to balance your checkbook at the end of the month, the last thing you need is an increase in your energy bill. Some in Congress, some Republicans have introduced their budget which strips critical services for Coloradans while adding $4 trillion to our national debt, all primarily so they can give tax breaks, of which more than half go to the ultra-wealthy, who, at least many in Colorado, don't even want them. I put an amendment on the floor that would strip any provision from their budget that would raise energy costs for Americans. Now, how can people be opposed to that, and yet every Republican voted against it? I think they're putting politics over people. We're able to keep energy prices low for working families because we use everything: oil, gas, geothermal, wind. So rather than limiting energy sources, proclaiming a false emergency, or firing critical government employees, let's meet the moment and usher in a new energy future that helps everyone. A future marked by a resilient energy grid built by American innovation that delivers low-cost, reliable energy for every Coloradan, for every American. If this administration is looking for a bipartisan roadmap on this, we have one. We should pass permitting reform that streamlines review for all energy projects, not just oil and gas. We can build a modern electric grid that will reduce energy prices for all. Let's continue supporting emerging technologies like advanced geothermal and nuclear so that we can remain dominant in the markets that are emerging. And let's stop picking winners and losers. The vast majority of new electricity is coming from low-cost solar, wind, and energy storage. Let's follow the law and let the investments in energy from the past few years go to the communities that need them. Let's cut the nonsense. This isn't an energy emergency, it's an energy opportunity. This administration's actions certainly would cause an emergency for many Colorado and American working families. Mr. President, I yield back the floor.
President.
The senator from Connecticut?
From Maryland.
Maryland, excuse me.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking my colleague from across the Potomac River, Senator Kaine of Virginia, and also Senator Heinrich of New Mexico for bringing this resolution before the United States Senate. And Mr. President, we are now witnessing in real time two of the most corrupt bargains in American history. One of those corrupt bargains is the one that President Trump made with Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent $280 million to help elect Donald Trump, President of the United States. $280 million. And President Trump has handed the keys of federal agencies over to Elon Musk. He even appeared at the cabinet meeting today with other members of the cabinet that went through the advice and consent process of the United States Senate. Elon Musk didn't do that, but he did spend $280 million to help elect President Trump. And now the actions that Elon Musk is taking are designed to rig government agencies to do the bidding of people like Elon Musk and other billionaires. In fact, we've been reading more and more about the billions of dollars of federal contracts that Elon Musk has gotten, and more to come. Just within the last 48 hours, we're talking about an FAA contract for Starlink. This has nothing to do with government efficiency. If it were, you would not start by firing all the inspector generals across the United States government, whose job it is to look out for waste, fraud, and abuse. And in fact, what you would do when you get rid of the inspector generals is open the door to waste, fraud, and abuse. So we should be on full alert here in the United States Senate as to what's happening. As others have said, we're also watching them claim to make savings, which actually they've had to change their sort of tally board every day because of misrepresentations. But they do want to clear the way to provide tax cuts to very, very wealthy people like Elon Musk at the expense of everybody else in America. And of course, the House just passed a budget resolution to set up that process last night. So that's one corrupt bargain that's playing out right now, and thousands of patriotic federal employees around the country who do the people's work are being fired based on lies. And I say lies because they're claiming that they're firing them based on performance, only to find out that these federal employees are coming forward with glowing performance reports as part of their most recent assessments. So that was a lie because that was the standard that had to be met, even if they had to make it up. And all these cases are now finding their ways through the courts. We have over 60 court proceedings. Many federal judges have issued temporary restraining orders to put a halt to this rampage of illegal activity. The other corrupt bargain is the one that brings us to the Senate floor today, because it was in May of last year during the campaign that candidate Trump promised the big oil executives that he would deliver their wish list if they spent $1 billion to return him to the White House. So much has happened since then, I think some people forget, but here's the Washington Post headline from May 9, 2024, what Trump promised oil CEOs as he asked them to steer $1 billion to his campaign. The story describes how the CEOs there were stunned when he went on to say, "You are all wealthy enough that you should raise $1 billion to return me to the White House." And he vowed to immediately reverse dozens of President Biden's rules and policies. And as the article indicates, among the things he promised to scrap were the efforts to develop more clean vehicles, more electric vehicles, and to develop more wind energy. So he promised to provide more opportunities for the big oil companies while harming their competitors in the clean energy industry. Now, he promised he would do all this on day one. He also made another promise as to what he would do on day one. He promised the American people he was going to lower prices on day one. Well, Mr. President, we all know that that's just not happening. Prices are going up. Grocery prices are going up. Rents are going up. Home prices are going up. Price of eggs are through the roof. So President Trump is not delivering on that day one promise. He is delivering on his promise to the big oil executives to issue that order that has made it even easier for them to produce when they're already